People in Konoha. Live broadcast to Hinata just after time travel. Konoha village, Naruto. I traveled through time and was reborn. Haha, in the world of Naruto. I have the opportunity to see Hinata's wife, Ino's wife, and many of my favorite characters. When I watched the video before, I always fantasized about time travel, but I didn't expect it to become a reality now. Looking at the bustling street, Lee Mew was a little dazed, but secretly happy in his heart. Listening to the words of the people around him, Lee Mew realized that he was a virgin. Looking at himself, Lee Mew realized that not only had he traveled through time, but he was also wearing. It's over, in the world of Naruto, dead. In an instant, the excitement in Lee Mew's heart was replaced by panic. He is just an ordinary person on Earth, and he has no power. In this world of Naruto, he is a cannon fodder level existence. He, Lee Mew, is just a newcomer. He is just a student at the university, and has nothing but good looks. Although traveling through time is exciting, the safety issue is more worrisome. He is easily attacked, and he will be in trouble if he is not careful. I don't know how I died. Open black lens bracket ding. Suddenly, a sound came from his mind, which made Lee Mew stunned and immediately became excited. System. Sure enough, being a time traveler requires a system. With the sound of this sound, the original worry in Lee Mew's heart disappeared instantly. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for getting the check-in system. You can get random rewards by checking in at any place. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Note: second check-in is not allowed within 100 meters of the same location. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. There is only one sign-in opportunity per day. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A new identity and residence have been arranged for the host, and a map of Konoha village has been given as a gift. Listening to the sound of the system, Lee Mew completely relaxed. This system is really considerate. Not only is its function simple and practical, it also arranges a lot of things for him without any effort on his part. Lee Mew then looked around and had the complete map of Konoha village given by the system in his mind. So I quickly confirmed my location. System, sign in. The next second, Lee Mew used the system to sign in his mind. Open black lens bracket. The sign in is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Navy 6 style. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Since the use of the 6th Marine style has extremely high requirements on the user's physical functions, the host's body has been strengthened to the extent that the host can freely use the 6th Marine style. Lee Mew was slightly startled, and was very surprised by the reward given by the system. This system is interesting. I originally thought that I would be rewarded with ninjutsu and the like, but I didn't expect that I would be rewarded with skills from the One Piece world. Being able to use 6 forms is comparable to an ordinary CP9. Lee Mew thought to himself. Anyway, it just solves the problem of being too weak that I was worried about. With the current physical strength, plus the 6th Marine style, the overall strength should have reached the level of an ordinary Junin, but the ninjutsu illusion is a weakness. I hope future check-ins can solve these problems. Let me go home first and check out the accommodation arranged for me by the system. There is something wrong with my identity as a genin of Konoha village. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as I can improve my strength. Thinking of this, Lee Mew walked towards the residence prompted by the system. At this time, the sun was setting and it was already relatively late. Although it was sudden, Lee Mew also accepted the fact that he had traveled through time. Ellipsis. At this moment, the Hyuga family. In the spacious room, Hinata was staring blankly ahead. At this moment, there was a picture in her mind, a first-person perspective picture of someone. At the bottom of the screen, there are a few words marked. Exclusive first-person live broadcast of the time traveler Lee Mew. Note: the existence of the live broadcast cannot be leaked, only you can know it. Once it is leaked, it will be erased. Time traveler, Naruto world, Lee Mew, Hinata Lao. Lee Mew, what's going on? Who is this Lee Mew? Hinata murmured in confusion. Hinata's face was a little shy at this time, especially when she heard this person named Lee Mew call Hinata's wife, Ino's wife. She was extremely shy. She didn't know how to respond. The thing is, just now, this first-person view suddenly appeared in her mind without any warning, and she witnessed and heard all the words and inner voices of this person named Lee Mew, as if she was watching a movie. Especially from the words and thoughts of this person named Lee Mew, she did not understand. She did not understand the 6 styles of the Navy, the world of One Piece, etc. But Hinata also guessed some problems with this Lee Mew. He was not from this world, but from a certain world. Although traveling through time was a bit bizarre, she could understand it a little bit. This person named Lee Mew seems to know me. Does he like me? Hinata said to herself, her face turning red with embarrassment. The sound of Hinata's wife made her very concerned. What Lee Mew showed was that he seemed to know Konoha village very well, and even knew her. But she was only 10 years old. She is only 2 years old, how can she be called my wife? Lee Mew. The customs of Konoha village are really good. I can understand them more clearly by experiencing them in person than by watching them on TV. It's a pity that behind the seemingly prosperous and harmonious scene, there has long been darkness. Shrouded. But since I have traveled to this world, it seems good to live a good life in this world, fall in love, get married, have children, and live a life without shame or impatience. I just don't know what timeline it is now, whether Hinata has grown up. Although Hinata is good looking and has a good figure, I can't start with children. If she hasn't grown up, I can raise her first and wait for her. Grow up. At this time, Lee Mew's heartfelt voice sounded again in the picture in Hinata's mind. The sound effects of heartfelt and spoken words are different, so Hinata can clearly distinguish whether the voice in the picture is the heartfelt voice or the words. But listening to Lee Mew's words, Hinata's face turned red at this thought. Lee Mew's inner thoughts were too cruel. Fortunately, she was the only one in the room. Otherwise, Hinata would have fainted after a while. Tien Kai calmed down slightly, but Kai Guguo's words still lingered in her heart, and she was constantly thinking about it. Although she was only 12 years old, she knew what getting married and having children meant. Elder sister, time to eat. At this time, a naive little girl's voice came from outside the room. Come, coming soon. Hinata was shocked and responded quickly. Then she stood up and opened the door to the room, and saw Hanabi standing at the door. Elder sister. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Not comfortable? Looking at her sister in front of her, Hanabi asked doubtfully. No. Is everything okay? Hinata said quickly with a red face. Her voice was weak and lacked any momentum. Real? Hanabi asked dubiously. My sister's face, which was as red as an apple, didn't look like she was fine at all. It's really okay. Let's go and eat first. Hinata quickly took Hanabi and left, not wanting to talk about this topic anymore. I can't understand it at all. Why does such a picture appear in my mind? You also asked that it not be leaked, otherwise it would be wiped out. It feels so terrible. But this guy named Lee Mew is too strange. A time traveler, someone from another world who traveled to this world. In the room, Ino was also extremely surprised. She also witnessed and understood the situation of Lee Mew coming through time through the sudden picture in her mind, and heard all his words and thoughts. But this guy doesn't feel like a good person. He actually sets his sights on Hinata and wants her to be his wife. Hinata is only 12 years old. Ino complained. When Ino complained, she completely ignored that Lee Mew also mentioned her name and called her his wife. Lee Mew. Flower shop. I remember Ino's wife's family owned a flower shop. Although she could understand and speak Japanese because of the system, she didn't know the words, and I didn't know if this was her flower shop. Suddenly, Ino was startled by the sound that came from the screen. After taking a closer look, he saw a flower shop appearing in the screen. Looking at the familiar scene in the screen, Ino was stunned. This is her home. This person named Lee Mew was almost at the door of her house. Ino quickly stood up and was about to rush out to ask what was going on with this person named Lee Mew. But as soon as he reached the door, something suddenly happened in his mind. A strange feeling arose, like the threat of death. As long as she took one step out of the door, she would die on the spot. Ino immediately stopped and noticed the note at the bottom of the screen. The existence of the live broadcast screen cannot be leaked, only she knows it. Semicolon. Once it is leaked, it will be wiped out. Ino retreated in fear, immediately gave up the idea of rushing out, stood behind the glass, and looked outside. At this moment, she understood that if the matter of the perspective picture was even called Li Mu, if no one could leak it, maybe he himself didn't know that her perspective was seen all the time. Following, Ino quickly locked eyes on a young man walking towards this side based on the angle of the live broadcast in his mind. Ino was stunned. So handsome. At this moment, she even felt that the Sasuke she admired and liked was nothing more than this. Compared with Li Mu, he was a bit inferior. Li Mu passing by outside was not only handsome, not inferior to Sasuke at all, but also exuded a kind of older image. Her slightly mature and steady temperament is even more attractive. This level is far beyond what Sasuke of her age can compare with. Ah, so handsome. Ino was completely obsessed with Li Mu's handsome appearance, and she felt a little obsessed. And the next second, she was shocked to find that Li Mu stopped at the door of his house. Li Mu. System, can you translate? Is this the wording on the sign? Open black lens bracket Yamanaka flower shop close black lens bracket. Yamanaka flower shop. Isn't that the flower shop owned by Ino's wife? I found it by accident. Think about how Ino looks, with blonde hair, ponytail, and Lolita. It feels like she is full of buffs. It's really exciting. I don't know what form the comic characters will take when they become real people. It's really exciting. I don't know if Ino's wife is at home. Forget it today, there are many opportunities to see anyway. The first priority now is to go home, fill your stomach, have a good rest, and start a new life from tomorrow. Li Mu thought this, and then continued to walk forward. Ino watched Li Mu leave, not caring at all about what Li Mu called his wife in his heart. So handsome. Ino watched Li Mu leave her sight and sighed again. As for Sasuke, let it go to Sakura. The little brat who is still young is not as attractive as the older and handsome brother. Really, why not come in and take a look? Ino said regretfully. If she hadn't been afraid of the strange feeling, she would have really wanted to invite Li Mu in for a chat and get to know each other formally. By the way, as long as the existence of the perspective picture in my mind is not revealed, it will be fine. I can communicate with this Li Mu normally. Suddenly, Ino realized the problem and immediately felt regretful. In a flash of thought, she missed the opportunity to get to know this handsome brother. But it doesn't matter, I can see his perspective, and there are many opportunities to get to know him. But I didn't expect that he actually called me wife. Besides Hinata, he seemed to know me too. Do people from other worlds know so much about our world? Ino murmured. However, he seems to like both me and Hinata at the same time. What should we do? Should we let him have two interests? In a short period of time, Ino, who had a love brain, had already imagined things that would happen countless years later. As the sky darkened, Li Mu finally found the accommodation arranged by the system according to the system's rules. The location is a bit off and the area is a bit small. It fits the status assigned to him by the system as a 10,000-year genin. But fortunately, this residence has everything, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even money. Li Mu immediately changed into a ninja costume and put away his clothes. Now that I have traveled to this world, I still do as the Romans do and dress in a more fashionable way. The fake sneakers on his feet are still a bit conspicuous, and they don't match the sandals worn by everyone in this world at all. Although it is a bit small, it is enough to have a place to stay. Next, let's go get something to eat and solve the problem of dinner. When we travel to Konoha village, we have to try the legendary Ichiraku ramen. Exclamation mark quote. Li Mu said slowly. Then he smashed the piggy bank, took some money, went out, and walked according to the location of Ichiraku ramen marked on the map. Judging from the map, Ichiraku ramen is not close to where he lives. Far, just right. Ichiraku Ramen. This is an opportunity. I must go and get to know each other. I haven't had dinner yet. Ino at home thought carefully, then rushed downstairs and hurried out the door. Ino, where are you going? It's time to eat. Ino's mother shouted when she saw her daughter's back. I have something to do and I'm going out to eat. You can eat by yourselves. Ino responded, then ran away without looking back. This kid ran out so late. Ino's mother complained helplessly. What does it matter? My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. Haichi Yamanaka said with a faint smile. Ino's mother turned around helplessly and returned to the kitchen to continue her work. Soon, Lee Mew found Ichiraku Ramen. Although the sky is getting dark, the lights in the Ichiraku Ramen shop are brightly lit. Ichiraku Ramen, who would have thought that more than 10 or 20 years later, Ichiraku Ramen would still be open, and it would open into a big store and become a famous store in Konoha. After all, it was the 7th Hokage's favorite food since he was a child. Well, Lee Mew murmured as he looked at the simple and narrow shop of Ichiraku Ramen. However, the most impressive thing about Ichiraku Ramen is the Ninja Big Eater competition. Some people like to eat ramen, and some are particularly good at eating it. But who would have thought that the winner in the competition would be shy and gentle, not as for the show-stopping Hinata. The odds of 46 bowls of miso char shao ramen in 30 minutes were not broken until decades later. Lee Mew sighed, and then walked directly towards Ichiraku Ramen. At this moment, Hinata in the room was full of doubts and shyness when she heard Lee Mew's words. She had a big appetite, but she didn't remember herself. Have you participated in any Ninja Big Eater competition? Is it something in the future? In other words, Lee Mew knows what will happen in the future. It means that he came from another world and knows her and Ino. It seems that he knows everything, and maybe knowing the future is normal. In this case, as long as you pay attention to him, you can get a lot of unknown information, even what will happen in the future. Thinking of this, Hinata silently decided, just watching the live broadcast of Lee Mew's perspective is not allowed to be disclosed anyway. Even if she knows it, this can be regarded as a special channel for obtaining information, and she can even know what may happen in the future. Ino, who was going to Ichiraku Ramen, was also shocked when he heard Lee Mew's voice in the picture. Ninja eating competition. When was it held? I do not know how. Hinata can eat so much. How do you eat 46 bowls of ramen? Ino was both shocked and curious. She didn't expect to hear such shocking news. Think about it, Hinata has always been a person with a low sense of presence in the class. She is introverted and weak. She couldn't imagine that such a girl could eat 46 bowls of ramen in 30 minutes. Boss, give me a bowl of miso barbecued pork ramen. Lee Mew sat down and said. Please wait a moment, it will be over soon. Yil replied with a smile, and then quickly got busy. It does look very simple now, and it is completely incomparable with the big stores in the future. Lee Mew thought to himself as he looked at the shop. Soon, a bowl of steaming ramen was brought to Lee Mew. Lee Mew took the chopsticks and started eating. The taste was pretty good, but he didn't think it was anything special. Place. Looking at it this way, Naruto grew up eating instant noodles and ramen. How miserable he was. Just thinking about it made him feel pitiful. But when Lee Mew was eating noodles, the curtain behind him was opened. The figure walked in and sat down next to Lee Mew. Lee Mew instinctively turned his head and glanced, and was stunned on the spot. Blonde hair, ponytail, little Lolita, it's Irie. No, I made a mistake, it's Ino. Lee Mew secretly thought. The feeling of real people is really more three-dimensional than comics. Unexpectedly, Ino, who was longing for her, actually met at Ichiraku Ramen. Ino also eats ramen. I remember that the place they went to the most was probably the barbecue restaurant, because of their teammate Choji. Hinata. Ino. Who is Irie? Judging from Lee Mew's voice, it seems that there is another person named Irie who has the same characteristics as Ino, blonde hair, ponytail, and Lolita. I just don't know who it is. Uncle, I want a bowl of miso ramen. Ino shouted. Okay, it'll be ready soon. Ichiraku responded. Feeling Lee Mu's slightly hot gaze, Ino turned his head and looked at Lee Mu, and took the initiative to say hello. Lee Mu responded, withdrew his gaze and continued to eat the noodles in front of him. Now the timeline is confirmed. Judging from Ino's outfit, she doesn't have a forehead protector, so she probably hasn't graduated from ninja school yet. Lee Mu thought in his mind. I just don't know how long it will take to graduate. Finally, the first one of Konoha's 12 Shaoqiang. Ino was completely attracted by Lee Mu's appearance. When he took a closer look, he realized that he was more handsome than what he had seen before. But when he heard Lee Mu's voice in the picture in his mind, he was shocked again. Konoha's 12 strong. Ninja title. Am I one of them? It feels like he knows what's going to happen next. Know the future. Although Lee Mu's handsomeness attracts her, the information in his mind attracts her even more. If he knows what will happen in the future, can he learn something about his future through him? At this moment, Hinata of the family also had the same idea as Ino. What could be more attractive than knowing her future? There you have it, your miso ramen. At this time, Ichiraku brought a bowl of ramen in front of Ino. Thanks. I'm gonna start now. Ino said while taking the chopsticks, but looking at the large bowl of noodles in front of her, she frowned. She couldn't even figure out how Hinata could eat 46 bowls of such a large bowl of ramen in 30 minutes, even if it was pigs can't eat so much, right? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Looking at Ino's slightly hesitant expression, Ichiraku thought there was something wrong with the ramen he made, and hurriedly asked with concern. No. I'm just thinking about the ninja school graduation exam tomorrow. Ino said smoothly, and then started eating, while glancing at Lee Mu who was standing aside. If Lee Mu knew what was going to happen in the future, he would probably be thinking about the ninja school graduation examination when he heard the topic she mentioned inadvertently. Exclamation mark. Just as Ino thought, Lee Mu couldn't help but think after hearing Ino's words. As the graduation exam tomorrow. So fast. Lee Mu secretly thought. Speaking of which, is the content of the ninja school graduation exam too simple? Hearing this voice, both Ino here and Hinata at home became nervous. This confirmed that Lee Mu did know the future. The matter of the graduation exam was just settled, but what was the content of the exam, which is completely unknown, but Lee Mu thinks that the content of the graduation exam is too simple, and he obviously knows the content of the exam. Although graduation from the ninja school is only the first round of exams, and there will be an assessment by the leading teacher after that, and you will be considered a true graduate if you pass it, but for students who have studied at the ninja school for 6 years and only take the clone technique test, it is too simple no matter how you look at it. Exclamation mark quote. Lee Mu continued to think in his mind. But even if it is so simple, some people really fail to pass the graduation exam. After all, he is the protagonist, so he has special encounters and special treatment. Hearing Lee Mu's words, Ino and Hinata were both stunned. How could someone fail to pass such a simple content as the clone technique? Who is the so-called protagonist? By watching the live broadcast from Lee Mu's perspective and listening to Lee Mu's words and inner voice, both Ino and Hinata confirmed the fact that Lee Mu knew the future development. As a result, they received good news, that is, the content of the graduation examination was determined. In this way, when the exam comes, you don't have to worry about the exam in fear. The clone technique is easy to grasp, and you can pass it with your eyes closed. I'm full. Lee Mu sighed after taking 2 mouthfuls of the soup left in the bowl. Seeing Lee Mu finish eating, Ino thought about it, decided on the topic, and then slowly spoke. Big brother, are you an official ninja? Hearing Ino's voice from the side, Lee Mu turned his head to look at Ino and responded with a smile. Yes, Konoha village genin. My name is Lee Mu, Mama Lee Mu. Lee Mu thought for a while and said. He gave himself a name that fit his childhood, so that it would be easier for Ino to understand. Brother Lee Mu, hello, my name is Ino, Yamanaka Ino. Was it difficult for you to take the graduation exam at the ninja school in the past? Ino introduced herself with a smile and looked for a topic. No, the ninja school graduation exams are all very basic, so don't worry. Lee Mew comforted him. Although he is on the 5th floor, he can only act like an ordinary genin now. Ino, Hinata. It's true that you are on the 5th floor, but we are in the atmosphere. Thanks. I hope the content of tomorrow's graduation exam will be simpler. Ino said with a smile. The clone technique is already simple enough, and she has nothing to hope for. Graduation is a sure thing. You keep eating, I'll leave first. Lee Mew paid the money and stood up. Okay, bye-bye. Ino smiled and waved. Immediately, Lee Mew left Ichiraku Ramen. Walking on the street, Lee Mew only felt happy. Not only did he eat Ichiraku Ramen, but he also met Ino, and even got to know him formally. Ino is really good, she is indeed a little fairy. When she grows up, she will also be the type of close sister. Lee Mew said as he walked. When I watched the anime before, I felt that Ino was really killing me, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I felt it was really different, but I never thought that Ino would actually marry Sai when they grow up. But now that I have traveled through time, how can I let Sai, a tool man, take advantage of me? Ino is mine. Although she is still young, relationships should be cultivated from an early age. She will be an adult in 6 years, and she can definitely afford the wait. Besides, children in this world mature very early, so they can order it in advance. Ino, who was eating noodles, almost spit out a mouthful of noodles. You are so bold. What you say is too naive, even though you are quite handsome. Jing Zia secretly thought. But this guy really knows the future and what I will look like when I grow up. But who is this Sai? I have never heard of it at all. There is such a person in our class. Why would Lee Mew call him a tool man? Although she doesn't know her, Ino is a little bit curious about the person who will marry her in the future. But Ino doesn't think she will marry this person named Sai, because now Lee Mew has intervened. In the ninja school back then, she did like the handsome and cold Sasuke, but now, she prefers the handsome and mature Lee Mew. He said it himself, he can afford to wait for 6 years, it just feels like this man is a bit carefree, not only thinking about her, but also thinking about her. She also has thoughts about Hinata, she is just a philanderer, but it doesn't matter, she also has time to correct him, she can keep an eye on him all the time, and she knows everything about him. How could she be in the atmosphere, lose? Ellipsis. Hyuga family. Will Ino marry someone named Sai? That was many years later. What about me? Hinata murmured, and couldn't help but become curious about her future. But Lee Mew didn't mention her in the future, and she didn't have the chance to know her own future. Could it be that she had to contact Lee Mew like Ino and wait for him seeing herself? She might be able to think of her in the future. In order to learn more about what she wanted to know. Lee Mew, after all, was really an intelligence channel. Very convenient. Ellipsis. After Lee Mew returned to his residence, he took off his clothes and entered the bathroom to take a bath and go to bed. But who would have thought that there happens to be a full-length mirror on the wall in the bathroom? As soon as Lee Mew walked over, he stood in front of the full-length mirror and admired his current figure. Chest muscles, 8-pack abs, clear lines and contours, perfect. Lee Mew said with a faint smile. Although he was not a fat man originally, the muscles on his body were not visible at all. But after the system improved his physical fitness to the point where he could use the 6 postures, it completely changed his body shape. She has an explosive figure, and is muscular but not too muscular. She looks left and right, then walks in and starts taking a shower with satisfaction. Ellipsis. On the street, Ino froze on the spot as if he had lost his soul. The picture in her mind made her see a scene she would never forget. The scene on the life-size mirror was engraved in the depths of her soul like a brand. She was still a child, how could she watch such a shocking scene? How did that happen? Can't this screen be turned off? Ino lamented. Although the explosive figure is very attractive, I also saw things that I shouldn't have seen. The screen cannot be turned off, but Ino can choose to see it or not. But how can I do it if I don't see it? I can't control my heart at all. Of curiosity unless going to bed. Ellipsis ellipsis. Hyuga family. When Hinata in the room saw the scene in her mind, her face instantly turned red and her blood surged, causing a lack of oxygen in her brain. She fainted on the spot and fell to the floor. The scene in the picture was too shocking to her. Why do you need to look at the perspective screen? Wouldn't it be good to go to bed early? Ellipsis ellipsis. After taking a shower, Lee Mew couldn't help but stand in front of the full-length mirror. The more I look at my current figure, the more satisfied I am. I never thought I could have such a figure. But at this moment, Ino wanted to rush to Lee Mew's house and point at Lee Mew's nose and curse. Why is this guy so narcissistic? Ino, who has just returned to her home, feels like she won't be able to sleep tonight even if she wants to. Lee Mew's explosive figure always comes to mind. Even if she closes her eyes, it's more like that scene is right in front of her. The day is starting to light up. Hinata opened her eyes in a daze, got up from the floor, and looked at everything in Lee Mew's room with some confusion. Some don't understand why they sleep on the floor. Hinata murmured. There was no live broadcast in his mind as he felt it. Hinata couldn't help but think that what happened in his memory was his dream, but when he thought about it, he recalled the shocking scene, and his face she couldn't help but blush again. But this time it wasn't something she saw with her own eyes, it was just the memory in her mind, which didn't make her faint. She got up and prepared to wash up and have breakfast, and then go to the ninja school. As soon as she stood up, the picture popped up in her mind. At this moment, Hinata realized that she was not dreaming. She really saw a scene she shouldn't have seen yesterday, and then she fainted. The picture in the picture was from the ceiling. As the screen moved down, showing the scene in the room and at the end of the bed. Then, Chu Tien confirmed that Lee Mew had just woken up from the bed. It seemed that Lee Mew was sleeping. The live broadcast of the camera was not shown. After all, the live broadcast of the camera was not shown when I was sleeping. Hinata immediately changed her clothes and went to wash up and have breakfast. But what she saw yesterday was very shocking. The image still kept popping up in her mind, but even so, Hinata could only endure it and force herself to remain calm. Little girl, get up early in the morning, pull up your trousers and go to the latrine. There is someone in the latrine, so you have no choice but to pull them up over your crotch. Lee Mew got up from the bed, sang a wake-up song, and walked into the bathroom. Ino and Hinata. Ellipsis ellipsis. Ino, who was having breakfast at home, also put down his bowl and stood up to go to school. What's wrong? Just eat this little today. Hye couldn't help but ask when he saw this. No appetite. I'm going to school. After Ino said that, she walked out of the house and went to the ninja school. There was no way, the song Lee Mew sang was too graphic, and it affected her appetite so much that she couldn't eat this breakfast. He couldn't understand. Did Lee Mew still have the habit of singing after getting up in his original world? She also just hoped that Lee Mew would close his eyes for a while when he was at home, so that she wouldn't see the scenes she shouldn't see. Ellipsis ellipsis. Okay, where are you going to sign in today? Lee Mew couldn't help but murmured after walking out of the house. Although he can sign in anywhere, even at home, Lee Mew also wanted to see the famous places in Konoha first and sign in by the way. Today, let's go see Hokage Rock first. There is a big show tonight, Lee Mew thought for a while and said. Then he jumped out, learned ninja skills and moved quickly on the roof of Konoha, heading towards the Hokage Rock. After the body function is improved, this feeling of being as light as nothing is really refreshing. By moving, Lee Mew could also feel the strength of his body now, which was far beyond what ordinary people's bodies could compare to before. Soon, Lee Mew arrived in front of the Hokage Rock and saw the Hokage building. It's really big and spectacular. Lee Mew sighed. System, sign in. Open black lens bracket. The sign in is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Knowledgeable color, armed color and domineering close black lens bracket. 2 color domineering, not bad. Lee Mew murmured. Ino. 2 color hockey. What is that? Hinata. Hockey. What is signing in? Both Ino and Hinata can only see Lee Emu's vision, and hear what he said and what is in their hearts. He couldn't hear the feedback and voice of Lee Emu's system, so neither of them could understand Lee Emu's inconsistent words at all. Today is the graduation day of ninja school, and the official plot line has begun. Lee Mu said slowly. After signing in, he felt like there was absolutely nothing to do. Travelers can also be bored. Although the system has arranged their identities, they will not receive missions like other people. Just wander around. Thinking of this, Lee Mu left Hokage Rock and wandered around Konoha village. Although Konoha is called a village, it is actually a large settlement area, just like the main urban area of a city. The area is large, a large population. Ellipsis. While Lee Mu was wandering around, the graduation exam of the ninja school was also going on as scheduled. When Mr. Iruka told the class that the topic of the graduation exam was the art of cloning, Ino and Hinata were both shocked. The theme of the graduation exam was the art of cloning, just like what Lee Mu mentioned yesterday. In this way, it was completely proven that Lee Mu really knew the future, beyond any doubt. As time goes by, the ninja school graduation examination is also in full swing. Anyone with the clone technique can basically do it as long as they are not too talented. The result was not too surprising. While everyone else was celebrating their successful graduation with their families, only Naruto, who failed to pass, sat on the school swing in despair. Just when Naruto was lost, Mizuki also came over and came into contact with Naruto. On the roof not far away, Lee Mu was watching all this. He was also bored, so he walked around and came to the ninja school and saw this scene. Mizuki still found Naruto. There was a good show to watch tonight, so it was just the right time to kill boredom. Lee Mu murmured. If I have the chance, I would really like to see the forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealings, but I don't know if I can learn ninjutsu in my body. The Book of Seals is full of forbidden techniques with outrageous effects. Of course, Lee Mu is a little interested. But after all, he is wearing it. Whether his body can refine chakra and use ninjutsu has to be discussed. At least now, let Lee Mu learn to refine chakra. He can't do it from the basics, he can only hope in the system. Ino. Why did Mr. Mizuki find Naruto? What is the Book of Sealing? Lee Mu said there is a good show to watch tonight. What happened? Hinata. Naruto failed the graduation exam. What will happen to him? What is Lee Mu planning to do tonight? Both Ino and Hinata are concerned about what Lee Mu said. They all plan to stay up late tonight to see what Lee Mu's so-called good show is. Late at night, Naruto, who was bewitched by Mizuki's deception, secretly left his residence and rushed towards the location of the sealed book mentioned by Mizuki, and successfully obtained the sealed book. Little did he know that behind Naruto, a figure was quietly following him. It was Lee Mu who was about to watch the show. Not long after Naruto took the sealed book, Mizuki, who had been prepared for a long time, spread the news that the sealed book had been stolen by Naruto. After receiving the news, the third generation naturally sent many people to hunt down Naruto immediately, and Iruka and Mizuki were among them. But the whole thing looked strange in Lee Mu's eyes. First of all, it is outrageous that such an important thing, the sealed book, which records many forbidden techniques, could be obtained by Naruto who has not yet graduated from the ninja school. However, Lee Mu did not know the specific details and tricks involved. Soon, Naruto stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house in a forest, and put down the sealed book on his body while panting. Okay, Teacher Mizuki said that as long as you get this Book of Seals, you can graduate. Let me take a look. Naruto opened the Book of Seals excitedly and read the ninjutsu recorded on it. But as soon as he started reading, he looked embarrassed. The first one is so difficult. But complaints are complaints. In order to graduate, I still started to watch seriously. On a tree not far away, Lee Mu sat down on a thick branch and looked at Naruto quietly. I have to admire Naruto. He has encountered so many injustices since he was a child, but he can still maintain such an optimistic attitude. If it were me, he would have turned black and defected earlier. Lee Mew secretly thought. I don't know what the fourth Hokage and Kushina would think if they knew that their child who was supposed to be a hero had become a monster in the eyes of the villagers. It's hard to say for the fourth Hokage. With Kushina's bad temper, seeing her children living in such misery, she might have to tear down the Leaf Village. Ino and Hinata, who were staying up late to watch the live broadcast, felt extremely shocked at this moment. Lee Mew's voice told them a shocking news. How is it possible that Naruto, who makes trouble all day long to gain a sense of presence, is the son of the fourth Hokage? Ino said in disbelief. Who doesn't know that the fourth Hokage is the great hero who saved the Leaf Village? But I have never heard that the fourth Hokage has a son. As a time traveler, Lee Mew has been proven by the information previously revealed his words are not false. It's just that the fact that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage is really unbelievable. If this news gets out, it will probably cause a huge sensation in the hearts of the entire Konoha village. An irreplaceable hero. Naruto-kun is actually the son of the fourth Hokage. Hinata was also extremely shocked. She still paid a lot of attention to Naruto, but she couldn't associate him with the fourth Hokage at all. Sure enough, watching the live broadcast from Lee Mew's perspective, she could learn a lot of obscure information. Ellipsis. Pure Land. Kushina's consciousness suddenly woke up, and she was a little confused when she looked at the picture that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Live broadcast from Lee Mew's perspective. Kushina murmured, looking at the slightly dark scene in front of her, completely unaware of what was happening. But at this moment, a piece of picture content appeared in her consciousness out of thin air. It is the entire process of Lee Mew's perspective memory from the time he traveled to Konoha village to the content shown on the screen now. The sudden appearance of this content also made Kushina basically understand the current situation. Kushina looked at the small figure in the picture and lost her voice. That was her child, Uzumaki Naruto, although the perspective of the picture was far away, she could be sure. Not only because Lee Mew's voice mentioned it, but now it's just looking at it like this, she was still sure that the link between the bloodlines was fake. Kushina couldn't believe that after so many years of death, she would still see the child she had never been with in this form. Although she didn't know why this happened, she had to thank this guy named Lee Mew for seeing her child through his vision. Soon, Kushina withdrew from the emotion. She could tell that Naruto seemed to be having a very bad life. No, not just a bad life, but even a miserable life. What are 3 generations of old men doing? Is he dead? Why didn't you take good care of Naruto? Kushina asked in confusion. But now, no one can answer her question. She vaguely remembered that in order to seal the 9 tails, before she died, she asked the 3rd generation old man to take good care of Naruto. But why did Naruto do this? He lived a miserable life, not only suffered many injustices, but also became a demon fox in the eyes of the villagers. Even if the 3rd generation old man died, why would Lee Mew, as a time traveler, know what was happening in this world? There was no reason to lie in her heart. But being in the Pure Land, she couldn't do anything now. She could only watch Naruto silently through Lee Mew's vision. Maybe she could learn from the details in the future. Knowing the answers she wanted to know. Ellipsis. Sure enough, it doesn't work. After wearing it, the body cannot adapt to the power of this world and cannot refine chakra. Lee Mew murmured in his heart. Because it was really boring to just watch Naruto practice here, Lee Mew also tried to refine chakra. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he ended in failure. It seems that he can only rely on the system to sign into change. Stronger. Anyway, this is also in line with his life beliefs. It is impossible to work hard in this life. You can only live by signing. In short, as a chosen person, he has a system to follow. Why do you have to work hard? Ino, Hinata, Kushina. This was the first time they had seen someone who could talk so confidently about setting up a stall. However, they also became deeply curious about the so-called system in Lee Mew's mouth. Open black lens bracket. It has been more than 24 hours since you watched the live broadcast. Congratulations on getting the reward. Chakra increased by 10%. Suddenly, both Ino and Hinata heard a mechanical sound, which surprised them both. Have no idea what happened. My chakra has increased. That reward. Ino was shocked to feel that her chakra had increased significantly at this moment, and she couldn't believe it. My chakra has really improved. What is this sound? Hinata also felt very incredible. The increase in chakra volume was real and not fake at all. While stunned, both of them thought of a possibility. The source of the sound might be the system that Li Mu mentioned from time to time. Thinking about it this way, this function is too powerful. They did not do anything, but their chakra volume increased by 10%. At this moment, Ino and Hinata both understood why Li Mu said hard work. It's impossible to work hard. With a system, it's really easy to become stronger. As the night got deeper and deeper, Naruto's practice also produced some results. Li Mu was okay. After his body became stronger, he didn't feel tired after staying up late. He could help Naruto with the direction of his life, but he didn't intend to interfere in any way. For a young man who is positive, optimistic, and brave enough to face all difficulties, there is no reason for him to interfere in his life trajectory. Do you mean to persuade him to go dark and rebel? That's not to say that the prostitute doesn't pay, she's extremely cheap. The purpose of today is simply to watch a show and pass the time. He is a bystander and will not be a participant. Moreover, Iruka's confession is really important to Naruto's life. Therefore, there is no need for Li Mu to be a villain and just let nature take its course. He came from time traveling, and living the free life he wants is more important than anything else. Suddenly, Li Mu noticed a figure coming here, and came directly to Naruto. It was Iruka. Hey, Naruto! The panting Iruka shouted. Naruto, who didn't notice Iruka's arrival at all, was startled by Iruka. Hehehehe. I was discovered by you. I just learned a ninjutsu, Naruto chuckled. Naruto's reaction also made Iruka feel a little strange. Well, I want to show you a very powerful ninjutsu. As long as I learn this ninjutsu, I can graduate smoothly. Naruto said excitedly. Who told you that? Iruka said in shock. The existence of the sealed book should not be known to children like Naruto. Iruka immediately realized the problem. Someone used Naruto to steal the sealed book. Of course it's Mr. Mizuki. This scroll and this place were all told to me by Mr. Mizuki. Naruto shouted. When Iruka heard this, he immediately understood that Mizuki had a big problem. Suddenly, Iruka noticed the attack coming from behind and immediately pushed Naruto away. And he was attacked. The kunai hit and hit the wooden house, bleeding profusely from his body. Naruto's face was full of horror and confusion, and he had no idea what was happening. Thank you for finding this place. Mizuki's figure appeared on a tree in front. The injured Iruka also fully understood Mizuki's intention, which was to seize the sealed book. Li Mu silently watched the development of the plot nearby without taking any action. The plot develops exactly as he pointed out, without any difference. Kushina in the Pure Land witnessed what was happening at this moment, feeling extremely anxious. Damn you guy, you actually took advantage of Naruto. If I can return to the world, I have to beat you away. Kushina said through gritted teeth. This guy named Li Mu, stop looking at him and help Naruto. But Li Mu naturally doesn't know what Kushina is thinking. Li Mu also doesn't know that the people staring at him are not only living people, but also dead people in the Pure Land. At the same time, people who originally planned to stay up late to watch the show Ino and Hinata were lying on the bed and fell asleep long ago. The scene that Lee Muchen watched before was really boring, and they both fell asleep after watching it in bed. Naturally he couldn't see the picture in his mind, and he didn't know what happened to Naruto at this moment. Li Mu witnessed the chase between Naruto, Iruka, and Mizuki, and followed behind, watching everything quietly. Nothing changes in the result. Naruto was relieved by Iruka's confession and rescued Iruka from Mizuki. Then he used the technique of multiple invisible clones to defeat Mizuki. The display of the art of multiple invisible clones even made Iruka give him his forehead protector, declaring his graduation. By this time, it was already dawn. Lee Mew only felt as if he had watched the first episode of Naruto again. Anyway, he had rewatched it countless times. Witnessing the whole process with your own eyes is a completely different experience compared to watching anime. Kushina, who had witnessed the whole process with her own eyes, was both grateful and moved at the moment. She was thankful that Naruto was okay and uninjured. The touching thing was that Naruto met a good teacher, and his confession made her cry. I understand that after suffering so much injustice and miserable life, I can still maintain such an optimistic attitude. The existence of this Iruka teacher may also have a lot to do with it. All in all, she was really happy to be able to see Naruto grow up so many years after his death. It's just that she is in a pure land and cannot connect with the world. She really wanted to hug her baby and had a lot to say to Naruto. And let this guy named Lee Mew stay a little longer and see more of Naruto. At this time, Lee Mew turned around and left after seeing Iruka put a forehead protector on Naruto. System, sign in. Lee Mew thought to himself. It's already dawn, so he also signed it. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Fairy Bean X1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket stored in the system warehouse. Lee Mew was stunned when he heard the system's feedback. Of course he knows the fairy beans, a typical bug prop. No matter how serious the injury is, even if it is fatal, as long as you are still breathing, you can be resurrected with full health. The effect of fairy beans is extremely outrageous. Even if it is just one, the quantity is too rare. If you can get 180 pieces, you really don't have to worry about anything. But if you don't need it now, just let it sit in the warehouse. It will come in handy in the future. Ino, who had just woken up, immediately took a look at the perspective picture in her mind. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have missed something exciting because she fell asleep. Why did I fall asleep? I feel like I missed something important. Ino lamented. She originally wanted to stay up late and watch the show, but ended up falling asleep while waiting. After all, Lee Mew saw Mr. Mizuki touching Naruto. Judging from Lee Mew's voice, there must be something going on. It's a pity that I didn't see it. Hinata in the Hyuga family had similar thoughts and felt sorry for missing the exciting part. At the same time, she was also curious about what kind of punishment Naruto would receive for taking away the Book of Seals. Judging from her thoughts, the sealed book was a very important thing, but what shocked her the most was the fact that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. If this was spread, it would definitely scare everyone. Jump. But more people may not believe this kind of thing. After Lee Mew left, he found a place to eat in Konoha village to solve the breakfast problem. I have to say that the food culture in this world is still lacking. I went to many places but there was nothing delicious. The food is very monotonous. Barbecue, meatball desserts, ramen, and pubs are pretty common. Apart from that, there are not many other places to eat. And it's early in the morning, and many places won't be open at all. Well, if we want to survive in the long term, we still have to solve the problem of food. It's really unbearable for me to have to eat these things every day. I still have to make them myself. On the street, Lee Mew couldn't help but sigh. Although I'm not a professional chef, I can make basic home-cooked meals. Anyway, I'm busy, so cooking can pass the time. Ino, Hinata, and even Kushina felt a little incredible when they heard this. After all, in their understanding, the people who cook in the family are women, housewives. They have never seen a man do this. He cooks at home, so when Lee Mew said these words, several people felt incredible. Lee Mew can actually cook and cook for himself. Unbelievable. Ino said in surprise. Because she had already taken the graduation exam, she didn't have to go to class. She was free all of a sudden and could only help her mother take care of the flower shop at home. Hinata of the Hyuga family was at the dojo at the moment. Training. The family rules of the big family are very strict, and everyone has to maintain the honor of the family. Training to improve strength is naturally the first priority, but Hinata can't help but watch the live broadcast from Lee Mu's perspective and seems a little distracted during the training. Kushina in the Pure Land was even more bored. She could only stare at the live broadcast from Lee Mu's perspective, hoping to see what she cared about. Is this guy so boring? If there's anything interesting to do on the street, can't he look at Naruto more? Kushina complained. At this moment, she only cares about Naruto, so she is also looking forward to seeing more of Naruto. It's a pity that this guy named Lee Mu just keeps wandering around the streets of Konoha village. Doing nothing. The graduation exam of the ninja school is over. Next is the orientation meeting. The graduates are arranged into teams of 3, led by Jonin for the real assessment. If you pass, you will become a real genin and start the mission. If you fail, you will have to fight back to ninja school. Lee Mu thought as he walked. There is no problem in passing the assessment, and there will be no doubts about the grouping. It is all determined by default. Unfortunately, I do not have Jonin status, otherwise I would have to join in the fun and apply to lead the genin team. It will definitely be more interesting than now. This system is real. Give me the identity of a genin or a junin, well. But Lee Mu's thoughts aroused the curiosity of both Ino and Hinata. As members of the graduates, they knew that they would be divided into 3-person teams after graduation. In this way, both Ino and Hinata became curious about the teammates she might be assigned to. It's a 3-person team, who will my teammates be? Well. Anyway, it's fine if I'm not in the same team as Sakura, Ino murmured. But what is the real assessment led by the Jonin that Lee Mu mentioned? If you fail to pass, you will have to be sent back to the ninja school. This is too outrageous. It took a lot of effort to graduate from the ninja school. But there is no need to worry. Lee Mu said that there will be no problems in the assessment. Even the groupings are predetermined. It seems that there is no point in thinking too much. But this guy is so annoying. He always talks halfway. Can't he reveal the group information? Kushina. I don't know what kind of people Naruto's companions will be. It's best to be 2 girls, gentle and considerate, like me. Hinata. A group of 3, it's been decided by default. I don't know who my teammates will be. Lee Mu was walking, but suddenly stopped and looked at the shop beside him, with a meaningful smile on his face. With systematic assistance, he will naturally be able to recognize the words on the sign. This is a bookstore. Bookstore, it seems good to buy a few books to pass the time. Lee Mu murmured. When I saw the bookstore, I couldn't help but think of the scene where 12-year-old Naruto took Konohamaru, who was only 8 or 9 years old, to the bookstore to peek at pornographic books. It's really incomprehensible. People in this world seem to be extremely precocious. Children in their teens are already proficient in male love and female love. When we were teenagers, he was still playing in the mud. Reading pornographic books, he would be so shy that he would like to crawl into the ground. Thinking of this, Lee Mu sighed helplessly, and then walked into the bookstore. And this unintentionally revealed information made Ino and Hinata very shocked. After all, Naruto took the younger Konohamaru to the bookstore to read pornographic books. This was really exciting. As expected of Naruto, he actually took Master Konohamaru to read pornographic books. Does the 3rd Hokage have any objections? Ino couldn't help but sigh. Hinata, who was still training, blushed when she heard this. Although she was shy, she knew what pornographic books were, and she didn't expect that the Naruto in her impression would actually do it. After such a thing, you still bring the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, isn't this a bad lesson for children? Sister, are you okay? Seeing her sister's blushing face, Hanabi asked in confusion. I'm fine. Hinata said quickly. Hazu, who was sitting on his knees, couldn't help but frown when he saw Hinata, who was in a bad state. She had no idea what was wrong with Hinata at this time. However, she did not interrupt the training in progress. The Pure Land Kushina couldn't help but cover her face at this moment. How could her Naruto become like this? He was only 12 years old, and he was secretly reading pornographic books, with the grandson of a 3rd-generation old man. Damn it, it couldn't have been taught by Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina couldn't help complaining. When it comes to lust, the first thing she thinks of is Jiraiya. Could it be that her son Naruto will become like Jiraiya? No way. What about her son? How could he become a lecher? What kind of education did Naruto receive over the years, and how could he become like this? In the picture at this time, Lee Mew had already picked up the book in front of him. Kushina was completely speechless when asked her name. None of these men seemed to be good. Ino, Hinata, Kissing Heaven. Jiraiya's writing is really good. No wonder Kissing in Heaven became a bestseller and was even adapted into a movie. Lee Mew looked at the book in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Even Kakashi is addicted to the intimacy paradise and can't help himself. It's really awesome. After all, Jiraiya has been visiting women's bathhouses all year round and collected materials with his own eyes, so he can write such a lifelike story. If this were placed in Phyllu, it would definitely be the #1 novel in the rankings all year round, with no rivals. After reading Intimate Paradise with his own eyes, Lee Mew was really impressed by Jiraiya's writing skills. Although he is also very interested in writing novels, yes, but when it comes to such erotic novels, 100 Lee Mew cannot compare to one Jiraiya. Let alone Jiraiya, I can't even compare to one of Naruto's fingers. Lee Mew sighed in his heart. Although it happened in the future, Naruto helped Jiraiya write Intimate Paradise. By chance, he mixed up the manuscript that was ready to be mailed to the publisher with a letter sent by one daimyo to another daimyo, which eventually led to Intimate Affair. The manuscript of Heaven was delivered to the daimyo. It just so happened that this daimyo was also a loyal reader of Affection Paradise, so he thought it was the sincerity of the other daimyo and finally called off the war. This plot is really impressive. I have to admire Naruto for writing the Intimate Love Paradise, which conquered even the loyal readers of the original work, for inventing the seduction technique, reading astringent love letters, and visiting the women's bathhouse are indeed not in vain. Kushina, Ino, Hinata. Kushina in the Pure Land was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Naruto not only reads erotic letters, he can actually write erotic novels, and judging from Lee Mew's words, he also goes to women's bathhouses. Who the hell did you learn these outrageous bad habits from? It must be that lecherous old man Jiraiya who actually taught Naruto these things. Kushina was itching her teeth. If she could return to the world, she would definitely go to Jiraiya to settle the score. It's good not to teach, but she actually taught Naruto something like this. Is this what an elder should do? I'll give it to you. She knew exactly what kind of book Intimate Paradise was. Naruto could write this kind of thing, and even loyal readers couldn't tell the difference. How experienced he was, even compared to that lecherous old man Jiraiya. Comparable. Kushina just felt heartbroken. How could her child become like this? It was just that Kushina didn't know that Naruto and Jiraiya didn't know each other now. If Kushina knew about it, she would probably be even more angry. Jiraiya, whom she respected, did not know her helpless child. Ino at home was also extremely shocked at this moment. Although he didn't take the initiative, he followed Lee Mew's vision and inner voice and read Intimate Paradise. Naturally, he knew what kind of book Intimate Paradise was. It was hard for her to imagine that Naruto could write this kind of novel. It was really eye-opening. And judging from what Lee Mew said, it seemed like it was normal for Naruto to read love letters and visit women's bathhouses. She couldn't imagine that Naruto, the most naughty and active person in school, would have such hobbies. It really refreshed his knowledge. Hinata's house. Hinata is resting after training. But at this moment, her face was blushing and her expression was slightly complicated. Lee Mew's heart broke her impression of Naruto. In her eyes, Naruto had always been strong, optimistic and hardworking. She just didn't expect that Naruto would have such a preference in a place she didn't know about. Reading dirty love letters and visiting women's bathhouses are unacceptable behaviors for her. Lee Mew didn't know that his unintentional thoughts were ruining Naruto's character. After reading the volume in his hand, Lee Mew closed the book and left the bookstore with the remaining volumes. Lee Mew bought the complete set of Intimate Paradise that has been published, otherwise the store owner would not let him read it in vain. Making Out in Heaven is indeed a good book, you can follow it, and it is really suitable to pass the time when you are bored. After walking out of the bookstore, Lee Mew conveniently put the entire set of Intimate Paradise into the system space, freeing up his hands and feeling relaxed. It really takes a long time to finish reading a book. It's already this time, so let's go get something to eat first. Lee Mew looked at the sky and said slowly. Intimate Heaven is very well written, very detailed, and the writing style is smooth. As a reader, Lee Mew naturally reads more carefully and tastes the mysteries. Therefore, it takes a long time to finish reading this volume. It took quite a while. From this point of view, it was already past noon, and it was time to have lunch, which is the most satisfying feeling. What should I eat? Lee Mew was struggling as he walked around. After all, judging from his walks in Konoha Village in the past 2 days, there are really too few choices in terms of food in Konoha Village. As he walked, he saw something in front of a store. The sign came into view and attracted Lee Mew's attention. Forget it, don't worry about it, just make do with it and eat something. Lee Mew murmured, then walked into the store, asked the boss for a piece of meatballs, and then sat down to eat. Lee Mew doesn't particularly like sweets. It's okay to eat them occasionally, but he can't bear to eat them often. And it's not healthy for the body. The taste is indeed okay, and it's not bad to eat it once in a while. However, if you consume too much sugar, you will easily gain weight. Lee Mew said while eating. Speaking of which, there is a person in Konoha Village who loves eating meatballs, Mitarashi Anko. I remember that this character could eat meatballs as food, and then she became a fat woman more than 10 years later. It seemed that she ate too many sweets. Reason. After saying this, Lee Mew couldn't help but shudder. He felt terrible just thinking about it. He should eat less sweets and only satisfy his cravings occasionally. Lee Mew is very satisfied with his current figure. I don't want to gain weight and lose shape. Ellipsis. Who? How dare you say that I will become a fat woman in the future? In a meatball shop, Mitarashi Anko punched the table in front of her and yelled. The huge movement attracted other diners in the store. Looking at the extremely angry Anko, no one dared to say anything. At this moment, Anko could see in her mind. The picture in the picture was from the perspective of someone eating meatballs. At the same time, all the previous memory pictures appeared in Hongdu's mind. But even so, Hongdu was still very angry. As soon as the screen appeared, I heard this guy named Lee Mew say. Speaking of which, there is a person in Konoha Village who loves meatballs very much. Mitarashi Anko. I remember that this character can eat meatballs as food, and then more than 10 years later she turned into a fat woman. When her name was mentioned, the picture appeared in her mind, and she was told that she would become a fat woman in the future. How could she endure this? Damn it, this guy's mouth must be torn apart. Hongdu shouted angrily, and then rushed out angrily. On the street, Anko rushed towards a certain meatball shop. From the perspective picture in her mind, she could tell which meatball shop it was. As a loyal meatball lover, she knows the meatball shop in Konoha Village better than her own family. When she goes over and finds this guy named Lee Mew, she must teach this guy a lesson. They were strangers to each other, but they actually started by saying that she would become a fat woman in the future. Even though he understood Lee Mew's origin, the image in his mind was too strange. If she hadn't confirmed it, she would have thought that someone had used an illusion on her. Unfortunately, this is not the case. This is reality. The picture is real. This person named Lee Mew is a real time traveler. The most important thing is that he said that he would become a fat woman. It is even more true. Everything else doesn't matter, but this is absolutely unbearable. She is young and beautiful, loves to eat meatballs, and will never get tired of eating them, and she will never become a fat woman. Lee Mew doesn't know what Anne's intentions are, saying that she will become a fat woman. The other side. After Lee Mew finished eating the meatballs, he walked out of the meatball shop with satisfaction. Then I continued walking along the street, thinking about what I should do in the afternoon. But at this moment, Li Mu suddenly felt a sense of crisis approaching. Looking towards the house on the side, he saw a figure jumping down, raising his fist and hitting him. Li Mu immediately jumped into the air to avoid the sudden attack. Mitarashi red beans. Li Mu was shocked, feeling extremely surprised, and at the same time very confused. Logically speaking, this was the first time he saw Anko Mitarashi, so why would she suddenly attack him? Could it be that the system was afraid that there was something wrong with the identity given to him? With Mitarashi, Anko has a grudge. This shouldn't happen. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko's face is full of anger. It's obvious that she is angry. It's obviously not a simple matter. Let me see where you run away. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. With one blow, Hongdo looked at Li Mu, who jumped into the air, and directly raised his hand towards Li Mu in midair. People in midair cannot move freely, and jumping into midair was his biggest mistake. The moment Hongdo stretched out his hand, 4 snakes flew out of Hongdo's sleeves, opened their bloody mouths and attacked Li Mu in midair. Damn it! Moon Step! Li Mu screamed, feeling his scalp numb. He quickly used his strength in the air and jumped continuously to distance himself from Hongdo's attack. After living for so many years, Li Mu basically had nothing to fear, but for creatures like snakes, he had this instinctive fear as difficult to overcome. This also reminds Li Mu of Orochimaru, a strange man who advocates science and transcends gender and species. Seeing this hidden shadow snake hand move reminds me of Orochimaru. No matter how strong the people in this world are, they will never make me fearful, but I am really a little afraid of Orochimaru. If you were just watching anime, it would be nothing, but now you are in this world, everything is reality. Orochimaru, who advocates science and transcends gender and species, is indeed a very charming character. But in this world, the fear of spiritual instinct is still difficult to overcome. Thinking of this, Li Mu turned around and left. This Mitarashi Anko didn't know why he was crazy, and he actually launched a surprise attack. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that the attack failed, Hongdo quickly retracted her ninjutsu, jumped onto the roof nearby, and chased Li Mu from the building. Not only did this guy say that she would become a fat woman, but now he also said that she was crazy. He also mentioned it in his heart. That Orochimaru made her even more angry. It would be difficult to eliminate the anger in her heart without giving him a lesson. Ellipsis ellipsis. There are actually girls playing with snakes, which makes people's scalp numb just by looking at them. There is also the one named Orochimaru, who is frightened just by hearing his name. It transcends gender and species. Is this really a human being? Ino couldn't help but say after seeing this paragraph. From Li Mu's perspective, she was also frightened when she saw several snakes flying out of the sleeves of the man named Anko and attacking with their bloody mouths open. It was like Li Mu said the same thing in his heart. The fear of snakes is instinctive and difficult to overcome. Why did this person named Hongdu suddenly attack Li Mu? Hinata is a little confused about the situation that Li Mu is encountering now. Although she is also a little afraid of snakes, she is more concerned about the reason why Hongdu attacked Li Mu. Logically speaking, Li Mu came from another world and is not the same as this world. The ninjas of Konoha village shouldn't attack him without any reason. However, there is no one to answer this question for her. Maybe she can find the reason. In the Pure Land. Kushina did not expect to hear another familiar name at this time. Orochimaru. Kushina murmured, it is indeed a scary existence. It is not a matter of strength, it is simply because Orochimaru's snake-like temperament and eyes will make people feel scared from the bottom of their hearts. However, he seems to know something incredible. Beyond gender and beyond species, isn't Orochimaru human? I had no knowledge of this before. In short, it was always a scary existence. Moreover, the reason why this female ninja named Hongdu suddenly launched a sudden attack on Li Mu is also intriguing. Kushina thought. She clearly remembered that Li Mu mentioned Mitarashi red beans while eating meatballs. He also said some words, including that Mitarashi red beans would turn into a fat woman in the future. Not long after saying this Mitarashi Anko approached Li Mu and took action directly. According to common sense, Li Mu was a time traveler and had only arrived in Konoha village for 2 days. He didn't know Mitarashi Anko, and there was no conflict. With this in mind, Mitarashi Anko took action. The reason for the attack on Li Mu is intriguing. If I were told that I would become a fat woman in the future, I would probably be very angry too. Kushina murmured. If you think about it from this perspective, it makes sense why Mitarashi Anko was so angry and took action. Perhaps, I am not the only one who can see the live broadcast from the perspective of Li Mu, the time traveler, and this Hongdu can probably do it too. In addition, there may be others who are like us. The most critical point is that Li Mu, the time traveler, does not know that anyone can see his perspective. From this point of view, he looks a bit like a tool man. As an adult, Kushina has more thoughtful thoughts and more comprehensive thinking. This can be regarded as learning a very important information all at once. Maybe she can have some connections with other people who can see Li Mu's perspective. Maybe. What does this red bean want to do? I just saw her for the first time today. I didn't offend her. Why are you chasing me so hard? It's like you did something intolerable to her. Li Mu ran all the way, full of doubts in his heart. You could also see that Anko was chasing him desperately behind him, with no intention of giving up. As a special Junin of Konoha, and also a disciple of Orochimaru, Anko's strength it's still okay. Haha. That's right when we first met, but you offended me. Hearing Li Mu's inner voice, Hongdo secretly thought. All the way after chasing her, she could always hear Li Mu complaining about her in her mind's perspective, which made Hongdo even more and more angry. So, how could she let him go so easily? But at this moment, Hongdo suddenly saw Li Mu in front of him and stopped suddenly. Did you finally stop running away? Hongdo stopped and smiled. I suddenly realized that I have no enmity with you, so why should I run away? Li Mu turned around and said. You were carrying out a sneak attack without any reason. Even if you want to kill me, you still have to tell me a reason so that I can die more clearly. I won't kill you, but I have to beat you up today to make me calm down. Who told you? As Hongdo said this, she planned to tell Li Mu what she heard about her turning into a fat woman. But the words suddenly stopped when he reached his lips. The moment he wanted to repeat what he heard, the same feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. That's a death threat. Hongdo immediately realized the problem. He had noticed the note at the bottom of the screen that could not reveal the existence of the screen. At first, Hongdo didn't pay too much attention, she just wanted to find Li Mu to vent her anger. But now she realized that no, she couldn't directly reveal the existence of the live broadcast from Li Mu's perspective, nor could she reveal it from the side. If she said what Li Mu said from what she saw in the picture, Li Mu would probably be able to guess the relevant questions, which could be regarded as revealing the existence of the picture. Hongdo gritted her teeth, knowing that she couldn't say what she wanted to say. The threat of death was real, and she couldn't take Li Mu's life seriously in order to answer his doubts. Besides, she just wanted to beat Li Mu to vent her anger. It made no difference whether Li Mu knew the reason or not. Li Mu looked at Hongdu's hesitant expression and became even more confused. So, can you explain clearly what the reason is? Li Mu continued. There is no reason, I just want to beat you up to vent my anger. I wanted to say it but couldn't. Anko became even more angry. She yelled and rushed towards Li Mu. Li Mu. Ino. Hinata. Kushina. There is a reason but can't say it. Sure enough, it's a threat of death. Everything can be explained. This female ninja named Hongdo can indeed see the same scene as me. Li Mu felt helpless as he looked at Hongdo, who rushed over regardless. The attack was already in front of him, and if there was any problem, he could only deal with it after the fight. And looking at Hongdo's appearance, it was obvious that he would not give up easily, so he had to control her first, and he felt domineeringly, sensing Hongdo's every move. At the same time, Hongdo was unable to hit Li Mu with any physical or ninjutsu attacks, and Li Mu was just avoiding her attacks at all. The meaning of counterattack also made Hongdo feel irritable. You guy, don't hide, fight back. Hongdo shouted. Li Mu only dodged and did not fight back. This made Hongdu feel like his fist was hitting cotton. He was very weak. You said you were going to beat me up, but if I didn't hide, I would be a fool. Li Mu responded, if you feel tired, stop and talk about it. What's going on? I'm still confused now. Snort. I already said there was no reason, I was just a little angry and wanted to find someone to beat him up. Hongdu hummed. Then you are going too far. You want to beat me up for no reason. No one can accept it. In this case, I can only ask you to stop first. Li Mu said bluntly. If you can do it, give it a try. Hongdu responded, while continuing to attack Li Mu. However, as soon as Hongdu finished speaking, the figure of Li Mu who was avoiding her attack suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Hongdu was startled. Before she could react, she felt her body tightening and being restrained. Behind Hongdu, Li Mu was just pressed against her. He circled around him, holding his arms, and held her. He hugged her tightly and strangled her neck with his right arm, completely restricting her movements. The only things she could move were her palms and 2 legs, but she was restricted by Li Mu and could not do anything else. This is not the teleportation technique as you understand it, it is just a physical technique that can be done after rigorous training, or you can think that I burst out at extremely fast speed in an instant. Li Mu said slowly. Let me go. Enko struggled and shouted. Being restrained by a man from behind felt so strange that it made her uncomfortable. Let you go. Isn't that asking for trouble? It's okay to let you go, but you have to promise not to do anything again. I don't have the patience to fool around with you. Li Mu said bluntly. Hongdu came to attack him for no reason, but it turned out that he just wanted to find someone to vent his anger. This made Li Mu a little angry. Didn't he regard him as a scapegoat? If he didn't have such strength, wouldn't it be necessary to be a punching bag for her? After hearing Li Mu's words, Hongdu gritted her teeth and calmed down a little after she stopped. She really wanted to beat Li Mu to vent her anger. But judging from the current situation, she probably had no intention of beating this guy. Judging from the strength shown by this guy, he was probably stronger than her. It was a good result that she didn't get beaten. Haven't thought about it yet. Seeing Hongdu thinking deeply, Li Mu reminded him. Although he was unconvinced and angry in his heart, Hongdu had to make concessions at this moment. If Li Mu restrained him like this anymore, it would feel strange. You can ask me to stop, but you must appease me and treat me to 3-color meatballs to calm me down. Hongdu said. If you can't match your strength, you can only find it through food. To appease you. Why, on the first day we met, we didn't even recognize each other. Li Mu said. He is just a genin, but he doesn't have much money in savings. How can he be slaughtered? Hongdu. You are a time traveler. You know people in this world better than anyone else. How dare you say you don't know them? If you don't agree, then I will come to trouble you every day. If I can't beat you, I will annoy you to death. Hongdu gritted his teeth and said. Li Mu. At this moment, Ino looked at this scene on the screen and frowned. Because it was a first-person perspective, it was easy to see that Li Mu hugged the female ninja named Hongdu tightly from behind and had a close contact. This look is really unpleasant. Is it really appropriate to have your body so close? Isn't Li Mu taking advantage of others? Ino questioned. No, this is just Li Mu's way of getting Hongdu to stop. If she wasn't restricted like this, she wouldn't stop at all. This woman's motives are really suspicious. Would anyone really vent their anger to a stranger for no reason? After she was done, she asked Li Mu to treat her to meatballs. It was simply an evil plan. Could it be that this woman was trying to get close to Li Mu? Li Mu is so handsome, it seems normal to be targeted by girls. It feels like he has one more competitor. In a short period of time, Ino figured out countless questions on his own. The amount of information was enough to make a bloody romance movie. Hinata's house. Hinata looked at the scene on the screen, but she didn't have many ideas. She just blushed and felt a little embarrassed. After all, a boy hugging a girl from behind made her nervous and shy. If Li Mu hugged her, She would definitely not be able to bear it. She wanted to faint on the spot. Hinata felt that this kind of intimate action was too early for her. As a person who had experienced it, she didn't even pay much attention to it. Lidu is different from others. If you look at it this way, this female ninja has a pretty good figure, right? Kushina said with a faint smile. Because at this moment, the position where Lee Mu's left arm was hugging was just under Anko's chest. When the arms tightened, Anko's breasts were perfectly exposed. Moreover, the postures of the two did not look like enemies. More like lovers, too close. Ellipsis. Lee Mu at the scene also fell silent at this moment. He never expected that Hongdu would go even further. It was obviously her who attacked me without any reason, and now she actually asked me to treat me to 3-color meatballs. Isn't this the proper bandit style? Lee Mu secretly thought. But, if I don't agree, this guy will bother me every day. This is not okay. I can't let this tree delay me from searching for the entire forest. Although I don't have much money, I can still afford a portion of 3-color meatballs. If I can solve the problem with a portion of 3-color meatballs, I'll take some losses. Hearing Lee Mu's thoughts, Hongdu almost couldn't help but complain. She said that she would become a fat woman, so she just asked him to eat 3-color meatballs. She actually felt that she was at a disadvantage. As promised, I'll treat you to 3-color meatballs and stop bothering me. Lee Mu said helplessly. As soon as he said these words, it seemed as if he had done something bad to Hongdu and was inviting guests to apologize. She was obviously the one who made the move first. Just talking won't do it, please tell me later. Hongdu said bluntly. Lee Mu sighed, and then let go of Hongdu. Hongdu didn't do anything again. Instead of doing meaningless things, it would be better to take advantage of as much as possible. Then, Lee Mu took Hongdu towards the previous meatball shop, walking in the direction of the store. Along the way, Lee Mu could feel the murderous aura and resentment coming from behind. This also made Lee Mu feel even more confused. The murderous aura was coming out, but he didn't seem to have done anything. With a calm attitude, Lee Mu brought Hongdu to the meatball shop, hoping to solve the problem quickly. Go ahead and order it yourself, I'll pay for it, and finish your meal quickly. Walking into the store, Lee Mu said helplessly. Boss, give me 10, no, 23-color meatballs. Hongdu immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Yes, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. When the store owner saw the big customer, he immediately became energetic and started to prepare immediately. 20 portions. You want to die? Lee Mu shouted directly. Treat me to meatballs, this is what you promised, how many you want to eat is my decision. Seeing Lee Mu lose his composure, Hongdu immediately laughed and said. You said I turned into a fat woman, this loss must be made up for. Quote ellipsis quote. Lee Mu took a deep breath and suppressed some of the anger in his heart. It's just 20 portions. It's not that I can't pay for it. To put things to rest, I want to see how you finish eating these 20 portions. Lee Mu thought to himself. Make an agreement in advance that if you can finish it, I will pay for it, but if you can't finish it and it's a waste, I won't care. Lee Mu said immediately. Hearing Lee Mu's voice in the picture, Hongdu showed a disdainful smile. Meatballs are her favorite food. No matter how many there is no possibility of not finishing them, and there will be no waste. Ha. Boss, add 10 more. Hongdu chuckled and howled again. Yes, 30 portions of 3-color meatballs. The boss readily agreed. Lee Mu's face twitched, but he didn't explode. He took a deep breath, lowered his blood pressure, and sat down aside. 30 cents, I really want to bankrupt him. But Lee Mu failed. He didn't lose his cool because of the money issue, he was gambling. 30 servings of 3-color meatballs, I don't believe you can finish them all without leaving a single one. You think you are Hinata, Kaiwei. Lee Mu thought in his heart. As long as you have one pill left, I will have a reason not to pay the bill and let you consume it on your own, and you will suffer at your own expense. After hearing this idea, Hongdu glanced at Lee Mu, and then sat down at the table. There was no way to get her to pay the bill. Today must open Lee Mu's eyes to what it means to eat your favorite food without limits. Exclamation mark. It's only 30 copies, it's just something that can be easily obtained. Ellipsis ellipsis. 30 servings of meatballs, is this person also a big eater? Can you finish eating this? Ino couldn't help complaining. 30 portions of meatballs, just thinking about it, makes her feel terrible. She is someone who can't eat 3 portions. 30 portions, she can't even think about it. If it's the 46 bowls of ramen that Lee Mu said, Hinata, the champion of big stomach, is not a problem at all. Others may not be able to. Ino also understood why Lee Mu said that Midori Anko would become a fat woman if she ate this way. It's considered a blessing. Ellipsis ellipsis. Hinata, who was mentioned by Lee Mu again, blushed with embarrassment. Why do you always mention me? I don't often eat too much. Hinata whispered to herself. Of course she has no problem with the 30-minute meatballs. But if you eat these 30-minute meatballs, the sugar and calories will be off the charts. Eating like this will make it difficult not to gain weight. She doesn't dare to do that. Eat and drink indiscriminately, even if you have a big appetite. In the store, the table in front of Hongdu was filled with 3-color meatballs, a total of 30 pieces, not a single one missing. Just looking at it makes me feel sugary. At least just sitting here, Lee Mu felt that he could smell the strong sweetness, which made people lose their appetite. On the other hand, Anko, who was opposite, was already drooling when looking at the meatballs in front of her, and she was constantly excited. Lee Mu just watched like this. He wanted to see how Hongdu finished the 30 portions of 3-color meatballs. Hongdu, who was facing Wanzi, had completely ignored Lee Mu, and only saw Wanzi in front of him. No matter what Lee Mu's eyes were, he just picked up the meatballs in front of him and ate them, with an expression of satisfaction and happiness on his face. Not only Lee Mu was watching, Ino, Hinata, and Kushina were also watching Anko eating meatballs through Lee Mu's perspective. If they had no idea about 30 portions of meatballs at first, now, looking at the meatballs on the table, they already have a complete and clear idea. It's just this amount, I'm scared to eat it in one sitting. Can't even think about it. Only Hinata looked at it calmly and didn't find it difficult. But she was also curious, did the female ninja named Anko have as big an appetite as hers? At least this amount is definitely not something that most people can eat. To be able to eat such a large amount in one sitting is definitely not an ordinary person. I was eating the red beans one by one, feeling extremely satisfied and happy. Lee Mu felt a sense of wonder and emotion as he watched the red beans go down one after another without feeling greasy at all. It's really cruel, you can eat it one by one and you won't get tired of it. Lee Mu thought in his heart. Based on the way she eats, it's really not surprising that she will gain weight and become fat in the future, and I remember that after she became fat, she would never leave her hands with all kinds of snacks. As soon as Lee Mu thought of this, he suddenly heard a crisp cracking sound. In shock, his eyes were fixed on the mark on Hongdo's palm, as well as Hongdo's resentful expression. What's wrong? Any questions? Lee Mu asked with a frown. It's nothing, just looking at you affects my appetite. Hongdu said. What's wrong with her liking to eat meatballs? Eating meatballs can make her fat. She is a ninja and has a lot of daily practice. How could she gain weight just because of such a small snack? Lee Mu. Lee Mu was silent for a moment, then stood up silently and sat silently on the other side, with his back facing Hongdu's direction. When I watched anime in the past, maybe it was because the plot was too small and I didn't know much about Midori Anko. Unexpectedly, now that I'm seeing it from a realistic perspective, I find that this Anko doesn't feel right. She doesn't look like a normal person. Lee Mu continued to think in his mind. Just by sitting there, I felt like I had offended her. She also said that looking at me affected her appetite. Are you kidding me? After all, I am also known as the new generation Yanzu. All the girls chasing me are lined up at the school gate. Are you saying that seeing me affects your appetite? Please, if this were the case in the past, the girls in our school would have scolded me to death for saying such things. Hongdu looked at Lee Mu's back. Listening to his inner confession, she took a deep breath and silently ate the meatballs in front of her. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't reveal the relevant images in her mind, she would have pointed at Li Mu no matter what. But now, I can only bear it silently, curse him in my heart, and then eat more meatballs to keep myself from feeling at a disadvantage. After eating the meatballs, Enko's feelings also changed. When she first ate them, she felt satisfied and happy. But after finishing 10 portions, she felt a little tired and a little full. When I was eating, I was so full that I felt like vomiting. But in order to get rid of Li Mu's wool, I must not give in. If I said 30 portions, I would have to eat these 30 meatballs. She was cowarded and had to pay for it herself. She didn't know why she was so angry and was in a dilemma now. She thought it was a bit too simple. She thought she could eat meatballs as a meal and there would be no problem if she ate more. At this moment, Hongdu realized that 30 servings was a bit too much. But when he saw Li Mu sitting next to him, Hongdu could only eat the cruel words he had said, and he had to fulfill them even if he cried. It was a joke in the eyes of others, and Li Mu felt a little frightened when he saw Hongdu stuffing the meatballs into his mouth like he was desperately trying. This woman is so cruel to herself. It looks like I have to buy this item today. I feel sorry for my wallet. I don't have much money left. After buying this order, I guess eating will be a problem. My status as a genin is arranged by the system, and there will be no Junin to take me with me to complete the mission, so I have to find a way to solve the financial problem. Li Mu couldn't help but secretly thought. Ino, Hinata, and Kushina couldn't help but nodded. Enko's behavior at this moment was indeed a bit shocking. It was simply destroying her body. She was obviously full, and she was still eating the meatballs desperately. I was shocked to see it. It seemed that Hongdu, who was already struggling to eat the meatballs, suddenly brightened up when he heard Li Mu's patient voice, and started eating the meatballs faster. Speed. I was already thinking that if I really couldn't eat any more, I would give up and pay for it myself. But when I heard that Li Mu had sold out this order, he almost ran out of money to eat, and he couldn't take on missions to earn money like a normal genin. Reward. Hongdu immediately became energetic and decided to finish the meatballs no matter what, forcing Li Mu to pay the bill. It would not be a loss at all if he could see Li Mu's dilemma. Time passed by, and the number of meatballs on the table gradually decreased. Finally, Enko stuffed the last ball in her hand into her mouth with difficulty, her face bulging. There was no other way, she really couldn't swallow it anymore. The balls had already filled her esophagus, and she could only hold the last few balls in her mouth with difficulty. Enko lay back, listening to her stomach, not daring to make a sound, feeling like she might spurt out at any time. Boom, boom, boom. Hongdu raised his hand and knocked on the table with difficulty, making a sound that attracted Li Mu's attention, and then pointed at the boss. Li Mu naturally understood what she meant, but looking at Hongdu's funny look, he shook his head helplessly. Then I went to pay. This woman is hopeless. Isn't she afraid of breaking herself to save money? Ino. How cruel. Kushina. Isn't she going to have a problem? Is it necessary to do this? Seeing his wallet being emptied one after another, Li Mu could only sigh helplessly. He still had to fulfill his words. Besides, why was he blackmailed when he met Hongdu for the first time? Did she come here to touch Sir on purpose? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Hongdu's behavior is so weird and there is no reason. Only Peng Sir can explain this kind of unreasonable behavior. Red beans. At this moment, Enko wanted to retort, but she didn't dare to speak. As soon as she opened her mouth, the food in her mouth and throat would spurt out. It would be very embarrassing if he vomited in front of Li Mu. Just digest it slowly. Goodbye. Li Mu said hello casually, and then walked out of the meatball shop. Seeing Li Mu leaving, Hongdu finally couldn't hold on anymore, stood up with all his strength, and rushed out the door quickly. After looking around to make sure he didn't see Li Mu, he quickly came to the corner. Enko vomited out all the countless meatballs in one breath. Not to mention the ones she chewed, you could even see a lot of them intact. After spitting out all the meatballs in her mouth and esophagus, Enko suddenly felt a little better. A little bit. But I haven't vomited it out yet and it's still bloated. Damn Lee Mew, I remember you, I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. Hongdu said with difficulty while clenching her fists. After the words fell, Hongdu looked at her right hand, silently stretched out a middle finger and stabbed her throat. She had eaten too many balls forcibly, and she just felt that her stomach was about to be eaten. It exploded. If I don't spit it out, I really can't bear it. This Hongdu really had a brain problem, but I didn't do anything. I even invited her to eat meatballs, and she actually said that she wanted to return the humiliation to me. I didn't understand why. On the nearby roof, Lee Mew was looking at the red beans that were inducing vomiting for him. Naturally, Lee Mew heard what she said, and she simply forced him to eat. Lee Mew shook his head, didn't bother to care anymore, turned around and jumped directly. Left on another street. This woman is really not very smart. How can a normal person eat so many meatballs? Seeing the scene of Anko vomiting wildly, Ino couldn't help but complain. Will you vomit just by eating these? Can't you eat so many meatballs? Hinata murmured in confusion. As for Kushina in the Pure Land, she had no reaction to this scene. In her opinion, Anko's behavior was asking for trouble. Ellipsis. Lee Mew left the meatball shop and went directly to the hot spring area. Mainly because I was sweating a little from being tortured by Hongbin earlier, and now my body is not very comfortable due to the sweat stains. Go soak in a hot spring. It is the most comfortable after you sweat. Lee Mew said slowly. Before this, Lee Mew had only been to the hot spring once, and it was when he was traveling outside. There is no hot spring culture like in my childhood in China, so there are very few opportunities to soak in hot springs. But now that I have traveled to this world, I have to experience it more. When they heard Lee Mew talking about going to the hot springs, both Ino and Hinata were shocked, and the figure of Lee Mew before in front of the waiting mirror came to mind. Didn't Lee Mew say he didn't have much money? He still wanted to go to the hot springs. Would he see something he shouldn't have seen again? Ino said to himself. Anyway, I saw what I shouldn't have seen, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, it's just a first-person view, and there's no life-size mirror in the hot spring. Thinking of this, Ino gave up the idea of not watching. There was indeed nothing to worry about. Hinata just blushed slightly and was debating whether to continue watching. While Hinata was struggling, Lee Mew had already arrived at a hot spring bath. There was steam everywhere. Lee Mew paid, changed and took off his clothes, and then entered the steamy bath. Fortunately, they didn't see anything too exciting. Ah, so comfortable. Lee Mew leaned on the edge of the bath and exclaimed. Soaking in the comfortable hot spring water really makes people completely relaxed physically and mentally, and it's extremely comfortable. The hot springs are really impressive, right? It reminds me of the welfare scene in the original Naruto novel. Lee Mew continued to murmur. But the most surprising thing is Hinata. She usually wears loose clothes and doesn't show off her body, but when she soaks in a hot spring, she actually floats. As soon as she said these words, Hinata, who was still silently watching the scene from Lee Mew's perspective, blushed instantly. But luckily she held on and did not faint on the spot. She just felt as if she had no privacy in Lee Mew's eyes. Was stared at. She had obviously never experienced such a thing, but hearing it from Lee Mew made her feel too ashamed. Hinata is developing so well. Normally you can't tell at all, Ino said doubtfully. Men really like girls with big breasts, and Lee Mew probably does the same. Thinking of this, Ino couldn't help but start to think about whether there is any way to grow up quickly. Ellipsis. Just when several people had different ideas, Lee Mew's words once again attracted the attention of several people. If you don't want to talk about the figure, you still have to look at Tsunade. Although she is 40 or 50 years old, due to the art of Baihao, her figure and appearance are still at the level of a 20-year-old girl, and her figure is even more majestic. Proud of Konoha, it's just a pity that Tsunade is not in Konoha at this time. Ino, At the age of 40 or 50, she still maintains the level of a 20-year-old girl. This 100-year-old technique is so attractive. Hinata. The art of hundreds of heroes. Both Ino and Hinata were surprised. 40 or 50 years old is already an old age for a woman. There is no woman who is not afraid of the erosion of time, and there is no woman who does not care about herself. There is no woman who is not afraid of getting older, and there is no woman who does not want to keep her youthful appearance. But now, a living counterexample is in front of them. It would be false to say that they are not interested. Tsunade Hime, the Sannin, still maintains her youthful appearance even now. Quote. Kushina felt a little surprised. She naturally knew Tsunade and had seen her before, but the Tsunade she met at that time was still young. It is hard to imagine that after so many years, Tsunade still maintains a young attitude. Tsunade Hime is one of the 3 ninjas with the same name as Jiraiya. They are all ninjas of the previous generation, and they are already the elders, but they still maintain their youthful posture and appearance. This is so attractive to girls. Ellipsis. A tavern somewhere thousands of miles away. Tsunade was drinking wine when she suddenly frowned and looked at Shizune beside her. Shizune, do you know anyone from Limieux? Tsunade asked. Seeing that her question was answered smoothly, Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this does not belong to the category of revealing the existence of the picture in her mind. Do not know. Tsunade-sama, why do you suddenly ask such a question? What happened to this man named Limieux? Shizune asked doubtfully. Nothing. Do not worry about it. Tsunade said casually while drinking wine. However, her mind had long been attracted by the picture that suddenly appeared in her mind. Ah, it's really comfortable. Limieux sighed again. At this moment, he was so lazy that he didn't want to move at all. However, Limieux still stood up from the hot spring, stretched, walked out of the bath and put on a bathrobe. The hot spring was really relaxing. It was restrained, but it was not good to run for too long. After leaving the steamy bath, I felt refreshed. Just as I was changing my clothes, there was suddenly an extremely noisy sound from the women's bath next door. Ping pong seemed to be demolishing the house, and bursts of screams could be heard. This voice. Limieux was startled. The scream sounded a bit familiar to him. Naruto, it's you again. Time and time again, it's really hopeless. It's really too much, peeping again. Ellipsis. Along with the noise came the shouts and curses of women. It is indeed Naruto. The girls use the word, true spirituality. It seems that this is not the first time that Naruto has spied on them. No, they have watched them openly. Limieux smiled lightly and said. Others were peeping quietly, but Naruto used the transformation technique to transform into a girl and went to the female bathhouse to watch openly. Speaking of which, at this time, he must be carrying Konohamaru. Thinking of this, Limieux quickly walked out of the bathhouse after getting dressed. Then at the door he saw Naruto, who was kicked out of the entrance of the women's bathhouse next door, and the little devil Konohamaru. Naruto and Konoha, who were kicked out of the women's bathhouse, Maru panicked and ran to the other side. Boss, you are so miserable. Konohamaru looked at Naruto with a bruised nose and swollen face and couldn't help but say. None of this is important, do you see clearly? Naruto asked as he ran. Well, you can see it clearly. Konohamaru followed and nodded. Limieux looked at the 2 people running away, thought for a moment, and then followed them directly. Ellipsis. In the Pure Land. Kushina's entire face turned dark. When the 12-year-old Naruto, whom Limieux had mentioned before, took the 89-year-old Konohamaru to read love letters and peek into the women's bathhouse, she was still a little angry. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, it was impossible to describe her mood at the moment. This is her biological son. How could he develop such bad habits at such a young age? Not only is it a bad habit, it's even done with younger children. She didn't know what to say anymore, and judging from the sounds at the scene, Naruto was already a habitual offender. As a woman, I naturally understand how bad it is for a man to peek into a women's bathhouse. This is simply worse than Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was just peeping, and Naruto had already entered the women's bathhouse openly. Ellipsis ellipsis. I had only heard Lee Emu's written description before, but now I saw it with my own eyes. It was really shocking. Naruto actually led Master Konohamaru to do such a thing. Does the third Hokage-sama not care about it? Ino couldn't help but say. As a girl, she is extremely resistant to voyeurism, let alone being watched openly by men. Ellipsis ellipsis. Hinata was silent at the moment, her eyes slightly complicated. Seeing Naruto enter the women's bathhouse and being kicked out was completely different from the feeling described by Lee Mew. At this moment, Naruto's image in her mind plummeted. No matter which girl you are, I'm afraid it's hard to accept being peeped by a man in the bathhouse, let alone doing it openly. Ellipsis ellipsis. Naruto had already run into a forest with Konohamaru. And Lee Mew also came here shortly after, swaggering towards Naruto and Konohamaru. You are so brave, you dare to enter the women's bathhouse. Lee Mew shouted sternly. Naruto and Konohamaru were shocked when they heard the sudden sound, and stared at Lee Mew, who was walking over with vigilance. Boss, are you here to catch us? Konoha said in panic. Who are you? Naruto asked, staring at Lee Mew. Me, my name is Shinma Rimyu, genin of Konoha village. Lee Mew introduced himself and pointed to the forehead protector wrapped around his waist. As for forehead protectors, Lee Mew didn't like to wear anything on his head. Fortunately, he wrapped it around his waist. This may also be because of the fake the face Knight has seen too many connections. In addition, it is very convenient to wrap around the waist. It is not in the way at all and does not cause any discomfort. Genin. You are so old and you are actually a genin, you must be very weak. Konohamaru shouted. Really, this is my first time seeing a genin as old as you. Naruto agreed. Hearing this, Lee Mew's eyes twitched. These two boys really know how to talk. Although Lee Mew thought it was nothing, the words sounded too sarcastic. Kushina in the Pure Land hearing this, Lee Mew couldn't help but laugh out loud. He ran over to join in the fun, but was ridiculed directly. You guys are really good at talking. I am a genin just because I don't want to be promoted. It doesn't mean that I only have the strength of a genin. Lee Mew said. But you don't look strong at all. Naruto continued, it doesn't matter. What do you want to do? I just thought you two were quite brave, so I just came over to have a look. Lee Mew said casually. He doesn't have the courage to do such a thing in a women's bathhouse openly. Aren't you here to catch us? Konohamaru asked again. What? I thought they were here to arrest us, it made me so nervous. Naruto immediately relaxed and smiled. If I wanted to arrest you, I wouldn't waste so much time talking to you. Lee Mew said. We are not peeping at the women's bathhouse, but we are here to practice ninjutsu. Konohamaru continued to shout. Real or fake? What kind of ninjutsu? Show it. Lee Mew asked deliberately. Hee. Watch carefully, but don't be shocked. Konohamaru smiled confidently, then raised his hands to form the seal of the transformation technique. With a burst of smoke, a burly, severely fat, and extremely ugly woman wearing only a swimsuit appeared in front of Lee Mew. Lee Mew immediately covered his eyes and turned away. He knew that Konohamaru was very poor at seducing in his early days. But seeing the result of this seduction technique with your own eyes is really shocking. Fool. Seduction is not like this. Naruto immediately knocked Konohamaru on the head, causing him to release the transformation technique. No. Konohamaru said doubtfully. It seems that he has no correct understanding of his transformation technique at all. Look at me. Transform. Naruto said as he used the transformation technique and transformed into a blonde, blue-eyed, naked beauty. Hearing the sound, Lee Mew turned around, looked at Naruto's transformation, and took a deep breath. I took a deep breath and my heart beat a little faster. As expected of Naruto, he is experienced. Give him a thumbs up. Lee Mew was not strict with sex and said silently in his heart. Boss, isn't this completely useless? Looking at the expressionless and calm Lee Mew, Konohamaru couldn't help but say. With a burst of smoke, Naruto released the transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. How could it be completely useless? Even my seduction skills can be defeated by Iruka-sensei and the third-generation grandfather. Naruto couldn't help but murmur. This was the first time he saw someone completely unresponsive after being seduced by him. Lee Mew just smiled faintly, then walked to the side and sat down. This is the ninjutsu you are going to practice. It's really special, but it's useless to me. Lee Mew said with a faint smile. He is in this world, and he does not have two-dimensional attributes. He will not faint with green blood just because he sees a seductive spell. Boss, this guy is so strong that even your trump card against Grandpa is useless. Konohamaru looked at Naruto and complained. Seeing that his boss's strength was questioned, Naruto smiled awkwardly. Haha. This is just the most basic seduction technique, but I have a stronger trump card. Naruto said confidently. Wow. Boss, let me see it. Konohamaru said with a look of admiration. Look at me, the art of shadow clone. Naruto immediately formed a shadow clone and created more than a dozen clones. Amazing. Konohamaru exclaimed as he looked at the dozen clones. At this time, a dozen Narutos formed seals and used the transformation technique at the same time. Bang bang bang. With bursts of smoke, a dozen blonde and blue-eyed Lolita appeared in front of Lee Mew, and then they rushed towards Lee Mew. Lord Lee Mew. And Lee Mew was a little uneasy at this moment, and his old face turned red. Although it is a transformation technique, the touch is real. Even if it is bent, it must be straightened. Go practice your ninjutsu on me, fool around. Lee Mew immediately grabbed a girl in front of him and threw it out. She hit the ground and turned into smoke and disappeared. It was obviously Naruto's clone. Naruto was stunned and immediately released the transformation technique and shadow clone. How is it possible that my harem skills are useless? Naruto said in confusion. This is a harem technique. If it were a third-generation old man, he would definitely have a nosebleed and faint on the spot. Lee Mew just blushed and was fine. This was too beyond his understanding. Boss, what a shame. Konohamaru complained. I originally thought that the harem technique would be very lethal, but in the end, Lee Mew just blushed. Then do you want to learn it or not? Naruto looked at Konohamaru and said bluntly. Of course you have to learn, as long as you can defeat Grandpa, that's enough. This man must be stronger than Grandpa. Konohamaru shouted. Lee Mew took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. He didn't expect that Naruto would use the harem technique to deal with him, which was too underestimated for him. But Naruto's transformation technique is really for fun superb. Do you want to stay here and watch us practice ninjutsu? Naruto looked at Lee Mew helplessly and asked. I really saw a ghost today. I actually met someone who was not affected by the seduction technique. You practice yours, I'll be here for a while. Lee Mew said. Upon seeing this, Naruto began to guide Konohamaru in learning the seduction technique. Lee Mew also turned around very wisely. If Naruto's current seduction technique is eye-catching, then Konohamaru is an eyesore. He didn't want to endure this eye-catching scene. When Lee Mew was resting against the big tree. At this moment, Kushina in the Pure Land was completely collapsed. His precious son was actually an old driver. The skill of seduction, which was so skillful that it hurt her, made her cry. How could it be like this? Didn't anyone discipline Naruto after she died? This kid is quite good at playing, using this kind of ninjutsu to torment people, but the enemy will not be affected by such boring tricks. Hongdu sighed. At this moment, she has recovered from the state of overeating, but today, she really doesn't want to eat meatballs. I really don't understand what Naruto is thinking, why he always does such boring things. Lee Mew is not a Ruka teacher, he will be deceived by this kind of technique, Ino sighed. After all, Naruto's I had already seen the seduction technique once in the classroom a few days ago. Although what I saw at that time was only Naruto's back, which was far less exciting than before, but I was mentally prepared so that it would not be too sudden for the shy and introverted Hinata. She was a little overwhelmed by Naruto's harem technique. Because it was a first-person view, she felt as if she was surrounded by a group of girls. She couldn't bear it. I also admire Lee Mew. In such an environment, she can still sit still and just blush. It would be great if she could have the determination like Lee Mew. She wouldn't be so embarrassed that she would blush or even faint from suffocation. The kid from Konoha village, boring. Drinking, Tsunade wondered. She didn't want to mention Konoha at all. But the picture that suddenly appeared in her mind made her see the picture of Konoha village. With this person named Lee Mew from the perspective of seeing the boring little devil. Judging from the content of the picture, it seemed that the picture appeared in his mind after the person named Lee Mew mentioned her name. He didn't know why. This image appeared in her mind as she was far away from Konoha village. Ellipsis. As time goes by, Konohamaru's seduction technique has also made complete progress, and is about to be completely completed. At this time, Ebisu, who was looking for Konohamaru, found this place. Faced with the teacher Ebisu he didn't like, Konohamaru naturally used the seduction technique and transformed into a sexy beauty to deal with Ebisu. Of course, as a special Junin, Ebisu would not be defeated by this level of ninjutsu. At most, it's just a surge of blood and a little bit of excitement. Just when Ebisu was about to take Konohamaru away by force, Naruto took action. Still using the harem technique, a dozen girls rushed towards Ebisu, instantly causing his blood pressure to explode, his nose to bleed, and he fainted on the spot. The success of the harem technique this time also allowed Naruto to regain his confidence again, and even made Konohamaru worship him again. Although Konohamaru didn't like Ebisu-sensei, he still recognized his special Junin strength. So after seeing Ebisu being knocked down, Konohamaru admired his boss Naruto even more. Ebisu, who had fainted, didn't even notice Lee Mew resting against the big tree. Really wonderful scenery, a feast for the eyes. After knocking down Ebisu, Naruto and Konohamaru said some lofty words to each other and then parted ways. "Aren't you leaving yet?" When Naruto left, he saw Lee Mew who was still leaning against the big tree, and not only asked. "The sun has gone down. We have indeed stayed long enough." Lee Mew stood up from the ground, stretched and moved his body. It was already setting sun, and you could see a little bit of sunset. "Naruto, let me treat you to ramen." Lee Mew's sudden words made Naruto stunned, and he suddenly became happy. But as soon as I got a little excited, I immediately regained my composure. "Why do you want to treat me to ramen? We don't seem to know each other well." Naruto asked immediately. "You are quite alert." Lee Mew smiled lightly and said. "Of course, I have graduated from the ninja school and am already a real ninja." Naruto said confidently. "Yeah. Actually, I am a friend of your parents, so I can take care of you as a junior." Lee Mew said slowly. Upon hearing Lee Mew's words, Naruto was stunned, a little confused and absent-minded. From the time he can remember, he lived alone and grew up lonely. As for his parents, he never knew about them, and no one mentioned them. Even the third Hokage said he didn't know. However, now someone said that he was a friend of his parents, which shocked Naruto greatly. When Naruto came back to his senses, he was about to ask Lee Mew about his parents, but found that Lee Mew had already walked forward. Looking at the back of Lee Mew walking slowly, Naruto quickly followed him without thinking too much. He is not an orphan, he has a father and mother. "Hey, explain it to me clearly." "About my parents." Naruto yelled and chased after him. Ellipsis. In the Pure Land, when Kushina saw Naruto's reaction, she was also shocked and felt a feeling of distress. What Lee Mew said was naturally false, but as a time traveler, the fact that he knew Naruto's parents was true. But when Naruto heard Lee Mew say that he was his parents' friend, Naruto's reaction made her realize something. Naruto seemed not to know that his parents existed or who his parents were. In other words, Naruto grew up as an orphan and did not know his parents. From this moment, Kushina finally understood why the grown-up Naruto seemed to lack discipline. No one cares about it at all, and it is completely allowed to grow on its own. Damn the third-generation old man! Kushina yelled angrily. With her hands angry, her nails were clasped into the flesh of her palms. With only her soul left, she couldn't feel the pain, but at this moment, she only felt that her heart ached. Yondaime Naruto and her child actually grew up as orphans. They didn't know who their parents were, and they had no one to take care of them. Even their quality of life was unsatisfactory. If she hadn't died long ago and couldn't go to the world, she would have died. I need to find the third-generation old man to settle this account. Why is the life of Naruto, the son of the fourth-generation Hokage, who is supposed to be a hero, such a mess? Kushina can no longer control her mood at the moment, but she does nothing. No more. Ellipsis. Lee Emu's words also surprised Ino and Hinata. They were also curious about the kind of parents of Naruto who usually made mischief in class. Uzumaki Naruto, the fourth-generation son. Tsunade murmured, not paying too much attention to it. She still knew about the surname Uzumaki. Her grandmother Uzumaki Mito was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Although she had never met Naruto, except for her grandmother, the only person with the Uzumaki surname in Yi village was Uzumaki Kushina, who took over the identity of her grandmother's Jinchuriki and later combined with the fourth generation. Judging from this information, it is easy to figure out the identity of this Uzumaki Naruto, the fourth generation Hokage. Kushina's son is now the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. It is also the consensus of Konoha village to use the Uzumaki clan with tenacious vitality and good at sealing techniques to serve as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. However, this has nothing to do with her. Rather than caring about these things, it would be more practical to gamble a few more dollars. Hongdu also didn't care about this. There were so many kidnappers in Konoha village, and there were also many orphans. How could she care about the parents of the orphans at this time? But when eating meatballs, after an afternoon of relief, her stomach had recovered. Ellipsis. As the sky gets darker, Lee Mew and Naruto came to Ichiraku Ramen and each ordered a piece of miso charshao deluxe ramen. Then he sat down and ate. Brother Lee Mew, do you really know my parents? What kind of people are they? Naruto asked while eating ramen. Hearing this question, Kushina in the Pure Land also became concerned. She also wanted to know how Lee Mew would introduce her as a mother to Naruto. Of course we know each other. Lee Mew affirmed, they are all very powerful ninjas. Tell me about them. Although I know your parents, I don't think it's a good thing to tell you now. You may not be able to accept it now. Lee Mew said. Why? Naruto asked in confusion. There are some things your parents did with a far-sighted vision that you may not be able to understand now. About your parents, it would be more appropriate to tell you when you are older, Lee Mew continued. Can't you tell me? Naruto said a little disappointed. Don't worry, one day in the future, you will meet your parents again, and by then, all your questions will be answered. Real. So my parents are still alive now. They were already dead the day you were born. Quote. Quote. Naruto was silent. He couldn't understand why Lee Mew said he would meet him again in the future since his parents were dead. Not only Naruto was confused, Ino Hinata was also confused. Enko and Tsunade were not surprised. There were so many magical methods in this world, and it was not impossible to meet the dead again. And Kushina herself understood what Lee Mew meant. They left their own chakra in the Kyuubi's sealing technique, which will lead them to meet Naruto one day in the future. Seeing that Lee Mew refused to say anything, Naruto could only eat the noodles with all his strength. Uncle, give me another bowl. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Naruto quickly ordered another bowl. The opportunity to be invited to eat noodles doesn't come often. You have to seize the opportunity. You can really eat it. Lee Mew said slowly, not surprised at all. Of course, Ichiraku Ramen is my favorite. Naruto replied with a smile. If you have any questions or difficulties in the future, please come to me. I live in. Lee Mew said and told Naruto his address. Perhaps because of overflowing sympathy, or perhaps for some other unspecified reason, Lee Mew felt that he should help Naruto. Although he is the protagonist, there will be no problems without his own help, but a little more help can make his journey smoother. After all, Konoha village doesn't want to appear so harmonious on the surface, and there are only a few people who are really willing to help Naruto. Open black lens bracket. When the duration reaches 24 hours, you will get a reward. The overall physical strength will increase by 10%. Ino, who had just finished dinner, suddenly heard a notification sound. After hearing the content of the notification tone, she immediately felt her body and found that she had indeed become stronger again. It's really too strong. Yesterday I gained a 10% increase in chakra, and today my overall physical strength increased by another 10%. If this continues, I will become very powerful soon. Ino was surprised and happy about this change. She didn't know if she should thank Lee Mew properly, but Lee Mew didn't seem to know that she could see his perspective. And due to restrictions, she couldn't reveal relevant information. But we have gotten to know each other. He seems to have little money recently, so why not treat him to dinner? This would be more appropriate. Jing Zia secretly thought. Hinata, who returned to her room after dinner, also heard a notification sound. Open black lens bracket regularly reaches 24 hours, and you will receive a reward. Your understanding of soft boxing will increase by 10%. Close black lens bracket. Here it comes again. This kind of reward is too weird, it can make people stronger out of thin air. At this moment, Hinata can feel that she has a further understanding of the soft boxing technique she is practicing. Although a 10% improvement is not much, if you can get a 10% improvement in different aspects every day, it will accumulate day by day. The degree of improvement is terrifying, and this 10% improvement is not fixed. She is getting stronger every day, and the magnitude of the 10% improvement also increases as she becomes stronger. I owe this reward to Lee Mujun. Because of him, I can become stronger quickly. Hinata smiled. In just 2 days, the improved power has made her a lot stronger. And in Hinata's opinion, this is all because of Lee Mew. Ellipsis. Ichiraku ramen. Naruto finished 3 bowls of ramen in a row, showing a satisfied expression. Are you full? Lee Mew couldn't help but ask. I still want to have another bowl, is that okay? Naruto asked. Sure. Lee Mew responded with a smile. Uncle, have another bowl. Naruto immediately shouted. Okay, wait a moment. Yil responded and continued busy. Naruto, just wait here, I'll go to the toilet and be back. Lee Mew said at this time. Okay, I'll wait for the ramen here. Naruto responded with a smile. Lee Mew immediately stood up, opened the curtain and turned away from Ichiraku ramen. Soon, the ramen that Naruto wanted was served. Naruto happily ate the ramen, and after finishing this bowl, is completely satisfied. Call. It's so satisfying. I've finished all the ramen, why hasn't brother Lee Mew come back yet? Naruto couldn't help but say. But he was already panicking inside. After another 10 minutes, Naruto was completely panicked and sweat was pouring from his face. At this moment, Kushina in the Pure Land could only sigh helplessly. My silly boy, you have been fooled. Looking at Lee Mew's perspective, he knew that Lee Mew had already returned home, where would he pay the bill? After a while, Naruto finally realized that he had been tricked. Hateful. I was fooled, and that guy ran away first. Naruto suddenly shouted. That guy had no intention of treating me to ramen at all. He had planned to have a king meal from the beginning. But no matter how angry he was in his heart, Naruto was completely frightened when he felt Uncle Ichiraku's forcing gaze. Seeing Naruto being cheated, Uncle Ichiraku couldn't bear it. Naruto, let me give you a 20% discount today. Hearing Uncle Ichiraku's voice, Naruto could only shed tears, empty out his wallet and pay for the bill. I don't know if the tears shed were distressed or moved. After paying for the bill, Naruto secretly made up his mind and made a decision. When I see Lee Mew for the first time, I must settle this account with him. As an orphan, he has no one to rely on, and he has to live on the small amount of living expenses every month. This meal will take away his living budget. It was seriously over the limit. Naruto felt very angry. Lee Mew asked him to eat ramen, but he ended up eating his overlord meal. At this time, Lee Mew has returned to his residence and lies on the bed. Alas, I always feel guilty for tricking children, but there is nothing I can do about it. I let Hongdu blackmail me. I am really too poor, and I really need to solve the financial problem. Lying on the bed, Lee Mew couldn't help but sigh. The overlord meal that cheated Naruto really made Lee Mew feel a little ashamed. Hongdu. You trick other people's children into eating ramen, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. Kushina. Oh. I don't think this guy is very serious. He can even trick Naruto, who has been through such a hard life. Kushina was speechless anymore. Naruto was already having a miserable life. Now there is no source of income, but Lee Mew cheated him out of a bowl of ramen. To be precise, it was several bowls. If Lee Mew hadn't said that he was going to treat him to ramen, Naruto wouldn't have eaten so much. Therefore, the few bowls Naruto ate must be counted on Lee Mew's head. Although Lee Mew said he felt a little ashamed, he turned around and lay on the bed and fell asleep. As Lee Mew fell asleep, everyone's perspective screen also closed. After watching the perspective pictures all day long, I finally relaxed and had the time to do my own thing. Ellipsis. In the Pure Land. Without the perspective picture in her mind, Kushina suddenly became bored, accompanied by loneliness. Although I have been used to it for a long time, I finally got this picture. Now that it is suddenly closed, I am still a little reluctant to leave it. It seems that after Lee Mew closes his eyes, the perspective screen will disappear. I don't know what the connection is between the two, but there is such a mechanism. Kushina murmured. Without a way to pass the time, Kushina could only stay bored. There seemed to be no concept of time, no concept of day and night in the Pure Land, even if she knew it should be night at the moment, but there is no need to sleep. In this way, time seems to be more difficult. Although the Pure Land does not have the concept of time. I don't know how long it took, but a sudden voice made Kushina, who was chatting away, suddenly become energetic. Stand up. Open black lens bracket. If the duration reaches 24 hours, you will get the reward. Dream Enlightenment, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dream Enlightenment, the exclusive ability of the dead to enter the dreams of people with close relationships in the world. Hearing the voice in his mind, Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then became excited. She knew that this so-called reward was related to the picture that appeared in her mind. All in all, the screen appeared for almost 24 hours. The appearance of this reward suddenly gave Kushina an opportunity to connect with the world. No longer can we only understand what is happening in the world through Lee Mew's perspective, but we now have the opportunity to come into contact with the world in person. When people dream, they do not have false concepts about the content of the dream, they only think that the dream they are in is real. In dreams, people cannot deliberately control their actions. Actions in dreams come from instinct and subconsciousness. And the most important point is that the people, objects or environment in the dream must have been seen by you. Whether you remember it or not, you will have an impression. Ellipsis. After Kushina gained the ability to dream, she immediately couldn't wait to try it. I wanted to use this to connect with Naruto and see my own child with my own eyes. The dream ability he obtained is very simple. After using the ability, a list will appear. There are two names in the list, one is Uzumaki Naruto and the other is Lee Mew. There is also a line of text below the list, marked with usage restrictions. Each person can only have one dream session per day. I didn't expect there to be such a restriction, but it's enough for me, Kushina murmured. Naruto is my child, so naturally he is the closest to me, but I didn't expect that the person who can use the dreaming ability would be Lee Mew. This is probably because I can see his perspective. After the words fell, Kushina chose Naruto without hesitation. What she wanted to see most at this moment was naturally her child. After using the Dream Entrustment ability and choosing Naruto as the Dream Entrustment object, Kushina even saw herself. The surrounding scene was distorted for a while, and then appeared in a scene that felt familiar to her. This is the Hokage building. Kushina looked around and exclaimed in surprise. She had been to this place too many times and felt very familiar with everything here. The short figure in front of him was wearing a Hokage hat and a Hokage robe. In the robe on the back, there were 3 big characters written. 5th generation. Under the feet of the short figure, there was an adult figure. Kushina naturally recognized the identity of this old man at a glance, the 3rd Hokage. Ha ha ha. From now on, the 5th Hokage will be me, Uzumaki Naruto-sama. A loud laugh sounded, full of honeyed self-confidence. Kushina could naturally hear the source of this voice. It was the voice in front of her wearing the robe of the 5th Hokage, her child, Uzumaki Naruto. During the day and afternoon at that time, through your perspective, he also heard the heroic words of Naruto and Konohamaru. They were both passionate young people who dreamed of becoming Hokage. Although Naruto's bad habits made him feel very unhappy. She agrees with her dream. This kid even dreams of becoming Hokage. Kushina was a little bit dumbfounded at the moment. But she was extremely excited. The child she had longed for was right in front of her. Kushina yelled, and tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. The sudden cry also made Naruto, who was intoxicated in his daydream, turn around. What he saw was a silhouette of a person. He rushed forward, knelt on the ground, hugged him, and sobbed in his ear. Naruto was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on, but leaning into the red-haired woman's arms, he let go. He felt warm and at ease, something he had never felt before. There seemed to be something that bound him to the woman in front of him. It was a sense of intimacy and trust that came from the depths of his soul. Feel. A call came out of Naruto's mouth instinctively. Kushina, who lost control of her emotions, felt her heart was touched instantly. It has been more than 10 years since Naruto was born, and she has also been dead for more than 10 years. Since then, he never thought he would have the chance to hear Naruto call him mom. Naruto, my child. Kushina was sobbing and calling. Naruto was stunned and couldn't believe what he was facing at this moment. He and his mother unexpectedly met like this. But at this moment, the surrounding scene was distorted. Kushina immediately saw the changes in the surrounding scene, and she returned to the Pure Land. Naruto in her arms also disappeared along with the changes in the surrounding scene. Kushina was stunned, and she didn't know what happened for a moment. What happened? When she wanted to use the dream-enabled ability to enter Naruto's dream again, she found that Naruto's name had darkened and she could no longer use the dream-enabled ability. In reality, in the dark room, the moonlight shines through the window, making everything in the room slightly visible. Suddenly Naruto on the bed woke up from his dream and sat up all of a sudden. Thinking back to the content of the dream just now, everything was so real. Naruto murmured in disbelief. He couldn't believe the content of his dream for a moment. He actually saw his mother. A woman with red hair that he had never seen before. How could it appear in his dream? Is it really his mother? Seeing the mother whom I have missed for a long time, but whom I have never seen and have no memory of, feels like it is not so real. Is it really mom? Naruto couldn't help but question. Recalling the red-haired woman just now, Naruto felt that her embrace was so warm and so reassuring. Even the touch of being hugged by her was so real, really it was hard to believe that this was just a dream. But it was also just a dream. It was impossible to believe that the woman was his mother. Naruto sighed and lay down again. He wanted to fall asleep again and see if he could dream of that woman again, and he wanted to find out whether that woman was her mother, but the more he thought about it, the more energetic he became and he couldn't fall asleep at all. In the Pure Land, no matter how hard Kushina tried, she could no longer entrust Naruto with dreams, nor could she understand why Naruto's dreams suddenly disappeared. In desperation, Kushina, thinking something was wrong, could only turn her target to Lee Mu. But as soon as the dream was entrusted, it was successful. Kushina felt the scene change and she appeared in a room. But as soon as she appeared, she saw the strong Lee Mu rushing towards her and instantly pushed her to the ground. A look of astonishment appeared on Kushina's face. This guy is having an erotic dream. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. In Lee Mu's dream, it seemed that she couldn't resist Lee Mu. At this moment, Kushina regretted. She regretted that she should not have tried to entrust Lee Mu with dreams. At this moment, Kushina became more and more. The more he struggled, the more excited Lee Mu became. Extremely excited, Lee Mu began to do indescribable things to Kushina. Open black lens bracket system. Cannot be described, 5,000 words omitted. As the sun rises, the sky becomes brighter. Lee Mu also woke up from his dream, yawned, and then stretched hard. With red hair and such a bad temper, it must be Kushina, right? Recalling the contents of the dream, Lee Mu couldn't help but said doubtfully. But it was really a strange dream. I had never seen the real Kushina before. Why did I dream about her when I was dreaming? Forget it, it's just a dream, why are you thinking so much? With that, Lee Mu climbed out of bed. But as soon as he got up from the bed, his whole body felt sore and painful, and Lee Mu couldn't help but take a breath. The posture you slept in last night was not strange. Why did you feel sore in your back? It feels like there is an illusion that I have been exercising for so long, just like in the dream. Lee Mu murmured, but still didn't take it too seriously. He got up and went to wash up. Kushina in the Pure Land could do nothing but curse Lee Mu. This guy's dreams are not ordinary ones that can be tormented. Ellipsis. While Lee Mu was washing, Ino and Hinata also got up. Today is the day of the ninja school briefing. From today on, they are real ninjas. I am no longer a student in school and I need others to take care of me for everything. From today on, they must also become independent people. Ellipsis. Naruto also climbed out of bed at this time, but his energy was not very good, and he did not fall asleep for the rest of the night. Even though I knew that today was the day of the briefing session, I wasn't too happy. The woman he saw in his dream made him too concerned, and he couldn't figure out her identity for a while. Naruto felt like a stone was weighing on his heart. After washing up, eating instant noodles, and drinking expired milk, Naruto put on a forehead protector and went out, preparing to attend the briefing. Forget it, stop thinking about it. From today on, I will be a real ninja on my own. If there is any problem, I will definitely figure it out in the future. Naruto cheered himself up and tried to get rid of distracting thoughts. After adjusting his mentality, he walked to the ninja school. Ellipsis. Lee Mu finished washing and went out. Today should be the ninja school's graduate information session, so go to the ninja school to sign in, just take a few steps and do some exercise. The soreness in your back is really uncomfortable. Lee Mu murmured. Lee Mu walked towards the ninja school step by step. With the movement of his body, the pain in his waist and back also eased. Early in the morning, there were no restaurants open in Konoha village, so Lee Mu could only hungry. At this moment, Lee Mu saw a familiar figure in front of the mountain flower shop. Ino had just walked out of the house. He was still wearing the same familiar clothes, but with a ninja forehead protector on his waist. Very similar to the way Lee Mu wears a forehead protector. Good morning, Ino. Lee Mu took the initiative to say hello. Good morning. How will you be here? Ino responded with a smile. Of course she knew that Lee Mu was going to sneak into the ninja school and do the so-called sign-in. On the surface, you still have to say hello and ask questions. Nothing to do, just take a walk around. How about you, going out so early? Lee Muxiao responded. Of course he knew that Ino was going to the ninja school to attend the briefing, but if you don't know about the modification, you still have to pretend. I'm going to the ninja school for an orientation session. From today on, I'm a real female ninja. Ino responded. Congratulations then. Thanks. Ino thanked me. By the way, Lee Mu, are you free at noon today? Let's have lunch together to celebrate that I have officially become a ninja. Let's have lunch. Okay. Lee Mu agreed without hesitation. Ino. Is this your friend? At this time, a voice came from behind Lee Mu. Following the sound, he saw a pink-haired Sakura walking over. It's Sakura. Ino saw Sakura coming over and suddenly had an idea in her mind. This is my friend, Mamama Rimyu. Sakura looked at Lee Mew and was slightly stunned. This older male was actually more handsome than Sasuke. Hello, I am Haruno Sakura. Sakura took the initiative to say hello. Haruno Sakura thought in her heart. Is there a boy in this world who is more handsome than Sasuke? How is it possible? But he is far less cold and attractive than Sasuke. Hello. Lee Mew also smiled and said hello. Haruno Sakura, although she is not very likable in the early stage, she is still a well-developed character. It is rare to be able to concentrate on only liking Sasuke. Lee Mew thought to himself. In the early days, Naruto also liked Sakura, like a licking dog, but he gave up being a licking dog after a long time. Sakura also liked Sasuke, but unfortunately Sasuke and Naruto fell in love and killed each other again. It's such an outrageous love triangle, but it also indirectly led to Naruto and Sasuke falling in love and killing each other. As the saying goes, Naruto and Sasuke are true love, everything else is accidental. However, Sakura can finally marry Sasuke and have a daughter, which can be regarded as a complete life. It's a pity that even though I have been flat-chested my whole life, my second pillar is also pitiful. In a short period of time, Ino's expression changed, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. Listening to Lee Mew's inner monologue, it seemed that he knew something terrible. She did not expect that Sasuke, who was so popular with girls, would actually end up with Sakura as married. But she doesn't care that much anymore. She has changed her target from Sasuke to Lee Mew. But Sakura has a flat chest, and she can laugh about it for the rest of her life. Kushina. Naruto likes this girl. Licking a dog. What happened to the Sasuke who fell in love with Naruto? Hinata. Will Sakura marry Sasuke? What's the matter with Naruto and Sasuke falling in love and killing each other? Do they like boys? Hearing Lee Mew's inner thoughts, Hinata's Fujoshi attributes made him think of countless possibilities. Hongdu. It's really interesting. Are all the brats nowadays so playful? The love triangle, where two boys fall in love and kill each other, is really interesting. Tsunade. 3 people. I don't know why, after hearing Lee Mew's thoughts, Tsunade recalled her own youth. When she got along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she seemed to have the same meaning. Jiraiya liked her, and she liked her even more as a genius. The young Orochimaru. But he didn't know much when he was a boy, let alone decide what will happen in the future. Let's go, it's getting late. Ino said at this time, and then took the initiative to pull Lee Mew forward, as if to show off to Sakura. Sakura behind him frowned and followed silently. You have to go here to go to the ninja school. Lee Mew, let's have lunch together today, don't forget. Ino told Lee Mew and then entered the ninja school. Well, I'll wait for you here later. Lee Mew responded. Of course he would be happy if Ino wanted to treat him to a meal. There is nothing wrong with having a soft meal when there are financial difficulties. But at this moment, Lee Mew suddenly noticed a figure that he cared about not far away who was heading to school. Walk inside. Hinata. Lee Mew smiled slightly. After being in this world for a few days, he finally saw a real person. Hinata, who wanted to avoid Lee Mew and walked into the school, trembled and instinctively turned his head to look at Lee Mew, who was staring at him. Looking at Lee Mew, she couldn't help but think of what she saw in Lee Mew's perspective, and her face turned red. Fortunately, she held on, stabilized her body, and quickly recovered. His eyes quickly ran towards the school. Quote? Lee Mew looked puzzled and couldn't help but look around him. Except for a few students passing by, there didn't seem to be any problems. What happened to Hinata? Why do you run away when you see me? Could it be that the way I looked at her was too straightforward? I know Hinata is a very shy and introverted person, but is it this serious? It's a pity that Lee Mew has no one to answer the questions in his head. This Lee Mew, you know clearly that Hinata is a very shy person, but you still look at her so directly, is it true? Looking at Hinata running away shyly from Lee Mew's perspective, Inochi couldn't help but complain. When he turned around, he saw Hinata running in from outside with a red face. Hinata, are you okay? Your face is very red. Ino said concernedly. No. It's okay. Hinata replied softly, and then rushed directly into the shouting. This character is really shy and introverted. Ino sighed helplessly and walked into the classroom. Ellipsis. System, sign in. Looking at the ninja school in front of him, Lee Mew immediately signed in. Open black lens bracket. The sign in was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Tianshengya. Lee Mew was stunned for a moment when he heard the result of the system feedback, feeling a little surprised. Lee Mew naturally knew about this prize. Lee Mew then raised his hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand. Pulling out the long sword, both the sword and the scabbard were the same as what Lee Mew knew. Tiantianya, the healing knife. I really didn't expect to get such a prize, but now for me, this thing can only be used as a decoration. Lee Mew looked at the natural tooth in his hand and murmured. The knife is a good knife, but it's a pity that it can't be used for fighting. It can't kill anyone, so it's just a decoration in battle. However, the ability of the natural teeth to perfectly resurrect the dead is indeed a bit exaggerated. And because it is rewarded by the system, there are no usage restrictions. With one swing of the knife, the dead are brought back to life. Such effect. If other people knew about it, they would probably come and grab it. Immediately, Lee Mew stopped thinking and put the knife directly into the system space. Then he wandered around and began to think about how to solve his financial problems. But at this moment, some people couldn't calm down at all. In a certain tavern, Tsunade accidentally crushed the wine glass in her hand, and the porcelain fragments were scattered on the table. Tsunade was a little stunned when she looked in front of her. Originally she was just looking at Lee Mew's perspective in boredom, but now she heard the order. News that she cares about very much. Tsunade-sama. What's wrong with you? Shizune said with some worry. However, Tsunade did not respond to Shizune's words and just pondered. What she cared about was the natural teeth that Lee Mew had just obtained. Perfect resurrection. One swing of the knife, bringing the dead back to life. A few simple words, but it made Tsunade feel panic. If she had this knife, could her dead brother and her dead brother be resurrected? She was suffering from hemophobia. Wasn't it because of the death of her brother and lover that she left Konoha? If they could be resurrected. In an instant, Tsunade's eyes became extremely determined. No matter what the price, she would get that one. The so-called natural teeth. Attempts to resurrect rope trees and broken. Shizune, return to Konoha immediately. Tsunade suddenly stood up and shouted. Why? Shizune was puzzled. There is no reason, just leave immediately. Tsunade shouted and walked out of the tavern directly. She must return to Konoha first to make contact with this guy named Lee Mew. Ellipsis. In the Pure Land. Kushina, who heard the effect of the natural teeth, was also extremely shocked at this moment. A knife that can bring people back to life. What kind of weapon is this? It has such outrageous functions. Can the effect of this knife also revive me? Kushina couldn't help but say. If there is a chance to be resurrected, Kushina naturally doesn't want to give up. Living in reality is much better than living in the Pure Land. She hopes to always take care of Naruto in this world. But how can she negotiate with Lee Mew? Let him use Tiansheng teeth to resurrect him. After thinking about it, the only way he can contact Lee Mew is through Tuo Meng. But now after what happened last night, for Tuo Meng, Kushina had already developed a fear, but other than this way, she had no way to negotiate with Lee Mew. Kushina had to start thinking about whether there was any other way to communicate with Lee Mew reasonably. Ellipsis. Anko. A knife that can bring people back to life. Is such a thing really possible? Can it really be done? Ino. Real or fake? A tool that can bring people back to life. Does it really exist in this world? Hinata. Perfect resurrection. Does that mean that this sword can bring Master Hizashi back to life? When hearing the information about Tenga, everyone had their own thoughts. The first thing that comes to mind is naturally that he wants to know whether this natural tooth can resurrect the person he wants to resurrect. It's just that they don't know that there are some restrictions on the use of Tianli. It is not as omnipotent as they currently think. The other side. Li Mu left from the front of the ninja school, wandering around and thinking about how to solve his financial problems. But while walking, your affairs were suddenly interrupted by someone at the door of a store. Attracted by a big character. Looking at this word, Li Mu was stunned for a moment, and then a sly smile appeared on his face. He knew how to solve the financial problems he was facing. Although he only had a few hundred taels left in his body, these few hundred taels could be used as the capital as completely enough. Open small, open small. This one must be opened wide. Buy and leave, go, 456 large. What are you doing? Turn it up again. Brother, you are so awesome, you have won 6 times in a row. I will definitely buy this one after you. Ellipsis ellipsis. Li Mu looked at the capital stacked up in front of him, and the several hundred taels had turned into more than 10,000 taels. All 6 of them hit, and every time it was all in, it naturally grew exponentially. Hitting all 6 of them made everyone around him and the dealer frightened. Especially the man sitting on the throne has a bitter and ugly expression on his face at this moment. There were so many people watching, but they couldn't tell whether this person had done anything. If they continue to win like this, it will be a bit overwhelming for them. After all, if you win 2 or 3 times in a row, you are extremely lucky. If you win 6 times in a row, it is difficult to make people feel that there is no problem. Brother, what are you buying this time? Someone looked at Li Mu and asked. A group of gamblers around looked at Li Mu, waiting for him to place a bet. In the first few games, Li Mu saw Li Mu winning consecutively. Some people did not believe in evil, and some had good luck and won after buying. But now, again it's useless not to believe in evil, winning 6 games in a row is a good sign. Just follow Li Mu and you can make a fortune. This is the common idea among the gamblers at this table. Li Mu then picked up the 2,000 taels and silently placed them on the table. The gamblers around them all said that they followed Li Mu and bet all in, while some only bet a part of it. The banker's eyes twitched when he saw this scene, but he could only do it. Bite the bullet and open it. Buy and leave. Open. 133 small. When the dealer announced the result, everyone at the scene except Li Mu was dumbfounded, including the dealer himself. He was ready to lose money, but he didn't expect this result. Looking at Li Mu with a calm expression, the dealer seemed I also understood what was going on. This guy seemed to be doing it on purpose. For a while, he was wailing and yelling. Li Mu's expression was calm, and he was so domineering that he naturally knew what the result would be, but sometimes he couldn't force the dealer. It's too urgent. You can only collect the gambler's money, but you still have to save some face for the banker, otherwise how can you make big money? 2 hours later, Li Mu walked out of the gambling house with more than 3 million taels. This money is enough for Li Mu to live in the near future, and he doesn't have to worry about money problems in a short time. Li Mu also had no interest in gambling, so he quit after making enough money. The casino suffered a small loss, only some gamblers lost. If Li Mu is willing, he can increase the money in his hand dozens of times, but it is really not necessary. Ellipsis ellipsis. Tsunade, who was already on her way back to Konoha, fell completely silent at this moment. When she saw Li Mu entering the casino, she became energetic. The result was beyond her expectation. She didn't expect that Li Mu would win so much money. And it seemed as if the outcome of every bet was within his control. Tsunade naturally didn't believe it was luck. She was bound to lose every bet, so how could she believe in luck? She knew that Li Mu must have used some method, but she couldn't see the problem from the first-person view, and she couldn't think of what it was. Ellipsis ellipsis. Hongdu on the other side, when he saw that Li Mu had won so much money, he felt that he needed to continue picking up Li Mu's wool. After coming out of the casino, Li Mu went directly to the ninja school. After all, Ino had invited him to lunch, there was free lunch, and she had agreed, so there was no reason to refuse. And this is also a good opportunity to get in close contact and build a good relationship. After Li Mu arrived at the ninja school, he waited outside. Not long after, I saw students walking out one after another. The little ones are among them. It's finally over, Uruka-sensei is so verbose. Naruto complained. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Lee Mew outside. Ah! You guy! Naruto yelled and quickly rushed towards Lee Mew. He actually lied to me yesterday and left me there alone. Naruto. Lee Mew said slowly, I'm very sorry. I forgot about you after going to the toilet yesterday, so I went back directly. Liar. You didn't even think about paying for it. Naruto thought in his mind. As compensation, how about treating you to barbecue for lunch? Lee Mew said. Stop lying to me. I won't be fooled a second time. Naruto said with a smart look on his face. Lee Mew. At this time, Ino also came over, followed by Shikamaru and Choji. She naturally heard what Naruto said and knew that Naruto came to settle accounts with Lee Mew. After all, he was cheated so badly. Who is this? Shikamaru asked lazily. This is my friend, Lee Mew. We made an appointment to have lunch together today. Ino stepped forward and hugged Lee Mew's arm and introduced. They are my teammates, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi. She introduced her through a walk. Lee Mew must also know him, but the process still needs to be done. Looking at this scene, Naruto showed a lewd smile that I understand. No wonder Ino didn't seem to be so interested in Sasuke at school today. It turned out that he was just empathic. Anything fun. So lively. At this time, the voice of Ya came over. Hinata and Shino also followed, but Hinata was always blushing and hiding behind, not even daring to make eye contact with Lee Mew. Today is a rare opportunity. Let's have dinner together. I'll treat you to barbecue. Looking at the group of Xiaoqiang in front of him, Lee Mew said immediately. Meat. Dingqi's eyes immediately lit up. Is that okay? There are so many of us, and Choji is here too. Ya smiled. It doesn't matter, I just happened to win some money at the casino today, and it wasn't my money I spent. Lee Mew laughed. If this is the case, then we won't be polite. Janai agreed. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Ino saw Hinata hiding behind Kiba and Shino, and couldn't help but step forward. No, it's okay. Hinata responded tremblingly, her whole face red. Really, you really can't do it like this. You need to interact with others more. Let's go together. Ino comforted, holding Hinata's hand. Later, Sakura walked out of the school, called Sasuke's name, and went directly to find Sasuke, completely ignoring the crowd of people. When Naruto saw Sakura, he couldn't help but want to go find her. But when he thought about the barbecue and Lee Mew cheating on him, he couldn't hold back the steps he wanted to take. Damn it, I must get my money back today. Naruto looked at Lee Mew and shouted. When it comes to eating and drinking, how can I be left out? Suddenly, a voice came, and Hongdu's figure suddenly appeared next to Lee Mew. Why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't bother me? Lee Mew's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask. Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by and heard the news about everyone having barbecue together. How could such an occasion be without me? You don't have to say anything, even if you drive me away, I won't leave. Hongdu said bluntly. Lee Mew was silent. Hongdu was not only upright, but also a little careless about face. Isn't this the representative of eating and drinking for free? In the barbecue restaurant, a group of people occupied two booths, eating barbecue, and the tables were filled with barbecue plates. Especially Naruto, Choji, and Kiba, the three sleeping dragons and phoenixes, actually started a barbecue competition at the dinner table to see who could eat more. Lee Mew didn't say anything. Anyway, he had won so much money from the casino. Even if he was short of money, he could just go to the casino to play a few more games. At Lee Mew's table, there was Hongdu, a foodie, who also couldn't calm down. Ino was quietly eating barbecue next to Lee Mew. Because Naruto and the other boys gathered at another table, Hinata had to sit opposite Lee Mew and sit with Anko. However, Lee Mew didn't understand the reason. Hinata on the opposite side was blushing with embarrassment the whole time, eating barbecue with her head down without saying a word. He remembered that Hinata seemed shy and introverted, but it shouldn't be that serious. Hinata, are you really okay? Lee Mew couldn't help but ask. When Lee Mew called his name, Hinata's body stiffened with her head lowered, and her face turned redder. No. No. It's okay. Hinata struggled to say 2 words. Ha ha ha. The little girl must be shy when she sees the handsome male voice. Hongdu smiled heartlessly. Hinata, you really need to overcome your personality, it's too much. Ino couldn't help but say. Yes yes. Hinata responded. Then she slowly raised her head and tried to look directly at Lee Mew. However, when she met Lee Mew's eyes, Hinata froze, her face suddenly turned red, and then she fainted and fell to the ground. On Hongdu. Hinata. Ino said worriedly. Hey, why don't you be so exaggerated? Even if you meet someone you like, you won't be like this. Anko said while supporting Hinata. Lee Mew was also stunned. This is too exaggerated. In the original drama, even close contact with Naruto was not so exaggerated. This made him increasingly confused as to why Hinata changed. It's like this. Does Hinata really fall in love with Lee Mew? Ino couldn't help but say. But, today must be the first time I meet her. How is this possible? Lee Mew followed. Maybe it's love at first sight. You don't need a reason to like someone. Hongdu followed with a smile. Love at first sight or something like that. This reason is too far-fetched. Lee Mew said with a helpless smile. It is indeed strange to say that although Hinata has always been quite shy in school, it was not so serious that she would blush to the point of fainting when she saw Lee Mew. Ino said puzzledly. This question may only be answered by asking Hinata herself. Fortunately, Hinata's fainting was not serious, and she calmed down after a few minutes and rushed over, but her blushing state did not ease at all. Hinata woke up and realized that she had lost her composure, so she quickly sat up straight and lowered her head. I really can't look directly at Lee Mew. As soon as I see Lee Mew, I can't help but think of the figure of Lee Mew I saw in the life-size mirror that night. Hinata. What's wrong with you? Why do you blush when you see Lee Mew? Do you really like Lee Mew? Ino asked innocently. She knew that Lee Mew was not only interested in her, but also in Hinata, but what about Hinata? Hearing Ino's words, Hinata quickly shook her head and said nothing. Dare to speak. To be precise, there are some things that cannot be said and cannot be said. Ah. It hurts. Suddenly, a scream came from Naruto at the other table, breaking the deadlock. Everyone couldn't help but look at Naruto. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The tooth next to me asked. My stomach hurts. Sorry, I have to go to the toilet first. Naruto yelled, and then quickly ran towards the restroom in the store. What? It's just a stomachache. Ya said with a helpless smile. Then, it's up to me to accept Naruto's barbecue. Choji shouted, and then he put all the meat that Naruto was grilling on his plate. Ellipsis ellipsis. I have diarrhea. I remember it was the day of the information session. Naruto probably had diarrhea because he drank expired milk. Lee Mew secretly thought, even though he remembered the reason for Naruto's diarrhea. When Kushina heard what Lee Mew said, she immediately felt a little angry. The lonely Naruto drank expired milk, which made Kushina feel angry. She really couldn't understand how Naruto had come here all these years. Ellipsis ellipsis. This is a fool. Hongdu couldn't help complaining. But as soon as he finished speaking, Hongdu's face suddenly changed, and an unexpected voice appeared in Hongdu's mind. Open black lens bracket. If the duration reaches 24 hours, you will get the reward, the complete version of the Cursed Seal of Heaven. Listening to this voice, Hongdu couldn't help but raise his left hand and grab his neck. At that location, she felt a huge evil force, consistent with Orochimaru's power. Her heavenly curse seal was nothing more than Orochimaru's experiment. Apart from causing her tremendous pain, it had no added power. But now, she can feel the huge power from the curse seal of the sky, and there is no problem, it is completely controlled by her. Is this what Orochimaru's curse seal looks like when it's completed? What an amazing power! Hongdu exclaimed in her heart. If she uses this power, her strength may increase several times. This sudden reward really surprised and delighted her. Before that, this cursed seal only brought her endless pain and a lost memory, but now. Ellipsis ellipsis. 24 hours, is it because of the image in your mind? It seems like it's not just for viewing. Is there such a mechanism? Hongdu gradually understood. Maybe she really has to thank Li Mu. Not only does the cursed seal have power, but she no longer has to bear the pain caused by the cursed seal. Teacher Hongdu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Anko's distracted look, Ino couldn't help but asked. Ah. It's okay. I just thought of something, so hurry up and eat meat. Hongdu responded with a smile. As he spoke, he looked at Li Mu opposite him, and for the first time he felt that this guy looked much more pleasing to the eye. Feeling Hongdu's slightly smiling eyes, Li Mu's scalp tightened, and there was always something not good in his heart. Premonition. Hongdu is too suspicious. I don't know what he wants to do when he looks at me with such a smile. Are you planning something else? Li Mu thought to himself, and then avoided Hongdo's sight. Hongdo. That's right, eat quickly, you have to go back to the classroom in the afternoon to meet the Junin teacher who is leading the team. Ino was stunned for a moment and continued to smile. While grilling meat, he didn't forget to put 2 pieces of roasted meat for Li Mu. It's so satisfying, these guys are really edible. After walking out of the barbecue restaurant, Li Mu stretched and sighed. Bye, let's go first. Ino and the others waved to Li Mu and went directly to school. Because they still had to contact the Junin teacher who was leading the team, this time could not be wasted. So filling, such a satisfying lunch. At this time, Hongdu also walked out of the store, stretching contentedly. She couldn't help but satisfy her appetite, and the reward of the full version of the cursed seal of heaven also made her feel good. You're pretty good at eating, and I've given you another awesome meal. Li Mu couldn't help but complain. Hee. This is called fate. Who told you that when you invited the little devils to dinner, I happened to hear you? Hongdu said with a giggle. Li Mu shook his head helplessly, and then walked directly to the other side. Where did you go? Hongdu couldn't help but ask after seeing this. Feel a little strong, go for a walk and digest. Li Mu replied without looking back, walking further and further away. No matter what, I can see whatever he sees anyway. Now that I'm full, I must eat a few skewers of meatballs to promote digestion. Hongdu said, and walked directly towards the nearby meatball shop. Li Mu casually walked around the village alone. Ellipsis ellipsis. I don't know how long it took, but Li Mu suddenly stopped while walking. A group of abandoned buildings ahead caught Li Mu's attention. There were signs of round fans on the walls of the buildings. The former address of the Uchiha group. Have you reached such a remote place without realizing it? Li Mu murmured. Because after the Kyuubi rebellion, the Uchiha group was suppressed by Konoha village and was forced to move the family headquarters to a remote corner of Konoha. Speaking of Uchiha, how pitiful and hateful are they? The famous Uchiha group in the ninja world was not destroyed by the enemy, but was destroyed by a filial son. How ridiculous. However, as the patriarchs, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto are also stupid. In order to fulfill their son, they would accept the fate of being killed by him without making any resistance. But in the final analysis, it was because Uchiha Itachi, a guy who was brainwashed by the will of fire, slaughtered his entire clan for the so-called peace spoken by Konoha's top brass. Is this really something that a normal person can do cruelly? Li Mu's attitude towards Weasel's massacre has always been quite disgusting. This guy Itachi, to put it nicely, has a view of the overall situation, but to put it badly, he is mentally retarded. For the sake of the so-called peace of the village, he obeys the orders of Konoha's higher-ups and even kills his own biological parents. The village he loves is nothing more than a decadent institution occupied by a group of old antiques who will stop at nothing to consolidate their power. Whether it is the completely declined Senju clan or the exterminated Uchiha, they are just the victims of those old guys Gong Li. The Uchiha clan was once the strongest clan in the ninja world, but the current fate of the Uchiha clan is really sad. This seemingly peaceful and prosperous Konoha village is actually already decayed and filled with darkness. If the current high-level management continues to develop, other families in Konoha village, such as Hinata, Nara, Aburame, etc., will probably be suppressed one after another, even weakened or even exterminated. It's a pity that the plot will not continue like this, and the third generation will not have long to live. On the contrary, Danzo will live on for a few more years, that's what he said. Good people don't live long, and disasters last for thousands of years. Lee Mew stayed for a while in front of Uchiha's old site, and then left. There was also a feeling of emotion in his heart. But other people who heard Lee Mew's emotion couldn't calm down at all. Maybe they were young and didn't know too much, but they were young. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan was annihilated. The news that Uchiha Itachi destroyed his family and defected to Konoha caused a sensation in the entire ninja world. The famous and powerful ninja family was suddenly annihilated. This was also caused in the ninja world. Caused a great sensation. Meatball shop. Enko suddenly seemed to have lost her appetite while holding the meatballs. Lee Mew's self-expression revealed too much information. To sum up, it is obvious that Lee Mew is accusing Konoha of darkness. The famous Senju and Uchiha in the ninja world were just victims of the consolidation of power and authority by Konoha's top brass. To this day, there are no strong Senju and Uchiha people in the village. Thinking about it this way, for the sake of their own rights, Konoha's top brass will suppress all forces that stand in their way. At this moment, Hongdu felt extremely frightened just thinking about it. As Lee Mew said, the peace and prosperity of Konoha village are just appearances. Pure land. Did this kind of thing still happen in the village after I died? Kushina said in shock. The Uchiha clan is a famous family in the ninja world, and she knows how powerful it is. To say that Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the entire family by himself, she doesn't believe it. After all, there are other forces behind it. Participate in, for example, the senior officials of Konoha. She also hates those old immortals. I just didn't expect that Makoto would accept the fate of being killed by her own child for her own child. It was so miserable. Kushina sighed. She was friends with Makoto, and she also knew that she had 2 children. But Itachi among them became the murderer of the family, mother and father. If it were her, she would do it to fulfill her children. And die by his hands. Snort. What nonsense will of fire, it's really disgusting. This Itachi is really sick. What could be more important than his family? Thinking of this, Kushina started scolding. Ino and Hinata didn't have a deep understanding of these complicated things, they just thought it was outrageous. Their understanding of Uchiha was limited to their classmate Sasuke. Ellipsis. On a carriage. Tsunade was slightly silent at the moment. The will of fire is such a boring thing. A 3-generation-old man has been instilling his so-called will of fire into people all day long. Tsunade said unhappily. Why did she leave Konoha in the first place? Wasn't it because she was disappointed in Konoha? But Lee Mew said that the 3rd-generation-old man didn't have long to live. It seems like something big is about to happen, right? That old man won't reach the end of his life. Open black lens bracket. When the duration reaches 24 hours, you will get the reward, cure hemophobia. The sudden sound suddenly stunned Tsunade. Cure hemophobia. A few simple words made her heart feel turbulent. Hemophobia has been with her for too many years, and she herself understands how serious her hemophobia is. Was the hemophobia that had troubled her for so many years really cured in this moment? Is it because I can see Lee Mew's perspective? At this moment, Tsunade felt shocked and confused, because she was not sure whether her anemia was really cured. Pure land. A long black figure stood tall, looking dully at the scene in front of him. Someone's perspective in reality. Time traveler. There is so much information. The woman murmured. Is this how this person named Lee Mew views Itachi? She didn't seem to have seen Sasuke. After browsing the current and previous perspective pictures, she roughly understood what was going on. It was really surprising to her that she could see the pictures in the real world again after so many years after death. At this moment, She just hopes to have a chance to see her little son, Uchiha Sasuke. She wants to know if Sasuke has grown up healthy. Her name is Uchiha Makoto. Ellipsis ellipsis. After Lee Mew wandered around for a while, he went back. After that, I sat down to rest in a park, picked up the movie, Intimate Paradise, and started watching it to pass the time. The girls didn't have much idea about passively watching the Intimate Paradise together. Even Hinata, who is the most introverted and shy, no longer has the same reaction to the Intimacy Paradise after these few days. Finally found you. I don't know how long it took, but a sudden cry came, interrupting Lee Mew's thoughts of reading, and pulling Lee Mew's thoughts into the real world. Hearing the sound, Lee Mew raised his head. He saw Naruto's figure ran over from the other side. Naruto. Are you okay? Lee Mew asked. It should have been fine a long time ago, but that teacher Shangren was so late and made us wait for a long time. Naruto sat down and complained. What kind of teacher? Lee Mew asked deliberately. A strange old man with white hair and a mask. Naruto said bluntly. Ah, it's Kakashi. Lee Mew pretended to be stunned. He remembered that Kakashi at this time was probably less than 30 years old. In Naruto's eyes, he was already an uncle. People in this world are indeed very precocious, and their mental age are much older than their biological age. Do you know? Naruto was shocked. Well, know something. After all, he is a well-known ninja in the ninja world. Famous in the ninja world. Is that weird uncle so powerful? Naruto asked with a look of disbelief. After what happened before, Naruto had a very average impression of Kakashi and felt that the uncle was not very reliable. Copy ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. An all-round genius who masters thousands of ninjutsu. Lee Mew briefly introduced. Kakashi is also worthy of the title of Konoha's #1 technician. He is proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, illusion technique, sealing technique, 8 gates dungeon, etc. If I have to say it, the chakra amount is too small and it belongs to Kakashi. The biggest shortcoming. So smart. Naruto couldn't believe what Lee Mew said. Naruto, Kakashi is as old as you. He became a Jonin when he was only 12 years old and graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6. Hearing this, Naruto was completely stunned and couldn't help but swallowed. There is such a person who graduated from the ninja school at the age of 6 and became a Junin at the age of 12. How can the graduates of their current class be like this? It's not that they are completely incomparable to Kakashi-sensei. Ino and Hinata, both first-level graduates, were extremely calm when they heard the news. They had just graduated from the ninja school when they were 12 years old, and Kakashi was in the same class. Even Sasuke, who is known as the #1 genius in their generation, is completely incomparable. You are not fooling me. But Naruto's expression changed, and he showed a questioning expression towards Lee Mew. After all, Lee Mew's first impression on him was not very reliable, and he even cheated on his ramen. Do I need to lie to you? After all, it is caused by the environment. Kakashi is a genius ninja who grew up in the Ninja World War and became famous in the war. He is different from you children who grew up in a peaceful environment. Lee Mew continued to smile. War is indeed a hormone that promotes human growth, but there are too few people who can successfully grow up in the war and survive. Naruto was silent. They only read about the so-called Ninja World War from books. He has seen some scrap information, even adults rarely mention it. He cannot understand what war is like, but how can someone who has experienced war and become famous in war be weak? Brother Lee Mew, what are the characteristics of this Kakashi-sensei? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Knowing more about him will help him get in better contact with this new Junin teacher. Kakashi, you like to be late and watch the Make-Out Paradise. Lee Mew said casually. Making out heaven. Naruto showed a puzzled expression after hearing this. This is it. Lee Mew immediately showed Naruto the cover of Kissing Heaven in his hand. It doesn't look like it's a serious book. Adults, who reads serious books? You often go to women's bathhouses, and you still care about this. Lee immediately laughed and said. Hee. Naruto smiled awkwardly. Kushina. Ino. Hinata. Blush. Ellipsis. Correct. That Kakashi-sensei asked us to gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning for survival drills. It's so early, he shouldn't be late too. Naruto suddenly said in shock. Well, it depends on your own judgment. Anyway, being late is the norm for Kakashi. Especially for things that are not important or urgent, it is normal to be late for several hours. So suspicious. Naruto began to ponder, wondering whether he should go to the training ground so early tomorrow. Kushina in the Pure Land couldn't help but sigh again. She knew Kakashi's problem of being late. Since Obito after he died in the war, he inherited Obito's characteristics and was often late. Recalling Obito, Kushina felt a sense of regret. That enthusiastic and optimistic Uchiha boy died tragically in the war. Naruto. Is this why you came to me to tell me this? Lee Mew suddenly asked. Naruto looked for him everywhere, making him think something was wrong. Ah. I almost forgot. Naruto was startled, and then he realized the purpose of his coming. I want to ask you about my mother. Your mother. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Didn't I say before that it would be more appropriate to tell you some things later? Lee Mew said. Actually, I dreamed of a woman last night. She hugged me and cried. Her embrace was very warm and made me feel at ease. I felt that she was my mother, but I have never seen my mother and dare not affirm. Naruto said. What kind of woman is she? Lee Mew frowned and asked. I don't know how to describe it, but she has long red hair, which is very eye-catching. Naruto said quickly. Hearing these words, Lee Mew was stunned, and questions continued to arise in his mind. Lee Mew felt very puzzled at this moment. If it were him, he would have seen Kushina in the comics, and it would still make sense to dream about Kushina. It doesn't make sense that Naruto has never met Kushina and can still dream about her. Although in dreams, I also dream about strangers I have never seen before and whom I don't know. But Naruto dreamed of his mother, Kushina. This was too much of a coincidence. The long red hair already showed that the woman in Naruto's dream was Kushina. It can't be the other Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, or Kore's mother, then this is too ridiculous. And he also dreamed about Kushina last night, so it would make sense for Naruto to dream about it. But he and Naruto both dreamed of Kushina on the same night. It was too coincidental. Could there be any problems? Could it be said that the deceased is entrusting a dream? There are souls in this world, and the saying that the dead give dreams to future generations also happened in the previous life. Could it be that they have encountered it now? But this is not right. The dreams of the deceased are for descendants or relatives, and they have nothing to do with Kushina. Brother Lee Mew. Looking at Lee Mew who was distracted, Naruto couldn't help shouting. Naruto's sudden cry made Lee Mew come back to his senses and immediately put a stop to the messy thoughts in his mind. Naruto. Did the woman in your dreams say anything to you? Lee Mew asked again. No, she hugged me and cried, and called my name. When I felt that she was my mother, I woke up, and then I wanted to sleep but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Naruto said. You want to know if the woman you dreamed about is your mother, right? Naruto looked at Lee Mew and nodded. Judging from the long red hair you mentioned, that should be it. Red hair is a characteristic of your mother's clan, and there are not many people left alive. Lee Mew explained, and then started to make nonsense. There is a soul in this world. Maybe it's because your mother wants to see her child, and maybe she can give you a dream. Real. Naruto said. But he also had some complicated emotions in his heart. He had never seen his mother and didn't know how to treat this matter. Lee Mew also said before that his mother died on the day he was born. The two parties met in a dream, which sounded a bit too psychedelic. Your mother's name is Uzumaki Kushina, which is also the origin of your last name. Actually, I also dreamed about your mother last night. Lee Mew continued. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Lee Mew. Did you dream about my mother too? Did she say something? Naruto was shocked. At this moment, Kushina in the Pure Land instantly became nervous. She couldn't help but worry. Would Lee Mew say something strange in front of Naruto? For Lee Mew, it was a dream, but for her, it was indeed real. What happened was even more unspeakable. What if Naruto knew about it? I didn't say anything, just catching up with friends and asking me to take care of you. Maybe it was really your mother's dream. Lee Mew said nonsense. It's hard to tell Naruto the content of the dream, so he can only talk nonsense. But, this is just a dream after all, isn't it? Naruto said in a deep voice. Yes, it's just a dream. Why should he care? Don't think too much, there is no mother who doesn't want her children to live a good life. I'll treat you to ramen today, after all, your mother also asked me to help take care of you. Lee Mew closed the intimacy paradise, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said. Naruto, who heard Ichiraku ramen, immediately cleared away his gloom and showed excitement. You guys won't trick me again today, will you? There was nothing I could do about cheating you yesterday. Now you don't have to worry about money. Lee Mew laughed. Then I'm going to have a big meal today. Whatever you want, you can eat until you vomit. Lee Mew then put away the kissing paradise, and Rinho and Naruto left, heading towards Ichiraku ramen. Ellipsis. Pure land. Kushina looked at this scene and felt a little calmer. Although this guy Lee Mew talked nonsense, he still took action and helped take care of Naruto, which satisfied her idea. She also understood that the sudden interruption in Naruto's dream last night was because Naruto suddenly woke up. She also decided to enter Naruto's dream again tonight, have a good chat with him, and discipline him. Although Naruto grew up healthily, his lack of discipline also made her feel distressed and headache. Ellipsis. Uchiha Makoto's expression was a little complicated at the moment. Seeing Kushina's child growing up healthy and strong made her miss Sasuke even more. Although I believe Itachi will protect Sasuke, can Sasuke, who has experienced the destruction of his family and lost his care, really be able to live alone? She really wanted Lee Mew to help her see Sasuke, and he could also use Lee Mew's perspective to see the current Sasuke with his own eyes. But she could only look at Lee Mew's perspective and had no way of making any connection with it. Anko. Uzumaki Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. When I heard his name before, I didn't associate it with the Uzumaki clan at all. After all, he doesn't have the iconic red hair. I don't know who his father is. He can actually suppress the genes of his mother's Uzumaki clan. Ino. Lee Mew hasn't even treated me to a meal alone. Naruto is really proactive and likes to disturb Lee Mew so much. It seems like I'm taking the initiative. Just get in touch with Lee Mew more and strive for more opportunities to be alone together. Hinata. Tsunade. Does the dead give dreams to those close to them? Is this really the case? She didn't quite believe what Lee Mew was talking about with Naruto. Over the years, she has also dreamed of the people she wanted to see in her dreams. But those were just nightmares, and all she saw were the tragic scenes before their deaths, which made her extremely painful. If there really was a dream about the undead, how could Duan Shengshu let her only see their tragic death and not meet her in the dream? But, now her hemophobia is suspected to be knitted. And there is also a faint hope that maybe the person she cares about can be resurrected through Lee Mew's natural tooth. However, Tsunade is still thinking about how to contact Lee Mew and how to negotiate with Lee Mew about this matter. After all, the existence that is filled with perspectives in the mind cannot be revealed, and there cannot even be any flaws that would make people doubt its existence. How to contact Lee Mew without triggering its protection mechanism and causing his own death is the biggest and most difficult problem at the moment. Uncle, have another bowl. Naruto shouted excitedly. Okay. Ichiraku responded and continued to work. Beside Naruto, there was already a pile of large bowls. Lee Mew also smiled when he saw Naruto, who was so happy eating noodles. He had to admit that Naruto is such a happy person. His optimistic and positive personality is really contagious, and it's really hard to be in a bad mood when you get along with him. Yo! What a coincidence! Suddenly, the curtain on the side was opened, and a heartless voice sounded. Lee Mew and Naruto turned their heads and saw Anko had opened the curtain and sat down. "Boss, give me a deluxe version of ramen." "He pays the bill." Hongdu pointed at Lee Mew and shouted with a smile. "Why are you here again?" Lee Mew couldn't help complaining. "I feel that Hongdu behaved too suspiciously today. When eating, this guy always appears at the right time, eating and drinking. What a coincidence. I happened to pass by here and saw Lee here. I hadn't eaten yet, so I stopped by to eat together." Hongdu smiled heartlessly. "Coincide? Why do I feel like you came here by pinching me? Besides, why should I pay?" Lee Mew couldn't help but say. "We are friends. Isn't it normal to treat clients to dinner?" Hongdu continued. But seeing Lee Mew's suspicious look, she felt a little panicked in her heart. She didn't expect that Lee Mew would become suspicious so quickly. Her actions seemed a little too deliberate, and she seemed to be eating every day. The idea is a bit too taken for granted. She must restrain herself from showing up at the right time every day, otherwise Lee Mew will be aware of the problem. But it is obvious that Hongdu has not understood the real restrictions. The restriction of the perspective in her mind only meant that she couldn't reveal it on her own initiative, but it didn't mean that she couldn't be discovered by others. Looking at Hongdu's heartless look, Lee Mew was also lucky that he had money now, if it was nothing. Money. He has no intention of helping Hongdu pay for it. Lee Mew. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted open again, and another cry of joy sounded. Lee Mew felt his body sink slightly, two white arms hugged his neck from behind, and a little fragrance came from behind. I saw Ino pounced on Lee Mew from behind and hugged his neck. "Ino. Could it be that you passed by here by chance?" Naruto couldn't help but said when he saw Ino. "Of course not. I came here specifically to see Lee Mew," Ino said bluntly, not covering up at all. Hee hee, it's great to be young." Hongdu laughed and said. "Have you had dinner?" Lee Mew turned around slightly and asked. "No, do you want to treat me to food?" Ino said with a charming expression. Despite his young age and such an expression, it is not inconsistent at all. "Then sit down and order what you want to eat," Lee Mew said immediately. Ino laughed, then let go of his hand and sat down next to Lee Mew. "Uncle, I want miso barbecued pork." There is really a difference in treatment. If I want to make a living, I will be rejected, but Ino won't. Alas, how come there is such a big gap? Hongdu pretended to lament. "Teacher Hongdu, you are going too far." Lee Mew was very enthusiastic. "Didn't he treat us to barbecue at noon?" Ino said with a helpless smile. "I picked it up while passing by." Sensational retorted. "That's what happened, isn't it now? Lee Mew's treat is a fact." Ino continued. "Forget it, I won't argue with you, you will only speak for him anyway. Okay, your face is here." At this time, Uncle Yeel brought several bowls of noodles to a few people and interrupted them. Seeing this, the people didn't say anything and ate the noodles quietly. Ellipsis ellipsis. After eating the noodles, several people exchanged pleasantries. Since they were going home in different directions, Naruto and Anko left directly, leaving only Lee Mew and Ino. "Lee Mew, let's go back too." Ino laughed. Because they were going in the same direction and covering the same section of the road, the two of them walked together. Perhaps because they were too quiet, Ino took the initiative to pick up the topic. "Lee Mew, are you a genin in the village? I don't seem to see you going on missions." Ino asked. Ino was indeed curious about this. She did know that Lee Mew's so-called system arranged for him to be a genin of Konoha village, but he didn't have to perform tasks, which also made her curious. "As this, because I'm on vacation." Lee Mew thought about it and found a random reason. Ino also knew that this was a perfunctory reason for her. But she also understood that Lee Mew couldn't elaborate on this topic with her. A system with those magical abilities must be you can't reveal it casually, she understands all this. "It would be great if I could form a team with you." Ino sighed. "That's impossible, none of us are first-class ninjas, and the composition of the team is also decided by the ninja school and the village's senior officials." "I can't decide it myself," Lee Mew said with a slow smile. Of course I understand, so I'm looking forward to it. I understand how you feel. After all, everyone wants to choose a teammate that they are satisfied with. That's right. Before, she also thought about becoming teammates with Sasuke, but after meeting Lee Mew, this idea faded away. Now, her team matching has been arranged, but who doesn't want to team up with someone they like? Where is the team? I have arrived. At this time, Lee Mew stopped. It has arrived. Ino stopped and looked at the houses on the roadside. Is it okay to go home by yourself? Lee Mew asked, looking at Ino in front of him. Of course it's okay, I'm not a kid anymore. Ino said immediately. Then I'll go back first. Bye. After Lee Mew said this, he turned around and walked towards the house where his home was located. Lee Mew. Suddenly, Ino's cry from behind made Lee Mew stop. When he turned around, he saw Ino rushing over, hanging his hands on Lee Mew's neck, and then kissed him directly. Coming up. Even Lee Mew felt a little stunned at this moment. He could still feel the warmth on his lips. Good night bye. After a long time, Ino let go of Lee Mew. He waved with a smile, and then threw it away, leaving Lee Mew who was still a little unconscious. What is this, a confession? It's so bold. Lee Mew said blankly, I always feel like I'm committing a crime. Lee Mew licked his lips, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then turned around and walked into the house. Before he started, Ino actually took the initiative, which was indeed beyond his expectation. It seems that there is a good-looking one. Face, being handsome is useful. Hee, it's great to be young and have fun. Anko, who was still eating meatballs, looked at the scene of Ino kissing Lee Mew and laughed heartlessly on the spot. She had already guessed that something would definitely happen if Ino and Lee Mew walked together. As expected. After waiting for so long, I finally saw an interesting scene. But it was a bit weird to see Ino's kiss from a first-person perspective. Ellipsis. This guy is really not a serious person. Naruto is so close to him, so he won't be led astray. Kushina couldn't help but say. But on second thought, Naruto, who lacks discipline now, seems to be worse than Lee Mew. She doesn't seem qualified to say that. Well, the most important thing for girls of this age is indeed love. Kushina sighed again. Indeed, she seemed to have come here the same way, and she had nothing to say. Ellipsis. At this time, Hinata felt uncomfortable all over and her face turned red with embarrassment. Lee Mew, who clearly knew it was Ino's kiss, could see it from a first-person perspective and felt as if he was being kissed. Ino is too bold. If it were me, how could I be so bold? Hinata whispered to herself. But when Hinata came back to her senses, she quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts. She was blind. What are you thinking about? Recently, when I looked at Lee Mew's perspective, I saw so many things that shocked her heart. She felt like she was infected and became different from before. Ellipsis. A man and woman in love. It doesn't count. That's not what I want to see. Uchiha Makoto sighed. She is a newcomer and an undead. She doesn't care about these things at all. She just wants to see Sasuke. But she has no idea when she will have the chance to see Sasuke. Ellipsis. Are you trying to deceive a little girl's feelings? You are definitely not a serious person. Tsunade complained while drinking. As night fell, they also came to a small town to stay. Seeing the scene of Ino kissing Lee Mew, Tsunade also missed the time when she was young. This is how they came here. Every girl has signs of being in love when she is young. It is a common problem among girls to ignore everything for the sake of love. Ellipsis. On the streets of Konoha village. Ino was walking on the way home, but she kept thinking in her heart. Am I being too proactive? What is Lee Mew thinking? Let's have some inner monologue. Ino said helplessly. She finally mustered up the courage to kiss Lee Mew, but Lee Mew didn't say a word after that. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and watched the lovemaking paradise. Only Lee Mew's heart could be reflected in the perspective. Monologues and direct words could not fully express his inner thoughts, so Ino was a little anxious at the moment and had no idea what Lee Mu's attitude was towards her kiss. At this time, Lee Mu, who was watching Kissing Heaven, suddenly closed the book and put it on the bedside table. In a blink of an eye, I have been in Konoha village for several days. Lee Mu leaned against the bed and murmured. Everything was very calm, and there was no passion like I had imagined before. I once imagined what it would be like to travel to Naruto's world, but in the end, I actually traveled through it, but I wasn't as motivated anymore. There are so many characters I like, and I have now come into contact with 8 of the 12 Shaoqiang, but I have not yet officially come into contact with Erzu. There's Kushina, let's just forget it in a dream, then there's Midori Anko, and then there's Uncle Ichiraku and Iris. It felt pretty good, and I even got a kiss from Ino. If this was said on Earth, many people would die from envy. But the girls are still too young to do anything else. We have to wait until they grow up. Hinata's shyness is far beyond my imagination. I don't know how to get in touch with her, but it's still a long time, so take your time. There are so many beauties in the ninja world, and there is still a long way to go. Ellipsis ellipsis. Hearing Lee Mu's sudden murmur, Ino was a little lucky that Lee Mu did not reject her. That's right. They called her Ino's wife from the beginning, so how could they reject her? It's not my fault that I'm young, I only lived 12 years. But, this guy's thoughts are not on me alone. Ino murmured, feeling a little complicated. At first, Lee Mu called her Ino's wife, and Hinata's wife. Now he said that there are so many beauties in the ninja world, and there is a long way to go. It can be seen that Lee Mu is not a person who is content with the status quo. It doesn't matter, I see it every day near the water and on the terrace, so I will definitely succeed. Ino encouraged herself. The first thing Lee Mu mentioned was her and Hinata, and with Hinata's introverted and shy character, she definitely wouldn't be able to get along with Lee Mu. From today's noon, Hinata was so shy when she saw Lee Mu. She could tell by fainting that even personal contact was a problem, let alone dating. She was close to the water, had enough time, and knew Lee Mu thoroughly, so she was completely confident in taking down Lee Mu. Open black lens bracket. If the duration is 24 hours, you will get the reward, chakra volume increased by 100%. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind made Ino stunned and stopped involuntarily. 100%. Ino looked shocked. At this moment, he also felt the surge of chakra in his body and could control it easily. Why? It was only a 10% increase before. Why did it suddenly increase by 100% today? Increased strength is a good thing, but the reason for the enhancement makes her confused. Could it be because I kissed Lee Mu? Ino was startled and thought of a possibility. This is the only difference between the rewards received today and the previous 2 days, and it is also the only thing related to Lee Mu. But this is just a guess and cannot be confirmed. After that, Ino no longer hesitated for this question, keep going home. Open black lens bracket. After 24 hours, you will get a reward, physical strength increased by 20%. Hinata, who was thinking randomly, was a little surprised when she heard the feedback in her mind. Isn't the level of improvement of this reward fixed? The first 2 times were 10%, but today it is 20%, Hinata said softly. Indeed, she did not see any rules stating that the reward content was fixed. It was just the rewards she received in the past 3 days that brought her vision. The improvement has exceeded the strength gained from the previous month or even months of hard training. She has indeed become stronger. She has become more and more proficient in the family's training in the past 2 days, and even received praise from her father. Should I find a chance to thank Lee Mu? Hinata murmured. But as soon as she finished speaking, Hinata's face turned red with embarrassment. She couldn't even face Lee Mu, so how could she thank him? Moreover, she couldn't reveal the existence of the picture in her mind. Until late at night, Kushina once again met Naruto in his dream. But this time, Kushina's mood was much more stable. Meet Naruto and talk about past feelings, also answer many questions for Naruto. But Kushina also hid some things and did not reveal to Naruto what he should not know now. In the dream, Naruto recognized his mother and burst into tears. But in reality, he is asleep and cannot feel the emotions in the dream. Open black lens bracket after 24 hours, you will get the reward. Resurrection Fragment X1 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open black lens bracket, collect 10 resurrection fragments to get a complete chance of resurrection. The rewards that arrived on time made Kushina excited when she was reunited with Naruto in the dream. She had previously imagined that she could be resurrected through the natural teeth obtained by Lee Mew, but she did not expect to receive such a reward now. Although it is just a resurrection fragment, as long as she obtains 10 resurrection fragments, she can truly be resurrected. Kushina couldn't hide her excitement when she thought that she really had a chance to be resurrected. As a mother, how could I not want to be able to take care of Naruto personally? And this day can already be looked forward to. ellipsis. The sky gradually grew brighter, and Naruto woke up vaguely from his sleep. Sitting up from the bed and rubbing his eyes, Naruto couldn't help but think of the contents of his dream. Naruto felt it was amazing. This was the second time he dreamed of his mother, and they recognized each other in the dream. Recalling the content of the dream, Naruto couldn't help but smile a little happily. The dream was very real, although it was still the same, it's not reality, but he feels the happiness of being cared for by his mother, as if everything is real. For Naruto, who grew up alone, even if it is just a dream, this is still an extremely precious experience and energy. Mom, I will work hard, Naruto said with his fists clenched. But the next moment, Naruto heard something very scary. Hey, it's already dawn, Naruto suddenly exclaimed. Didn't the alarm clock go off? I remember that I have set the alarm clock. Did it not go off, or did I not hear it? Today is the survival show that Kakashi-sensei mentioned. We will gather at 5 o'clock in the morning. It is already broad daylight and we have missed the gathering time. After hearing what Lee Mew said about Kakashi's deeds yesterday, Naruto had a little respect for this seemingly unreliable Junin teacher. It's not good, it's not good. Quote. Naruto jumped up from the bed in a panic, quickly put on his clothes, and rushed out the door. But just as he ran out, Naruto remembered something else. By the way, Lee Mew said yesterday that Kakashi-sensei always likes to be late. Maybe he hasn't arrived at the meeting place yet at this time. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and he wasn't so nervous anymore. But the most important thing now is to rush to the training ground as soon as possible. He doesn't want to be really sent back to the ninja school. Naruto jumped directly onto the roof. On the way to the training ground, Naruto suddenly noticed a figure on the street and jumped down immediately. Brother Lee Mew. Naruto. Lee Mew, who was strolling, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw Naruto suddenly falling in front of him. Today is the drill test for Class 7. It should have passed the assembly time long ago. Why is Naruto still here? Tell me, how long does that Kakashi-sensei usually stay late? I overslept today, Naruto asked anxiously. Overslept? Is there such a thing? Lee Mew felt a little strange. This is the protagonist's main plot. How did it change? He didn't seem to interfere. I don't know what happened, or whether the alarm didn't go off or whether it went off, but I didn't hear it. It was almost 9 o'clock when I woke up. That's it, then you don't have to worry. You should be able to go at this time. It's normal for Kakashi to be 3 to 5 hours late, Lee Mew said bluntly. I can rest assured that. Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll go first, etc. I happen to be fine, let's follow you and take a look, Lee Mew suddenly said. Are you going? Naruto was shocked. Well, I'm bored with nothing to do, so I just went to watch your survival drill to pass the time, Lee Mew said, and then rushed to the training ground with Naruto. He was also looking for a place to sign in, and he unexpectedly came across it. It would be good to go to the training ground and observe the drills of Team 7 on the spot. By the way, he could check out the card. Cassie, it's not often you get the chance to see real-life versions of these well-known characters. Ellipsis. Really, Why didn't Li Mu come to see my test? Ino was complaining at this moment. If she had known this, she should have invited Li Mu to play yesterday. Kushina was also a little concerned at the moment. Judging from the exchange between Li Mu and Naruto yesterday, even Kakashi seemed to be the first she had just met Naruto for the first time. This made her a little angry. As a disciple of the fourth generation, Kakashi had never even taken care of his teacher's child. This made her, a junior wife, not angry. She was alone and needed companionship, but he, the person she had a close relationship with, ignored him. If she had the chance, she would definitely question Kakashi face to face. Ellipsis. Not long after, Li Mu followed Naruto to the training ground and saw the sleepy and weak Sakura and Sasuke who were already waiting. Yo. Good morning, Sakura. Looking at Sakura, Naruto waved hello with a smile. You are so big, even if Kakashi-sensei is late, why did you even get it? Sasuke and I have been waiting for more than 4 hours. Sakura shouted, feeling depressed. Feel sorry. I set the alarm, but for some reason I overslept. But I didn't expect that Kakashi-sensei would eat it for so long. Naruto said embarrassedly. Naruto was very happy at the moment. Fortunately, Kakashi-sensei was late, otherwise he might have been sent back to the ninja school. Why did Li Mu come here? Xiaoying looked at Li Mu and couldn't help but ask. I met Naruto on the street, and I happened to have nothing to do, so I came over to join in the fun and kill some time. Li Mu explained. Well, why do I have to get up so early? Now I'm hungry and sleepy. Sakura lamented. Ah, I didn't eat breakfast either. Naruto also started wailing after hearing this. Only Sasuke stood there quietly, posing quietly, acting cool. At this moment, Makoto in the Pure Land looked at Sasuke in the picture and was slightly absent-minded. Then his face showed with a happy smile. She finally saw the Sasuke she had longed for. Seeing Sasuke who was now healthy and growing up, Makoto felt completely relieved. Then just keep waiting. Li Mu raised his hand and walked aside. System, sign in. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Burning fruit, close black lens bracket. Li Mu was stunned for a moment when he heard the feedback from the system. This reward, should he be excited? As a time traveler, I know the famous saying that even dogs will not eat shao fruit. In that world, anyone with a few skills can produce the effect of fire. Since then, it has become famous as a dog that doesn't eat the burning fruit. And in the ninja world we are in now, there is even more fire escape. Any ninja can basically set fire escape. Even if you don't have fire attribute chakra, you can still use fire escape, but the loss of chakra and the power of the technique cannot match that of ninjas with fire attribute chakra. In this situation, what is the difference between eating shao fruit and learning a few fire escape techniques? It just saves the time to learn the technique, and the scale is stronger than ordinary fire escape. And an elementalization that is immune to physical damage, but at the cost of becoming a landlubber. While thinking, Li Mu raised his hand, and a fruit that looked like a flame appeared in his hand. Shao fruit, should I eat it or not? Li Mu murmured while looking at the fruit in his hand. The advantages of eating this devil fruit are limited. Although I am unable to refine chakra and learn ninjutsu due to physical reasons, the disadvantages of eating it seem to be a bit too obvious. If I have to become a landlubber anyway, I want stronger abilities. Li Mu was constantly entangled in his heart. This also surprised everyone who was watching the scene from Li Mu's perspective. From Li Mu's words, they can tell that this strange fruit is like a flaming fire. It has magical power. If you eat it, you can gain certain abilities, but the price is to become a landlubber. In their opinion, this kind of experience is obtained through external objects. No matter which way, it is not the right way. Therefore, the girls are very concerned about whether Li Mu will eat this strange fruit for power. Some are concerned, some are curious, and some are just watching. Everyone has a different mentality. Different. Li Mu hesitated for a moment while holding the shao fruit, and then made a decision. Snort. Even the dogs won't eat the xiao fruit. Better give it away. Li Mu hummed, and then put away the xiao fruit. Even if he wants to eat devil fruit, he still wants to eat something awesome. Since he signed in to get the xiao fruit now, he should have the opportunity to get other fruits in the future. You should save the opportunity to eat the fruit. Girls. After hearing Li Mu's decision, the girls knew that one lucky person was going to receive the fruit that no dog would eat from Li Mu's mouth. I just don't know who would have such vanity. Afterwards, Li Mu found a suitable piece of grass to lie down on, and took out the unfinished copy of Intimate Paradise and started reading it. The 3 people from Class 7 nearby were still waiting boredly. This wait lasted nearly an hour. When Kakashi arrived, Naruto realized that he had greatly underestimated Kakashi-sensei's ability to be late. After Kakashi arrived, he made up a random reason for being late and fooled a few people. As for whether Naruto and the other 2 believe it or not, that's not his concern. Who is he? Kakashi also noticed Li Mu lying on the grass nearby and reading a book, and couldn't help but ask. He is my friend Li Mu. I am too bored, so come and see our survival drill. Naruto explained immediately. That's right. Kakashi said, then I'll get straight to the point. Kakashi didn't pay attention, but went straight to the topic and began to explain the content and rules of the exercise. At this time, Li Mu, who was nearby, sat up from the ground, put away the Intimacy Paradise, and prepared to observe the exercise. Although he had watched the anime before and knew the entire process and details of the exercise, it was a completely different experience to witness the battle of ninjas in person and watch the anime, especially the various ninjutsu. As a result, before this, Li Mu had only seen Naruto's shadow clone and seduction technique, as well as Konohamaru's eye-catching seduction technique, and then Anko's latent shadow snake hand, and nothing else. Yes. Although not many ninjutsu were used in this exercise, it was still an opportunity to feast one's eyes. As time passed by, Li Mu also got to see Naruto's skills as expected. Shadow Clone, Kaka's substitute technique and Earth Escape, Illusion, and the classic Millennium Kill. Sasuke's Taijutsu, Fire Escape and Trap Layout, and Sakura's. Oh, Sakura didn't show anything from a realistic point of view. If you look at ninjutsu, you will feel that they are all very magical moves, which make people exclaim. The whole exercise process is no different from what Li Mu remembered, and the result is the same. Look, celebrities were tied to wooden stakes for violating the rules. Watching Sasuke and Sakura eat their lunch boxes, and because they broke the rules and shared their lunch boxes, they realized the concept of 3 people, and thus gained Kakashi's approval. It was officially over. The 3 members of Class 7 had truly graduated and became genin of Konoha village. When the entire exercise was over, Li Mu also left the exercise ground and it was time for lunch. The 3 people in the 7th class barely had a lunch, but Li Mu could only finish lunch after returning to the downtown area. Ellipsis. What should I have for lunch? Li Mu was walking on the street, looking around and wondering about lunch. It was already past midnight, almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but he still hadn't decided what to eat. Ah, Li Mu. Suddenly, another familiar voice came. Li Muxin looked around and saw Hongdu sitting on a bench at the door of a meatball shop in front of him, waving to him, holding meatballs in his hand. Want to eat meatballs? Hongdu asked. It's you again, why can I meet you everywhere? Li Mu couldn't help but complain. It's not that I met you today, it was you who met me. I was eating meatballs here and you passed by. It was different from yesterday. Hongdu said with a smile while eating. On the stool next to her, there were more than a dozen skewers of meatballs. Li Mu looked at Hongdu. Apart from being pretty and having a good figure, this woman didn't seem to have any other advantages. Got it. Forget it, just eat the meatballs, I'm too lazy to worry about it. Li Mu said, sat down next to him, picked up Hongdu's meatballs and started eating. Just make do with it for lunch, and then have a good dinner. Seeing Li Mu eating his own meatballs, Hongdu just thought what to say. A familiar voice rang again. Open black lens bracket after 24 hours, you will get a reward. The overall physical strength will increase by 10%. Hearing the voice in his head, Hongdu suppressed what he originally wanted to say. Forget it, for the sake of reward, I'll treat you to a meatball today. Li Mu was full after eating 3 skewers of meatballs. He was just an ordinary person, but he couldn't have such a big appetite like people in this world. Is that all you eat? Hongdu asked in surprise. 3 skewers, just 1 portion, was not enough to fill his teeth. Li Mu was actually full. Do people in his world have such small appetites? I'm already very full, I can't compete with you. Li Mu said bluntly. Now that it's related to Hongdu, the few times he ate with Li Mu before, he ate very little, even if he couldn't compare with those broths. He thought Li Mu was on a diet, but it turned out to be true. After eating so much, she felt like a pig who only knew how to eat. You take your time and enjoy it, I'm leaving first. Okay, it's rare that I want to treat you to meatballs. Hongdu sighed helplessly. I won't compete with you. Li Mu waved his hand, and then left directly. It's really rare to be able to get Hongdu's meatballs for free. After leaving the meatball shop, Li Mu went to the hot spring bath again and found a pool to take a dip. Although it's nothing, taking a dip can make people feel better and feel better. Soak in the hot springs, relax your body and mind, and feel your thinking clear. Li Mu sighed. Now that the 7th class is formed, what should we do next? After Team 7 is formed, the main plot begins. After performing a few insignificant D-level missions, they will accept a C-level mission and head to the Land of Waves, where they will encounter the demon Zabuza. Although I don't know how long this mission plot lasts, it must not be too long. After that, there will be the Chunin exam. There was a month between the first 2 games of the Chunin exam and the finals. At that time, the Konoha collapse plan was also unfolding. Although Jiraiya seemed to be in Konoha during that period, he did not participate in the war. The 3rd generation old man would be killed, and then the 5th generation comes to power. The Chunin exams shouldn't be long away. Speaking of Chunin exams, Suna Ninja's village beauty Tamari will be here. Although she has a bad temper, she is also a little beauty. Then, there is Uzumaki Koryo. Although it is not shown in the main plot, Koryo, as a ninja of the Grass Ninja Village, did take the Chunin exam and therefore encountered Sasuke. Although there is still some time, it is indeed getting more and more exciting. While his thoughts were clear, Li Mu also sorted out the early plot. Although he could only rely on his own memory, for Li Mu, he was already familiar with the plot of Naruto. At most, it was insignificant chapters and I can't remember some details, but I will never forget the main information and plot. However, for Li Mu who has a system, it is no longer important to know the development of the plot. As he signs in, Li Mu will become more and more powerful. Powerful, it will not matter any accident. Ellipsis ellipsis. Little did they know that this simple sorting out would cause a storm in the hearts of all the girls. Konoha collapse plan. The 3rd generation will die, Jiraiya in Konoha. Tsunade thought in her mind. Li Mu's words contained a huge amount of information, but they were not clear. There were many events, but the most critical information was not mentioned. Who was killed by the 3rd generation? What was the plan for the collapse of Konoha? Why was Jiraiya in Konoha at that time? Why didn't he join the war? In a short period of time, countless questions arose in Tsunade's mind. She really wanted to rush to Li Mu and grab him by the collar. Speak clearly, don't always whet people's appetites. At this moment, Hongdu also froze holding the meatballs, no longer thinking about eating the meatballs. The things Li Mu mentioned were really serious. Konoha's collapse plan and the killing of the 3rd Hokage were all major events that would affect the entire Konoha village. But what should she do if she learns this news and inform the Hokage-sama? But how should she say it? She couldn't talk about it casually. Let's not reveal the existence of the image in her mind. Even if she reported it to the Hokage, how would she confirm its authenticity? This Li Mu is really How could he say such important information in such a way that it has no beginning and no end? Anko couldn't help complaining. She couldn't run up to Hokage-sama and say, "Hokage-sama, you will be killed during the Chunin exam." This information without beginning or end feels like nonsense. It was as if she was cursing the third Hokage to die. What should I say? Moreover, even if she did say it, it would not be considered complete information and no one would believe it. Ino and Hinata felt extremely shocked at this moment. After all, Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village and the backbone of Konoha village. But even with such an existence, Lee Mu said that Hokage-sama would be killed during the Chunin examination not long after. Although they didn't know how long it would take for the Chunin exams to be held, judging from Lee Mu's words, this time was not far away. By that time, if the third Hokage is really killed, it will be an extremely huge sensation. But even if they knew about this, they seemed unable to do anything. Kushina and Makoto in the Pure Land did not have much reaction to the news they heard, and were even a little happy. Because Kushina knew Naruto's tragic experience since childhood, she had no good impression of the third generation. At this moment, when she heard that the third generation was about to die, she not only refused to carry it, she even wanted to laugh a little. And Makoto was even more fortunate. The three generations of Konoha senior officials were the culprits who caused her death and the destruction of Uchiha. How could there be any sympathy for such a person? She even wanted to see the results of the Konoha collapse plan that Lee Mu mentioned. Judging from the name, it seemed to be a plan to destroy Konoha. She no longer cares what happened to the already decayed Konoha. She only hopes that Sasuke can grow up safely. Open black lens bracket. If the duration is 24 hours, you will get a reward, a chance to return to the world. The time limit is 1 hour. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind, making Makoto stunned. Award. Back to Earth. She has been dead for so many years, but now there is a voice telling her that she has a chance to return to the world. Even if it is only for an hour, this is still an extremely rare opportunity. This also means that she has the opportunity to see Sasuke, no longer just relying on Lee Mu's perspective of seeing Sasuke, she could go see Sasuke in person. Thinking of this, Makoto couldn't hide her longing and did not hesitate to use the opportunity to return to the world for an hour. At home, Sasuke had just finished his workout and was drinking water. But suddenly, Sasuke froze on the spot and his eyes widened. The kettle in his hand also fell from his hand and fell to the floor. Mother. In the current world, although nothing happened, Sasuke didn't see anything. But in Sasuke's spiritual world, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of him at this moment. That gentle and tactful image caused all the dusty memories in his brain to emerge at once. But Sasuke didn't completely believe what he saw at the first time. Illusion. No. There is no problem with the body's perception and touch, and the flow of chakra is also normal. He can see and perceive reality. You can also see the figure of the mother appearing in the spiritual world. This is not an illusion. Sasuke, long time no see. Makoto looked at Sasuke and showed a gentle smile. The familiar voice and the familiar feeling made Sasuke's heart tremble instantly. Makoto stepped forward and immediately reached out to hug the stunned Sasuke into her arms. Hands caressing his head. This familiar smell, familiar feeling, and the still warm embrace made Sasuke feel completely relaxed after he had been tense. There's no mistake, this is his mother. Sasuke, you must have had a hard time living alone these past few years. Makoto said slowly. That gentle tone instantly made Sasuke unable to hold himself tight, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Then he raised his hands and hugged Makoto tightly in front of him. Mom, why did you appear suddenly? Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Even though he now sees his mother's existence in the spiritual world, the bloody scene on the night of genocide and the tragic death of his mother and father were clearly presented before his eyes. This cannot be explained in detail. My soul may have a chance to return to the city, but it only lasts for an hour. The only person in this world that makes me uneasy is you, so I won't come to you in the first place. Makoto explained with a smile. After hearing these words, Sasuke understood what was going on. Although he didn't know why his mother had the opportunity to return to the earth, what was in front of him now was his mother's soul. Although with the naked eye he couldn't see it, but he could touch it personally in the spiritual world. After a moment of silence, Sasuke's mood stabilized. He was indeed happy to see his mother, but the many questions in his heart also eased. Rise up. He has too many questions. He needs his mother to answer them. The bloody scene on the night of the genocide has become the motivation for him to survive for so many years. But his beloved brother suddenly killed the entire family in one night. It became a hurdle that he couldn't overcome. From the beginning to the end, he couldn't understand why Uchiha Itachi wanted to kill the entire family. What exactly led to this incident? All that was left in his heart was hatred for Itachi. But now that he had witnessed his mother being massacred by Uchiha, he might be able to learn from his mother what happened that night. After calming down his emotions, Sasuke slowly let go of his arms, looked at the mother in front of him, and asked. The biggest question in my mind was revealed. Mother. Sasuke asked, what happened on the day when the Uchiha clan was massacred by Itachi? Why would Itachi suddenly do something like that? Without warning. Hearing Sasuke's question, the smile on Makoto's face disappeared and she frowned slightly. She had long expected that Sasuke might ask such a question, but now when he actually faced such a question, she knew how to answer this question. Makoto knew that Sasuke must have lived with hatred for Itachi all these years, growing up in pain. She was heartbroken, but she was helpless. Sasuke, what is the purpose of your life for all these years? Makoto couldn't help but ask. Needless to say, of course, with hatred for his brother, he keeps getting stronger, takes revenge, and revitalizes Uchiha. Sasuke said firmly. Makoto said nothing after hearing this. She was not surprised by Sasuke's answer. Even the dearest eldest brother, the younger brother, may not be able to accept the fact that he slaughtered the entire family. And she is a person who has personally experienced the night of genocide. She certainly knows the cause and effect of the incident, as well as the real truth. As a mother, Makoto really doesn't want to see the scene of the two brothers fighting between Sasuke and Itachi. It doesn't matter if a dead person doesn't know what is happening in the world, but now he can see the world through Lee Mu's vision and understand what is happening in the world through Lee Mu. If Sasuke continues to live for hatred like this, one day, he will. She would start a life and death battle with Itachi. Regardless of the strength gap between the two sides, Itachi would definitely lose in the end. He would most likely die at the hands of Sasuke, and Sasuke might never know the truth about Itachi. She didn't want to see it. To the scene of the two brothers fighting to the death. But should he tell Sasuke the truth now? If he told Sasuke, he might not be able to accept it. If Sasuke learned that it was the cause of the destruction of the Uchiha clan and the tragic death of his parents at the hands of his beloved eldest brother, the culprit who makes him live in pain, then Sasuke will definitely point the source of hatred towards Konoha, and he will take revenge on Konoha. But Sasuke is too young now and his strength is still very weak. If he is really like Konoha, Makoto couldn't imagine what would happen if she launched her revenge, whether she told Sasuke the truth now or continued to hide it. After thinking for a long time, Makoto made a decision. Sasuke, please don't hate Itachi. Makoto's sudden words made Sasuke stunned. He couldn't understand why his mother suddenly said such words. Why? Sasuke asked in confusion. We were killed by Itachi voluntarily, out of respect for Itachi's decision, and for you. There is someone else who caused the destruction of the Uchiha clan, or it may be related to the decision of the Uchiha clan, Makoto continued. At that time, even if Itachi did not make such a decision, the Uchiha clan would launch a coup and would be deeply involved in the war. It caused countless casualties, and it was uncertain how many members of the Uchiha clan could survive. At this moment, Sasuke's heart collapsed. He had hated Itachi for so many years and regarded him as the target of revenge. But now, his mother told him that his parents were voluntarily killed. Killed by Weasel. Impossible. Sasuke roared, his thoughts suddenly became confused. Sasuke, look at me. Makoto shouted at this time. Sasuke raised his head when he heard the sound, but what he saw was a pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan eyes. At this moment, the scene of the night of genocide reappeared in his mind, but what he saw was not the image in his memory, was his mother's memory. Is this my mother's memory? Sasuke looked at the scene in his mind and realized that it was his mother's memory. Sasuke could feel that the mother in the memory was sitting on her knees, and he could see his father next to him from the corner of his eye. At this time, there was a sound coming from behind in the room. The sound of the door being pushed open. Dad, Mom, me. Although he couldn't see the picture, Sasuke could tell that it was Itachi's voice. We get it, Itachi. Makoto's voice sounded, but she still didn't look back. Itachi, promise me one last thing, Sasuke will be entrusted to you. Fugaku's voice rang. I see. Itachi responded. Sasuke could hear the sound of the blade shaking and the sobbing coming from behind him. Don't be afraid, this is the path you decided. Compared with you, our pain is only a moment. Even if I think differently, I'm still proud of you, you are really a kind child, Fugaku continued. Itachi's sobbing voice became more and more obvious, followed by the sound of a sword swing, and the memory screen ended. Sasuke came to his senses, only then did he realize that he had burst into tears. At this moment, Sasuke understood everything. When he was young, he only saw the scene of his parents' tragic death, and Itachi standing in a pool of blood. Only then was he able to understand some of the truth about that night, and realized that everything he saw had so many doubts. As the strongest family in Konoha village at the time, the Uchiha clan was massacred by Itachi alone. It seems so obvious now. It's unreasonable. Mom and Dad didn't resist, and they knew the reason why Itachi did this. Mom also said that there was someone else who caused the family's destruction. Mom, who on earth told Itachi to do this? Sasuke asked, looking at his mother in front of him. I'm sorry Sasuke, there are some things I can't tell you yet. Dear, don't hate Itachi, his pain is no less than yours. Makoto said. Why? Why won't you tell me the truth? Sasuke hissed. Sorry, the truth is unbearable for you now. Work hard to become stronger, you will always know one day in the future. By then, no one will interfere with your decision. Makoto continued. There is only so much she can do now. She can only guide Sasuke not to hate Itachi and not to become an enemy of Konoha too early. At least until Sasuke is strong enough, Makoto does not want Sasuke to know the truth. Konoha's revenge. If Sasuke knew the truth, he would definitely hate Konoha. Seeing that his mother refused to tell him the truth no matter what, Sasuke no longer wanted to ask. He also calmed down and understood that if his mother refused to tell him, he must have a reason for doing so. Then, as long as he became stronger quickly, he could know the truth about the family's destruction. But Sasuke doesn't intend to give up revenge. He killed his parents with his own hands. This is an unchangeable fact. He still wants to become stronger and surpass Itachi. There is someone else who destroyed the family as his mother said, and he wants to revitalize Uchi. The target of the wave will not change. Afterwards, Makoto and Sasuke talked a lot in a short period of time. Makoto also learned about Sasuke's childhood after his death, which also made Makoto feel heartbroken. An hour passed quickly. Sasuke, the time is almost up, I have to go. Makoto reminded. So fast. Sasuke said in despair. Although they only met in the spiritual world, Sasuke still felt extremely relaxed and happy. This was the first time he felt like this since the destruction of his family. It's okay, although this time is very sudden, but maybe we will have a chance to see you again in the future. Makoto said with a smile. Although she was not sure, she felt that there should be a chance to return to the world again. Since there is such a reward, there must be no chance of getting such a reward. Sasuke fell silent, this kind of at the moment of separation, he didn't know what to say. Sasuke, remember. Have more contact with that person named Lee Mew. At this time, Makoto suddenly reminded. Lee Mew. Sasuke was startled, and the man who was more handsome than him rang. Why? Does Mom know him? Well, it might be helpful for you to have more contact with him, but remember not to mention anything about me. Makoto warned. I see. Sasuke nodded. Since it was his mother who told him, it will naturally not harm him. Goodbye, Mom. Sasuke raised his hand and waved towards his illusory mother, watching her figure completely disappear. When his consciousness returned to reality, Sasuke recalled the process of getting together with his mother in the spiritual world, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Mom, don't worry. I will become stronger as soon as possible. Makoto, who returned to the Pure Land, also meditated at this moment. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing by telling Sasuke part of the truth or if it would affect Itachi. I don't know what Itachi told Sasuke after the clan was wiped out. But for Makoto, she really didn't want the two brothers Itachi and Sasuke to fight. Especially now that I have access to earthly information. And she asked Sasuke to have more contact with Lee Mew because of her own feelings. There was no one she could trust in the Konoha village, and if she had to say, there was only Lee Mew, a time traveler. Especially now that she can see Lee Mew's vision through the pictures in her mind, it shouldn't hurt to let Sasuke have more contact with Lee Mew. I can also take this opportunity to see more of Sasuke's life and growth. In a park, Lee Mew, who had come out of the hot spring bath, was sitting on a bench watching the world of making out in paradise. As everyone knows, this scene caused strong dissatisfaction from someone. Sand Ninja Village. Tamari was patrolling the village, but unexpectedly, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. Although a large amount of information appeared at the same time, allowing her to understand what was going on, she still found it incredible. When I first understood it, I thought this was an opportunity to use Lee Mew's vision to learn about the information about Konoha village. But this person named Lee Mew has done nothing serious since he traveled to Konoha village. She can understand that it is all insignificant and trivial, and there is no useful information at all. That's not to say there's none at all. I've also heard some relatively important news. For example, this guy said that the third Hokage would be killed during the Chunin exam. But this is just a description of the future. There is no reason, and it cannot even be regarded as a piece of information. After all, it is unfounded. It has not happened yet. Who would believe it if it were told? There is also the Konoha collapse plan. These are things that people are very concerned about. This can be regarded as knowing the future in advance. I thought this guy named Lee Mew could reveal more information, but ended up reading an adult book. Although the content of the book looks quite attractive, is this something she can read? After all the combinations of causes and consequences, Tamari immediately determined that this person named Lee Mew was not a serious person. Calling a little girl my wife, thinking about this beauty or that beauty, the most important thing is that she was mentioned. Calling her the village beauty of Sand Ninja Village, she didn't know whether it was a joke or a compliment, and she didn't know whether she should be happy or angry. At this point, Tamari decided to continue looking at this scene, perhaps getting more beneficial news from it in the future. After all, this is a rare way for a person to be able to observe Konoha without being aware of it. Grass Ninja Village. In a dilapidated small house, Xiangling looked at her mother who was extremely weak on the bed, feeling extremely sad. The Uzumaki clan has been in trouble so far, and there are not many clan members left. The members of the Uzumaki clan died, and those who were caught were caught. The powerful special physique and sealing techniques have become treasures coveted by various powerful ninja villages. Xiangling and her mother ended up in this grass ninja village after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. As a condition for staying in the village, Xiangling's mother needs to use her special physique to help the Kusakunin village. But under the endless demands of the ninjas of Kusanagi village, my mother's health became worse day by day, and she was exhausted. Her vitality was drying up, and even Xiangling's mother knew that she had reached her limit. But what should Xiangling do if she dies? Xiangling has the same physique as hers. Once she dies, the people of Sao Ninja Village will not let her go. Xiangling, from now on, you must live well. Xiangling's mother said weakly on the bed. She couldn't imagine Xiangling's fate, and she didn't dare to think about it. He only hoped that Xiangling wouldn't end up with the same fate as her, and become a treatment tool for the Grass Ninja Village. Mother. Don't leave me, you will be fine. Xiangling knelt beside the bed and cried. At this moment, Xiangling just hoped that someone named Li Mu in her mind could come to help him. The sudden picture, a large amount of information and memory pictures, let her know what happened. But she was also hoping that the appearance of this scene was not for nothing, and that it must have some meaning. This person from another world must have a way to save her mother, but Xiangling had no idea how to ask him for help or how to contact him. Clue. Konoha Village. At this moment, Li Mu closed the Intimacy Paradise in his hand and put it away. I have finished reading another volume, and there is only one volume left of Intimate Paradise. For me, who has read online novels for so many years, the size and content of Intimate Paradise are really not enough. Li Mu stood up and said helplessly. It's still early, what should I do? There is only one volume left of Intimate Paradise that has not been read yet. Li Mu plans to keep it for now. If he reads it all at once, he will really have nothing to do. Li Mu, who has nothing to do, can only stay in Konoha Village. Started wandering blindly on the streets. Li Mu. While Li Mu was strolling, Ino's voice came from behind him. Ino rushed forward and threw his hand directly at Li Mu. Ino. Are you okay today? Li Mu asked. Junin-sensei's acting has ended a long time ago. I went home and helped for a while before I came out. I was about to go find you. Ino laughed. Find me? Is there a problem? Of course it's a date. I have to go on a mission with Junin-sensei tomorrow, but I don't have that much free time. Ino said. If that's the case, let's walk around, I'm just bored. Immediately, Ino held Li Mu's arm and wandered around the streets of Konoha Village. Li Mu could even feel that many people were looking at him strangely. The stature difference between him and Ino was a bit different, completely different. It's a combination of an adult and a child, but there's nothing I can do about it. Ino is too enthusiastic and proactive, but I can still control myself. Girls. Oh. Why do you want to see this kind of thing? Li Mu and Ino wandered around the street for 2 hours. As the sky got darker, they also came to a restaurant to solve the problem of dinner. Open black lens bracket satisfy 24 hours and get the reward, shadow clone technique. Ino was slightly surprised. The rarity of this reward is indeed higher than before. By the way, Li Mu, do you know our teacher Asuma who leads the team? Ino asked again. Asuma, you know something, what's the matter? Li Mu responded. Tell me, I want to know more about our leading teachers. Ino continued. This is true. She really wanted to know more about the Junin teacher, but it was just through the convenience of Li Mu as a time traveler. That's it. Asuma is the son of the third Hokage, one of the famous 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire. His strength is relatively average among Junin. Another point is that his bounty on the black market is 25 million taels. Li Mu briefly introduced. Lord Hokage's son. Protecting the 12 ninjas and offering a bounty sounds like a good idea. Ino said slowly. Barely okay. The size of the bounty is related to the title of the guardian of the 12 ninjas, Li Mu said with a faint smile. But even so, Asuma-sensei is still pretty strong. How should I put this? It's pretty good, but nothing too outstanding. Li Mu said bluntly. At this time, Li Mu couldn't help but recall the information he knew about Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma, as a well-born ninja and the son of the third Hokage, is too ordinary no matter how you look at it. Li Mu secretly thought. Ino asked this. I can't say it too much, I can only say that it's barely okay. No matter how you look at Asuma's strength and performance, they are only at the level of an ordinary Junin. There is nothing outstanding or any dazzling performance. There is no comparison with a genius like Kakashi or a freak like Metkai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at Hidan's hands. But this guy didn't know what kind of luck he had, and he was able to steal the cabbage called Yuhi Hong. I don't know what Yuhi Kurenai likes about Asuma, it seems like she doesn't have any eye-catching features. It was so pitiful that I became a widow at such a young age and became a single mother. At this time, Ino was also slightly stunned. Only by listening to Lee Emu's inner monologue can we know Lee Emu's true thoughts and obtain the most authentic information. It turned out that their leading teacher was only an ordinary Junin in Lee Emu's eyes. Moreover, he would die one day in the future, causing the teacher Yuhi Hong, who led Class 8, to become a widow and leave behind a posthumous son. This is a huge amount of information. Hinata, who had just finished dinner, was stunned when she heard Lee Emu's inner monologue on the way back to her room. What she was paying attention to was not Esma, but Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi is her current Jonin teacher, but she will become a widow and a single mother in the future. This kind of thing was a bit too shocking for her. Yesterday afternoon, when introducing the Jonin teacher at the ninja school, she remembered that Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma Sensei didn't seem to be very close. Will they get together in the future? When Hinata was shocked, the soul of gossip in her heart also began to burn. Watching Lee Emu's perspective and listening to his inner monologue, you can always hear incredible news. Open black lens bracket satisfy 24 hours and get a reward. Body speed and flexibility increased by 10%. Now Hinata has silently accepted all this, and the news of getting the reward will not surprise her. This reward has truly become my own strength. 3 generations later, will Asuma die too? Unknowingly, I know so much about the future. Can I change it? In the hotel where she stayed overnight, Tsunade thought while drinking. She agreed with Lee Emu's statement. As the third-generation son of Asuma, he was born into a famous family. There was indeed nothing outstanding about him, and he was relatively mediocre in all aspects. After the third generation, is it Asuma again? It's like a death notice, but Lee Mu is really annoying. He keeps half of his inner monologue every time. Can't he explain clearly the causes and consequences of these things? Hongdu ate the meatballs and complained. Just mentioning that something will happen in the future without knowing the time and place of it doesn't make any sense. In a simple house, Yuhi Hong was originally cooking dinner. But the sight picture that appeared in her mind interrupted her cooking steps. Did I see this scene when this person named Lee Mu mentioned my name? Shihi Hong murmured. Will Asuma and I be together in the future? Will Asma die and leave a posthumous child, and will I become a single mother? Obviously, Yuhi Hong is not able to accept such a thing. Judging from the previous career pictures obtained, Lee Mu, as a time traveler, knows many things about this world, and she has no reason to question Lee Emu's heart. The truth of the monologue. But now that she knows the fate of the future, it probably won't happen. She doesn't know what Lee Mu said about the future, and why she is with Asma at least. She only knows Asuma, let alone knows the future. No woman in this world would want to be a widow and become a single mother. They all long for happiness, and she is the same now. Travelers who know the development of time feel that they can get a lot of beneficial news, but judging from the relevant information, it seems a bit unserious. Shali Hong murmured. Then, he continued to cook, and at the same time, he did not forget to pay attention to the scene of Lee Mu in his mind. Probably because of curiosity, he also became interested in a time traveler like Lee Mu, and he came to that world became interested. At this time, Ino was also thinking about a question. Now that I know from Lee Mu that teacher Asma will die in the future, will this happen again in the future? Now that I know it, even if it is inconvenient to leak it, as long as I pay attention, it will easily go wrong in the future. So from now on, will Asuma still be killed? Lee Mu was also thinking about a question at this time, that is, whether his arrival would trigger a butterfly effect. Although he did not interfere too much in the main plot, he is real after all, and has interacted with so many original characters. He is not sure whether it will also trigger a butterfly effect. But it's not a big problem. Even if the plot changes, it's just a memory deviation problem for him and it won't affect him. It's just that feeling that the plot is not under control, which makes him feel a little strange and passive. Ellipsis ellipsis. Ino, do you want to become stronger? Suddenly, Li Mu said. The strange question made Ino, who was thinking, feel a little surprised. Why do you suddenly ask such a question? Ino couldn't help but ask. There is a kind of fruit in this world, called the devil fruit. It is also called the secret treasure of the sea. People who eat it can gain all kinds of extraordinary supernatural powers. Li Mu said seriously. After listening to Li Mu's words, Ino immediately understood. In the morning, the fruit that Li Mu got after signing in was the Xiao Xiao fruit that even dogs would not eat. He also said that he would give this to others. Yes. It's just that Ino didn't expect that she was the first person Li Mu thought of when he wanted to give her something. Of course she was happy. He just gave her the Xiao Xiao fruit that no dog would eat. It's not that I lack some sincerity. No matter who you are, of course you want to become stronger, but relying on external objects to gain strength is not the right path after all. How can it be regarded as your own strength? Ino said seriously. This is her true thought. In her understanding, the power obtained by relying on external objects is not her own power after all. She wants to become stronger, but not in this way. Listening to Ino's answer, Li Mu pondered. He wanted to give the Shasha fruit to Ino so that she could become an esper. It's not because of the attack power of the burning fruit, but because of the characteristics of the natural system, elementalization. If Ino becomes a natural ability user, her safety can be greatly guaranteed. As long as one skillfully masters the elemental transformation of the Yakasha fruit, there will be few people left in this world mountain who can harm Ino. After all, she is a girl with whom he has established a close relationship, so Li Mu naturally hopes to ensure her safety. After all, Konoha village is also a place prone to disasters, and no one can say what will happen. But Ino's words made Li Mu have to think about how to persuade Ino to accept the devil fruit. After a while, Li Mu, who had collected his thoughts, slowly spoke again. Ino, the devil fruit I am talking about is not an external object that enhances power as you think. Devil fruit will allow the eater to gain a certain kind of power, but how strong the power will be depends entirely on the eater's research and connection. Li Mu explained. Just like a ninja who can only use earth escape can directly use fire escape after eating a devil fruit. However, the power and scale of the fire escape used depends on the development and ability of the eater himself. Moreover, eating devil fruit will not have any side effects that affect the body. If it must be said, people who eat devil fruit will be abandoned by the sea and become landlubbers. Landlubber. Then what will happen if the person with abilities you mentioned falls into the water? Ino asked quickly. If it is just a part of the body, the impact will not be big, but if the whole person falls into the water, it will become weak and completely unable to move in the water. If no one saves it, there is a high probability that it will drown. Therefore, people with devil fruit abilities are people who have been abandoned by the sea. Of course, it is limited to sea water. In fresh water, even if the whole person is soaked in, they will only feel powerless and have no big impact. Li Mu explained. In other words, after eating the devil fruit, you can basically say goodbye to the sea. Ino echoed. To be honest, what Li Mu said made her very tempted, but the shortcomings of becoming a landlubber also made her hesitate. However, she seemed to have little chance of contacting the sea, and fresh water has limited influence on people with abilities. In this way, on balance, it would be good to become a devil fruit user as Li Mu said, but I couldn't make up my mind about it. His understanding of devil fruit users was limited to what Li Mu said he would become after eating the devil fruit. She couldn't imagine it. Then if I eat the Shishao fruit, will I also directly gain the ability to use fire escape like you gave an example? Ino couldn't help asking again. How do you know how to burn the fruit? Li Mu frowned when he heard this. Hearing this, Jing Yin's heart tightened, but fortunately he didn't show any signs of losing his composure. How do I know? Didn't you just say that? When we started talking about devil fruits, Ino said bluntly. Did I mention that? Li Mu frowned, and for a moment he couldn't remember whether he mentioned the burning fruit just now. Of course, I'm pretty sure you've talked about burning fruits yourself. Ino continued. Oh, that's what I said myself. Okay, why are you bothering with this? You haven't explained my question yet. Ino urged, quickly changing the topic. Well, the shishao fruit possesses the power of the fire element. Those who eat it will be able to use fire freely, which can be regarded as fire escape in disguise, and the scale is much larger than ordinary fire escape. It does not consume chakra, and the limit is it all depends on the ability user himself. Li Mu continued. The ability of fire does not consume chakra. If you think about it this way, this devil fruit is really magical, but when Li Mu said this, I don't know if I can accept the devil fruit. Ino echoed. I will keep the shao fruit. You decide whether you want to eat it or not. I won't force you. In that case, Li Mu, would you want me to eat the shao fruit? Ino looked at Li Mu and asked. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Ino would ask such a question. If you want to ask me about my attitude, my answer is yes. Eating shao fruit will only benefit you, and the disadvantages can be ignored. Li Mu said seriously. Since you also want me to eat devil fruit, then I decide, I want to eat it. Have you decided? Ino nodded solemnly. Then find a quiet place now. Li Mu said, then he paid the bill and left the restaurant with Ino. Hinata's house. Hinata in the room was acutely aware of a very critical issue at this moment. Burn the fruit. I'm pretty sure that Li Mu didn't mention the name of the shishao fruit in his introduction to Ino, but Ino did name the shishao fruit. Hinata murmured. I'm not special. Apart from me, there are other people who have the same ability to see Li Mu's vision like me, and that's Ino. Besides her, there may be others. But it doesn't mean much if you know it. You can't reveal it to others. Even if you meet, you can only pretend not to know. Not only Hinata, but also several other people were keenly aware of this key issue, and almost all confirmed that Ino must have the same ability as them. But they knew that the existence of the confidentiality mechanism allowed them to only know in their hearts, it can't be shown. Among all the people who have the ability to see Li Mu's vision, Li Mu and Ino still don't know it. The so-called authorities, especially Li Mu, can never imagine this. Damn, what Xiangling is facing at this moment makes her not have much thought to pay attention to the inconspicuous details. Yu He Hong. I am not the only one who can see it. Besides Ino, there will be other people. Anko. Ino seems to have the same ability as me. Does she know that I also have such an ability? I don't seem to have exposed any flaws. Tsunade. This little girl can also see the screen, but Shizune doesn't seem to have such an ability, so there must be others. What is the trigger point for acquiring this ability? Tamari. Sure enough, I'm not the only one, but will this female ninja of Konoha know that I have the same ability? Kushina. The flaw has been revealed, little girl Ino. In this way, it is basically certain that Anko and Ino have the same ability. There must be others. Makoto. Can living people see it too? But Li Mu doesn't seem to know this yet. He didn't notice such an obvious flaw. This is just a fan of the authorities. Boss, give me a tricolor meatball. In front of the meatball shop, Li Mu paid for a 3-color meatball and took it with him, and then he and Ino continued to rush to the target location. Why buy meatballs? Ino asked in confusion. It's very useful, you'll know later. Li Mu smiled slightly and didn't say much. After leaving the settlement, Li Mu took Ino to the 3rd training ground, where Team 7 conducted survival exercises. This place was open and there was a river, so the environment was just right. Ino, who was in charge of the province, couldn't control it quickly after eating the burning fruit, and burned things that shouldn't be burned. Although it was dark, the moonlight gave the night a different flavor. The breeze, the flowing water, and the cunning moonlight make the environment here feel very good. Ino sighed. Ino, this is the yakiyaki fruit. Li Mu took out the shao fruit from the system space and handed it to Ino. Ino took the shao fruit and observed it through the bright moonlight. Although he had seen it through Li Mu's perspective in the morning, but now he has seen it through Lee Emu's perspective. It's a completely different feeling when you look at it in your hand. This strange-looking fruit, which is about the size of a baby's head, has magical powers. How to eat this? Ino couldn't help but ask. She had just finished eating. Can such a big fruit really be eaten? Before you eat it, I want to explain to you, the devil fruit tastes really unpleasant, but you only need to take one bite, but don't spit it out. Lee Mew said. All you need is a bite. Ino breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried about not being able to eat it at first, but now it seems that she doesn't need to worry anymore. Even if it tastes bad, it's not a problem at all if it's just one bite. If devil fruits have magical powers and you only need to eat one, then if you give the rest to others to eat, wouldn't everyone gain power? Ino asked again. It's useless. The power of a devil fruit is limited to the first person to eat it. When you take the first bite, the rest is useless garbage. Lee Mew explained. So that's it, then how do I eat it? Do I need to cut it into pieces? Ino continued to ask. It's up to you to decide this, just eat part of it. Hearing this, Ino hesitated for a moment, then picked up the fruit and ate it. She wanted to cut it open and eat it, but she left the ninja at home and didn't have the right tools. Anyway, she just needed to take one bite, so she might as well just eat it. Let's nibble. When she bit into the pulp, a little juice from the fruit flowed out, and an indescribable taste filled her mouth. If I had to say it, it was extremely unpleasant. She didn't know how to describe it. Only now did she realize that she had greatly underestimated what Lee Mew said was unpalatable. Don't spit it out, eat it in one go. Lee Mew reminded. After hearing this, Ino could only hold back and start chewing. If she had known this, she would not have taken such a big mouthful. After chewing hard for a few times, Ino swallowed it in one breath. Ah! How could something taste so bad? Ino complained. At this time, Lee Mew took out a bunch of meatballs in his hand and handed them to Ino. Only then did Ino understand that the meatballs Lee Mew bought were prepared for her, and she couldn't help but feel touched. She would remember this attentiveness. After finishing a bunch of meatballs in a few mouthfuls, Ino felt that the weird taste in her mouth had faded with the sweetness of the meatballs. It shouldn't be difficult to feel the power of your devil fruit and control it with your own will. Lee Mew continued. Hearing Lee Emu's voice, Ino immediately began to feel the changes in his body. In just a moment, a fierce flame rose from Ino's body, and the firelight made the surrounding area extremely bright. Ino he was also startled by the ferocious flames rising above him, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that he did not feel the threat of the flames, nor the burning, nor the advertising text. This is the power of burning fruit. Ino sighed. Then he tried to control the flames. Soon the fire dimmed, and in the end, only a flame rose up from his hand, illuminating the surroundings. How does it feel? It's not difficult to control it. Lee Mew asked. Well, it's not as difficult to control as you think, but it may take some time to master it. Ino said. There is no limit to the power of devil fruit. It's up to you how far you can take it. I can't provide any help in words when it comes to using it. You have to rely on your own research and development. Lee Mew, thank you. I kind of understand why you want me to eat this xiao fruit. Ino laughed. The next second, Ino turned around, waved his arm, and a large fire spurted out, hitting the river. There was a sizzling sound in an instant, and a large amount of water vapor was formed. At a glance, it is already comparable to a powerful fire escape technique. There is no need to form seals, no preparation, and no consumption. Ino became a little excited. The effect of the burning fruit is far more powerful than she imagined. It's easy to use. Flame is a very destructive force, and the burning fruit is the crystallization of the power of fire. The reason why I hope you eat the burning fruit is not because of its power, but because of its power. Quote. Lee Mew said, raising his hand and hitting Ino. The arm was like a sharp weapon, piercing Ino's body from behind. Ino was stunned and looked down to see Lee Mew's palm sticking out from his chest. Lee Mu's sudden action shocked everyone who was watching her vision. Especially when he saw Lee Mu stabbing Ino's body with his arm without hesitation, he felt even more horrified. What is this? But Ino's sudden shouting trend made everyone dumbfounded. Ino was pierced through the body, and logically should have suffered fatal injuries. However, at this moment, Ino was standing on the same spot, completely uninjured. Ino looked down. He held Lee Mu's arm stretched out from his chest, but he couldn't feel any pain. Lee Mu withdrew his arm, leaving only a big hole with some flames floating in it. Apart from the flames, no flesh and blood could be seen. Lee Mu, what on earth is going on? Ino immediately turned around and looked at Lee Mu and asked. The burning fruit is a natural elemental ability, and elementalization is naturally a characteristic of devil fruits. The body of a person with natural abilities can be immune to all physical attacks. This is why I hope you can eat devil fruits. The conversion between elementalization and entities must be controlled well. Lee Mu explained. A simple sentence, but it made the frightened Ino feel extremely shocked. What a terrifying ability it is to be immune to all physical attacks. In other words, now she can ignore any weapons and ninja taijutsu. Attack. I feel like I have become countless times stronger at this moment. This is a shortcut on the way to becoming stronger. Women. After hearing Lee Mu's explanation, no one could maintain inner peace. Weapons and physical skills can be said to be one of the main fighting methods that every ninja must use. But just one fruit makes the opponent's weapons and physical skills lose their meaning. This is too incredible. In the third training ground, firelight kept emerging, and it was unusually obvious in the dark night. I don't want to play anymore, I'm exhausted. Ino shouted, sitting down on the ground, leaning back, holding his palms on the ground and panting slightly. Isn't it going to work so soon? Lee Mu in front of him stopped and said. He originally proposed to help Ino master the rapid use of the burning fruit ability through actual combat training. Even so, Ino's strength far exceeded Lee Mu's expectation. Even if putting aside the burning fruit, Ino's own strength has exceeded his knowledge. He never knew that Ino, who had just graduated, could reach such a level. This was probably because the original description of Ino was very poor. Shao, he doesn't have a correct understanding of Ino's strength, right? My physical ability can't be compared with yours. It's about the same today. It's already very late. It's time to go back. The ability to burn the fruit is becoming more and more handy. Ino rode. It's been 2 hours, right? It's almost done. Let's do this for now and go back to rest. Lee Mu said. Then, after taking a short rest, Lee Mu and Ino left the training ground, returned to the settlement area, and then went home. Ino also happily accepted the power of the burning fruit that she now possesses, and she will also make good use of the power that Lee Mu gave him. After seeing the power of the burning fruit through Lee Mu's vision, everyone was shocked and even envious that just a small fruit could give people such powerful power. The strength and elemental immunity to physical attacks are even more amazing, and obtaining such an ability is just a bite of a bad-tasting fruit. Apart from the disadvantage of being afraid of seawater, there are no side effects. Judging from his words and the on-site display, the power gained after eating the devil fruit directly becomes his own power, without any shortcomings or restrictions. This form of gaining power is simple and efficient, and it is used throughout ninja. The world does not exist, and it breaks their understanding of so-called external forces. When Lee Mu got home, he took a shower and went to bed directly. Kushina in the Pure Land has been waiting for the opportunity and wants to enter Naruto's dream as always. But after waiting for a long time, it still doesn't work. What's going on? Why can't I enter Naruto's dream? Is it because I didn't sleep? Kushina felt very puzzled. As everyone knows, Naruto had gone to bed early today, but he simply didn't dream. Open black lens bracket after 24 hours, you will get the reward, 5 years younger. The arrival of the reward no longer surprised Kushina, but the content of the reward shocked her. 5 years younger. Becoming younger is probably what every woman desires as she gets older. But she is just an undead and has no body. Will the bonus effect of getting younger be useful to him? Just when Kushina was confused, the reward took effect directly. Although I can't see the changes in myself, I can feel that even though I am a spirit body, I have still become 5 years younger, and even my mentality has changed. She was only 22 years old when she died, and now she is 5 years younger, that is, she has transformed back to what she was when she was 17. Even she couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Who wouldn't want to remain a girl forever? 17 years old, in the prime of youth. Now she is only in a spiritual state, and if she gets a chance to be resurrected in the future, then if she is resurrected, she will be in a 17-year-old body. Thinking of this, Kushina couldn't help but start to look forward to the future. Being resurrected as a 17-year-old girl is exciting just thinking about it, and it will definitely surprise everyone. Ellipsis. The night passed quickly. Li Mu still got up on time and washed up as usual. System, sign in, Li Mu said directly. He hadn't signed in at home yet, and he was too lazy to find a place to sign in today. Ideographic comma. Open black lens bracket, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Teleportation, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket in order to cooperate with the use of teleportation to give the host the ability to sense chi. Li Mu was surprised and then felt happy. Teleportation was a skill that he had envied for a long time. The main reason is that this skill is really too powerful. As long as it can sense people's energy, it can move, even to alien planets, underworld, and the universe. There are no restrictions. In the past, when I saw the scumbag lot using teleportation, I often imagined that I could master this skill. Unexpectedly, after traveling to Naruto's world, this idea actually came true. Now at home, Li Mu can feel the breath of countless people in the entire Konoha village. Everyone has chi, but it has different strengths and characteristics. Now Li Mu can only sense countless auras, but he can't tell who the auras he sensed are. The breath is invisible to the naked eye. You can only remember the breath of someone you know after meeting him, and you can distinguish it when you feel it later. However, in Konoha village, there are no restrictions for Li Mu. He knows the map of Konoha village and can now sense the aura of everyone in Konoha village. Based on the direction and distance of the aura, he can roughly determine where the aura is located in Konoha village. Come and give it a try. When you can't tell whose breath is who, you can use teleportation to get where you want to go by using the direction and distance. Li Mu murmured, then raised his right hand and put 2 fingers between his eyebrows. Then he moved based on the direction and approximate distance, and based on the breath at this approximate location. In a moment, Li Mu's figure suddenly disappeared from home. Go. Li Mu felt his vision suddenly change. When he came to his senses, he saw the sign on the shop in front of him. It was generally successful. Judging by the direction and distance, it was feasible to find the right aura to move. I first recorded the auras of Uncle Ichiraku and Iris, and then Naruto. Li Mu murmured. In the Ichiraku ramen at this time, in addition to Uncle Ichiraku and a chorus, there was also an aura, which was Naruto. Although he did not see Naruto's front, the familiar clothes had already he was exposed. Naruto, it's so early for you. Li Mu walked forward, opened the curtain and said hello. Brother Li Mu. Are you coming to eat ramen too? Naruto was shocked. Aren't you going to start a ninja mission today? Li Mu sat down and asked, Uncle, give me a miso ramen. Okay, just a second. That's why I came here to eat ramen, and then go to my first ninja mission with full energy. Naruto said excitedly. Not bad, come on. If you tell Naruto now that the tasks of novices are just to run errands and do odd jobs, it will probably severely dampen his enthusiasm. While Li Mu was eating ramen, he also noticed that Naruto's breath gave him a special feeling. It's not powerful, but it has a very surging and exuberant feeling. I don't know how to describe it specifically. And among the people in the entire Konoha village, Naruto was the only one who was so angry. In addition to Konoha village, there are also several similar auras in very distant places. Some are weak, some are powerful, not exactly the same, and they are worried about similar places. There are also signs of this in Konoha village. Among the auras sensed by Li Mu, there are many similar auras in Konoha village, and they are relatively concentrated. In Li Mu's guess, these should be people from large families who have the same bloodline and similar chakra, resulting in similar auras. After all, in this world, family concepts and lineage are valued very much. According to Li Mu's guess, the chi that Li Mu sensed was similar to that of famous people should be the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan is gone, some members of the Uzumaki clan still survive. For example, Uzumaki Nagato has the strongest aura, Uzumaki Koryo has a weak aura, and her mother has a weak aura. This information can all be distinguished from the sensed chi. However, there were 4 auras of the Uzumaki clan that Li Mu sensed. In addition to Uzumaki Nagato and Uzumaki Koryo, mother and daughter, there was also a faint aura that felt extremely far away, but could be clearly sensed. For some reason, Li Mu couldn't judge the direction and distance through this breath. It feels like being in an unreachable distance, but it can be clearly perceived. If you hadn't paid special attention to the aura of the Uzumaki clan that resembled celebrities, you probably wouldn't have noticed this weak and obscure aura. But Li Mu didn't pay much attention. Although I am someone who has read the original work, I don't fully understand every aspect. Maybe besides the ones he knows, there are other survivors of the Uzumaki clan in some corner of the ninja world. Brother Li Mu. I'm going to meet Kakashi-sensei and the others first. Goodbye. Naruto said immediately after finishing the ramen. Well, come on. Li Mu encouraged with a smile. I will. I am a man who wants to become Hokage, and today is my first step towards becoming Hokage. Naruto shouted as if he had been given blood, and then ran out without stopping. Li Mu quickly finished the noodles, paid the money, and left the ramen shop. Li Mu wanted to use teleportation to see other Xiaoqiang today. I will do some tasks, but I can't distinguish their aura, and I can't move there, so I can only give up such an idea. However, there are not many powerful auras in Konoha village. These must be the powerful ninjas in Konoha village, such as the 3rd generation in the Hokage building, and Danzo who is hiding somewhere. Those who are slightly weaker than them should be those elite Jonin are here, pick one and take a look. Li Mu murmured, then stared at the relatively strong chi in the induction and moved. Li Mu looked to the side and found that he had appeared in the wilderness, and there was a person standing in front of him. Kakashi. Li Mu was stunned. It's you. Why did you suddenly appear here? Kakashi was also surprised, but he relaxed when he saw it was Li Mu. Sorry to bother you. I just learned a new technique and am experimenting with its effects. It's just a coincidence. Li Mu explained casually. After glancing at Kakashi and then at the commemorative monument in front of him, Li Mu knew what Kakashi was doing. Li Mu immediately turned around and left without any delay. Kakashi is remembering Obito in front of the commemorative monument again. Poor Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, they have to wait for Kakashi again. Li Mu secretly thought. But Kakashi is also pitiful. As long as he has time, he comes to remember Obito every day, unfortunately. Obito is not dead, so his memory has little meaning. Obito is also a ruthless person. In an instant, the kaleidoscope that opened directly from the double Magatama Sharingan was the only one in the entire Uchiha. But this Obito is also a lunatic. If a girl dies, he will destroy the ninja world, kill his teacher and his wife, control the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and participate in the massacre of Uchiha, so puppy love harms people. Li Mu said over and over again as he walked. Using teleportation, the next target's breath moved over. However, the unintentional monologue in Li Mu's heart caused Kushina and Makoto to feel turbulent in their hearts. Is that guy Obito? Kushina said in disbelief. She clearly remembered that on the night of giving birth, a mysterious man wearing a mask attacked them and released the Kyuubi, resulting in the death of her and Minato. And from Li Mu's judging from the inner monologue, the mysterious man wearing the mask is Obito Uchiha who should have died in the Great Ninja War. Because of Lin's death. She didn't know why Obito didn't return to Konoha, and he attacked her, released the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and even participated in the subsequent massacre of Uchiha. But judging from Lee Emu's words, all of this has nothing to do with Lin's death. Related. In addition to Lin's death, there must be unknown details that led to Obito's change, and he did not hesitate to kill his teacher and his wife, and massacred his family. At this moment, Kushina felt very angry. They had always been so caring students, but he was the culprit that led to their deaths and Naruto's miserable childhood. At this time, Makoto was in a similar mood. Before this, she only knew that the Uchiha clan was destroyed because of Konoha, but she did not expect that the Uchiha clan members were also involved. Of course she knew Obito, and before she died, she gave her Sharingan to Kakashi, creating the name Kakashi of the Sharingan. But no one expected that Obito, who should have died, was still alive and attacked Konoha, leading to the Nine Tails Rebellion. From the double Magatama Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan in one step, what kind of pain did Obito go through? Makoto couldn't help but murmured. The destruction of the family has become a fact, and she will not hate Obito. What she is concerned about is what kind of pain Obito went through to make her Sharingan evolve directly from the state of double Magatama. Kaleidoscope. After so many years of development in the Uchiha group, there are not many people who can awaken the Sharingan. She knows how harsh the conditions are for the evolution of the Sharingan. She must experience great pain and activate the Sharingan with extremely sad emotions. Power. But Obito opened the kaleidoscope directly from the double Magatama. With such an evolution, Makoto could not imagine what Obito had experienced. Lee Emu's words also gave other people different ideas. As a new generation of people, Ino and Hinata didn't know much about the Nine Tails Rebellion that happened before and after their birth. They only knew about the existence of such a thing. But now, they know that the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago was actually caused by man. Killing his teacher and his wife, and participating in the massacre of his own family, he is simply a scumbag. However, doing this for a girl feels so romantic. Ino couldn't help but sigh. Hinata didn't have much idea. She was just born 12 years ago and had no memory. She had no personal experience, so she didn't have any special feelings. But she knew that Kyuubi during the chaos, Konoha village suffered heavy losses, countless people died, countless families were separated, and the fourth Hokage fell. And all of this was caused by one person, who caused all of this. Culprit. But at this moment, Yuhi Hong's expression changed. 12 years ago, she was still a child. In order to stop the Kyuubi, her father Yuhi Mako participated in the battle. But once you go, you never come back. It wasn't until today that she knew that the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago was actually caused by man. This is not a natural disaster at all, but a man-made disaster. She remembered the name Uchiha Obito. If given the chance, she would avenge it herself. Suddenly, a voice rang from the side. Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba couldn't help but forget about the past, and they saw. Lee Mew, why are you here? Tooth, who was pulling weeds, asked curiously. I just learned a new ninjutsu and am trying it out, so I came here by chance. Lee Mew said casually. Do you know anyone? Shihi Hong asked, pretending to be a stranger. Well, someone you know. Shino responded. Hello, my name is Lee Mew, you must be their leading Junin. Lee Mew took the initiative to say hello and extended his hand to Shirahong. Hello, I am Yuhi Kurenai, Junin. Shirahong was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her hand to shake Lee Mew's vision. Now that she could see Lee Mew's vision, it was acceptable to get acquainted with her. Only then did Shirahong realize that this was how she was seen by others. Through Lee Mew's vision, in the picture, Yuhi Hong realizes that she is like this in the eyes of others. She really deserves to be called Shiri Hong. She has a beautiful heart and a good figure, which makes people yearn for her. Lee Mew looked at Shiri Hong slightly and thought to himself. Shiri Hong. Women. What a straightforward idea. Hinata was blushing slightly at this moment, lowering her head and silently pulling weeds, not daring to look directly at Lee Mew. I didn't even smell your scent at all. What kind of technique does it appear suddenly? Ya asked curiously. A technique that can move quickly, I call it teleportation. As long as the conditions for movement are met, you can instantly move to where you want to go. Li Mu simply explained. Amazing. Ya said in shock. But everyone who looked at Li Mu's vision screen at this moment was also extremely shocked. Only then did they understand why Li Mu's vision screen suddenly flashed, and then the scene changed. It turned out that Li Mu performed this so-called moment move. And Tsunade Kushina and others were also curious and confused. Teleportation should be a move of the fourth Hokage. Li Mu also mastered it. Teleport. I really didn't expect such a technique to exist, so what are the conditions for its use? Shino asked. In fact, there are no conditions for use. It can go anywhere there are people, and it is based on sensing people's breath. Li Mu continued. Feel the breath. Isn't the distance that can be moved very short? Shihi Hong said curiously. After all, in her knowledge, ninjas can only sense the breath nearby, and the distance range is very small. The effect of the magic based on this is much smaller, and can only it was used in a small area, but Li Mu suddenly moved from Kakashi to him, and it seemed that the distance was not close. That's your perception. I also have other ways to sense people's breath, even if they are across countries, so I can move. Li Mu smiled. This is too strong. Ya said in surprise. Hey, you go on, I'm going to continue the experiment and check out other places. Li Mu smiled, and then directly used teleportation to move to the next target's aura. Watching Li Mu leave, Hinata and Yuhi Hong relaxed. Only then did Tsunade, Kushina and others understand that Li Mu the teleportation he mastered is not a space ninjutsu like flying thunder gods, but a completely different teleportation technique. Plum. Burn your youth. Yes. Teacher Kai. In a forest, Metkai was practicing with his disciple Li. It was a rare day without a mission, and the master and apprentice made full use of this day. Two taijutsu ninjas were fighting in the woods. Feiyong, and from time to time there were uncles who were broken by the two, and the whole thing was a destruction machine. Just when Kai raised his fist as big as a sandbag and hit Li in front, a figure appeared in front of him without any warning. Both Kai and Li were shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the figure. But I can no longer react. With a muffled sound, the suddenly appearing figure was instantly knocked away. Li instinctively dodged the figure flying in front of him. The whole person directly hit the trunk of a big tree behind him before he stopped. Oops! Kai exclaimed. Kai immediately ran towards the person who was knocked away by him, and Li hurriedly followed. But when he just came to the person, Kai was stunned, and the person who was hit by his punch was stunned. He stood up like a normal person. Although he didn't use all his strength, Director Li was not weak at all. Li Mu stood up from the ground and shook his dazed head. Moved over in an instant, and the first thing he saw was not a person, but a huge fist, which hit him directly in the face. Fortunately, Li Mu reacted in time and used his arm domineering force to protect himself before being hit. Not injured. At this time, Kai and Li bowed deeply to Li Mu and apologized solemnly. Li Mu came back to his senses, looked at the two watermelon skins in green leather tights in front of him, and took a deep breath. No thinking of this teleportation, it was Kai's energy that he sensed, and as soon as he met him, he got punched.